Oh, maybe not yet.
Thank you so much. Look at the chaos that is happening.
And we're live.
Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
The president looks to dispel any doubts about his strength.
America's democracy at risk was at risk, and we saved it.
Wait for a few people to join. Also, this is
Election coverage starts right now.
obviously a little last minute, but
It is 7 p.m. on the East Coast.
hold on, I'm hearing myself. That's why.
Super Tuesday, our closed. Welcome to the biggest night in
Get my Twitter set up properly.
election season, unlike we have ever.
Here we go.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. It is Super Tuesday. The most states, the most delegates, the most votes on the line as both parties march towards a 2020 rematch. It looks like at this hour, polls are closed in Virginia and Vermont. Vermont could be Nikki Haley's best chance to win a state tonight, thanks to moderate Northeast Republican voters and an open primary system.
All right.
Virginia is also holding an open primary.
I wish I could figure out. I don't remember how you get
Both states also host Democratic presidential primaries tonight.
the chat in the OBS software.
To win.
Now, those are just the first process.
But anyways,
16 states.
welcome to our I don't know why I say our because it's only me, but welcome to my welcome to the 2024 Super Tuesday special coverage. We're gonna be here all night covering the results. I think
That is more than 70% of
Super Tuesday
the nomination.
Former President Donald Trump hopes to sweep the
is the longest in terms of like
Republican side and set up a show.
how long it goes all night. Is the longest primary.
Steamrolled through the early
I think it goes until like, because I was looking at news coverage on the program guide on TV, and it goes some of it goes to like 2 a.m. I don't know if we'll say that late, but we'll see how late we go. But first polls closed about an hour ago, and the first results came in, and we'll see. Biden has won. I got to bring up the polls actually right now. So.
Buckle up, everybody. We have reporters.
Oh, hold on. I got the
Candidates, the issues, the mood of the.
I lost the thing down here.
Our great panel is here
Wait.
all night.
Oh, here we go.
With our man at the billboard, Mr. Bill Hammer. Hi,
Yes,
Bill.
Stevie, you. Let's get buckle up, right? I mean, I think we'll be here a while, aren't we?
Okay, let me open up the results page.
Here on Super Tuesdays, we get kicking off. Let me come back to this area in a moment here because we talk about the early poll closing. Think about Vermont, think about Virginia, think about those areas that 8 years ago.
So here's where everything sits right now.
Sort of
Most polls don't close until another hour, so 8 p.m. Eastern.
this is Vermont right now. Nothing.
Right now, the first calls. How come I can't find anything? Because I know that they've already made the first.
To the west over there. Let's pump on down to Virginia. Our city.
I thought I heard before I came on the air that that polls were starting to close like an hour ago, and they had results in Biden won a state already, which isn't surprising.
Virginia. We saw Marco Rubio, the sort of blue teal color here, doing a really
can't find it, but-
outskirts of Washington D.C. These are big counties, big population.
Anyways, of course, this is
Commonwealth, located right here. We also did very well around Richmond and the suburbs in Charlottesville.
Oh, wow.
Off to the west. So those pockets could be right for Nikki Haley tonight to go ahead and get in there. And get some delegates and maybe.
Oh wow, look at, we're already starting to get the number. It's kind of hard to see if I can make that bigger.
The reason why we're doing this, we go back to South Carolina.
Here we go.
You know, the last time we were together.
We already have the delegates coming in for each candidate. And look at Trump, 376, but Biden's still holding on to 326 right now. Uncommitted. It's interesting to see how it'll be interesting to see how independents vote tonight. Well, most of them on the Democratic side vote uncommitted. Because people kind of got to choose between who they think is the lesser of two evils, I guess, if you will. Because at least that's how Americans, from my perspective, are tending to see it. Because they want it seems like most want a different candidate. They don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden again. And so, it'll be interesting to see how many people vote uncommitted, or how many people just sit out on this, or how many people, you know, with Biden's age and all that, just say, you know what, screw it, I'll vote Trump. So, and it's interesting to see how many states Nikki Haley will win. She won Washington, D.C. She won D.C. the other night. There was a contest there, or something like that. Smaller primaries that weren't really getting any media coverage. I didn't really pay attention to them. The main ones I pay attention to are like Iowa, New Hampshire, and Super Tuesday.
All right, and the rule in California says that you take off. Think about that amount of delegates now. If you get 50% plus one, you get all 169 delegates. Trump,
All right.
gunning for that. Utah, very similar as well. I'm just going to hit the rule book here.
That was my mom just walked in. She didn't realize I was live.
40 delegates.
Usually I tell them that I'm going live and they know, but she didn't know, but it's all good. Maybe she'll come back in and make a cameo, I don't know.
This is like calculus or algebra.
But continuing on here.
Delegates, 2/3 take all. If no candidate gets 2/3, goes proportional to all of this stuff, okay? Each different state has its rules. Some are similar, some are just...
I got all the networks up, all the websites up right now. So I can because what I want to do is because polls differ between each network, it seems like, or the results, typically, so.
We should point out at the bottom of the screen, we have all the results that are coming in. You saw Iowa. That's because there was a mail-in for...
Oh, let me put on Twitter I guess I should put on Twitter that we are live now. Hold on, let me do something here.
Millions of Americans
But we're gonna...
This Super Tuesday, the Trump campaign is expecting to win, as we said, an avalanche...
We're gonna just watch the results as they come in and see what happens.
At Mar-a-Lago, and it seems they're gonna pack them in there, Aisha.
Hey guys, if you can't tell, there is a huge...
What was the last stream I did? The last one we did was the Iowa caucuses. That was in January. And I didn't do one since.
As the campaign expects up to 1,000...
Just because it's a lot of work to put on the stream. And for the smaller primaries, I didn't see the point in... because not very many... The two big ones that people pay attention to are Super Tuesday and then, of course, the November general election. So, and there's a fair bit of attention paid to the Iowa caucuses. So, I'll give that. But, other than that...
He certainly does not think that Nikki Haley has any sort of path forward here. He believes that
Go actually into YouTube and do this.
single state tonight. But whether or not he's going to ask to step down tonight...
Of course, everything's in a buffer slower because I'm using up a lot of bandwidth on my Wi-Fi to stream right now, but also is the camera focus good? And I guess what? I think I actually got the audio working this time. Can you imagine that? I actually figured it out. I sat here a full half hour before I went on the air, sorting out all the audio levels and everything, and I patched the microphone through to my camera. The microphone jack on my camera, so I don't get the echoing. So I think you hear it evenly between the desktop audio, what you're hearing in the background on my desktop or in my Google Chrome, and my microphone. So I think you're hearing it fine. Check 1, check 2. But I gotta retweet this real quick here. Out to the Twitter account, by the way. That's where we'll find any and all updates. That's where we'll be covering this. If you want to message me about anything that's happening tonight, or anything you've heard of, or there's some other big breaking news that just if there's any other big breaking news that just happens to happen tonight, you can let me know at Canadian Radio T1. You can tweet me there with my handle. Just put at Canadian Radio T1, or
she's pretty much represented.
You can message me as well. I'll check the message on my... Is it called DMs on Twitter? That's what people call it, DMs, right? Or is that just Instagram? I just call it Twitter messages. It's Twitter messages or X messages. You can message me on X, formerly Twitter. I still call it Twitter, but you can get a hold of me there about tonight.
turnout to vote in the way she
Let me
needs
just check this out.
It's a populist party, and right now it's Donald Trump's party.
Britt, what do you think happens?
Well, I'm interested in two things particularly. I'm interested in what Donald Trump will say tonight, and I'm interested tonight in what Joe Biden will say.
I'm gonna have to take a dinner break as usual between our coverage. I've done that before. I did that with Iowa Caucus. I took a little dinner break in between. That'll happen as well. But for now, let me check this out and we'll check the results right now. We'll also have some live coverage of the candidates as they make their speeches to their supporters on their base, like Trump and Nikki Haley. And Biden's not expected to make any speech tonight. He hasn't made. Don't anticipate hearing from Biden tonight because typically. Well, typically, I could be wrong, but I don't think the incumbent president.
And it shows that former President Trump, head-to-head, has a 15
Usually.
on President.
Head-to-head has a 15-point lead on President Biden. And if you look inside that poll, the approval ratings for the current president down to 29%. This is Iowa, a place that was getting purplish, and just in the Iowa caucuses did not look like this head-to-head. These polls are moving across the board.
Oh, but didn't you hear the president say today that all the polls show that he's fine and everything's going to be just great? And I jest a little bit because we saw the polls over the weekend, terrible for the president, and they're consistent. 6 months ago, the Washington Post ABC poll came out, and it had Trump, I think, 8 or 10 points ahead. And the pollsters themselves said, this can't possibly be true. This is an outlier. No, it was the canary in the coal mine. Because now, what has Biden gotten tonight, at the end of tonight, when President Trump is a presumptive nominee, and it won't be too big of a stretch to say that at the end of tonight. Biden got his man. He wants to take on President Trump. He says he wants to go for the jugular. He thinks that he knows President Trump's weak spots. But they can't have the staff deliver the blows. President Biden himself will have to show that he can actually throw a punch and land a punch. And I don't know if we've actually seen him being able to do that in the last several months.
Yeah, Harold, that may become the question after tonight. What does a head-to-head race between these two look like at this point?
So I think two things. First, the polling also shows that most Americans don't want a rematch. But we find ourselves thrust into, it looks as if we're going to get the finale or the final blow this evening. Two, I think the American people find it more and more difficult to withstand one another if they don't agree with one another because of the way the politics is litigated. If you listen to both sides, the hatefulness, the viciousness, there's always been a little undertow of that in politics. But the campaigns are organized around name-calling, organized around reminding people of the worst of people. So if you believe that during a campaign, your voters have every right to wonder why after the campaign, why would you try to go do political business with people who are so bad, who are so evil, who are so un-American? So I'll be doing what Britt said he was going to do at the outset. I want to hear him tonight. He showed me an ability, he being Donald Trump, to be magnanimous in Iowa. I haven't seen it since. It seems like he's gone in a different direction. Maybe he thinks that's what's going to help get Governor Haley out of the race and begin this consolidation. The most time I saw him be magnanimous was yesterday when the Supreme Court decided what they decided. He talked about uniting his party and presumably uniting the country. Let me be clear, I'm not for him as president, but I'm for my country. And if he's elected president, we've got to find a way for people to want to do business together again, politics and everything else. So I'll be looking most closely at that this evening.
Okay. We have a call to make here. The Fox News Decision desk can now project the first call of the night that President Biden will win Virginia's Democratic primary. No big surprise hidden in that one.
Not a big surprise. You know, there is, Laura, these different races on the Democratic side. We saw in Michigan the Democratic Party about their eventual nominee, President Biden, and whether he's going to be the nominee at the convention.
The question is whether the hatred of Trump is really enough to drive everyone they need to the polls. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but right now they clearly have a problem with the far left. The far left is very unhappy with what's happening in Gaza. They're trailing around AOC, all the video you guys showed on Special Report tonight. That's an uncomfortable moment for them. But the question is, are those people really going to stay home? they're not going to vote for Trump, but are they going to stay home? If they do, and this is a close race, and it might be, that could turn it for Joe Biden. They're certainly not going to vote for Trump, but they're bitterly angry because they think Biden's not left-wing enough. And I think that shows you the danger that they initially embarked upon by making this deal with the far left. Biden wasn't that way, and he became that way.
If you look at the overall polling, it suggests that Trump basically stands about where he did 4 years ago. He hasn't lost ground. Biden has lost ground. And in part it's because of what Laura's talking about. It's also, I think, in part because voters have had a taste of his governance, and they're mad at him about immigration. They're mad at him about inflation. They're disappointed in him in a multitude of ways that began with the pullout from Afghanistan, from which he has never really fully recovered. So he has a lot of ground to make up with the voters who were with him 4 years ago, and who, at the moment at least, do not appear to be with him now.
And the Israel-Gaza part of the State of the Union speech will be interesting to watch. Just because what he says about it, how he says, if progressives in that chamber react.
Yeah, will he go against the grain of many in his own party, not only on Israel, but also on Ukraine?
And he has yet to really articulate his argument and the Biden doctrine for why the country should go along with him on spending that additional money at this point.
Worth discussing, because when you think about it, we have all this vast panoply of programs to deal with all sorts of American issues. But what is job one of the federal government? Job one is national security and defense, foreign policy. It is the only institution we have to deal with that. The states don't do it. Private business doesn't do that. That's the federal government's chief job, and we now spend a fraction of what we did on defense during the Cold War. A fraction.
One other point, though, is in the cities where, you had Abbott and obviously DeSantis sending all these migrants to the cities. I think you're going to see some modest pullback from Democrats. Maybe, again, they won't turn out for Trump, but they might not vote for Biden. I think that was a brilliant move to spread the pain of the illegal immigration to the rest of the country. And I think that's going to have a big effect. It's the #1 issue in a lot of these states.
Trump said last night that he wanted to reach out to Democrat mayors. He said we have to fix the cities,
right?
And he wants to work with them. That's going to be interesting to watch.
He wants to do a rally here in New York. We're going to make another call. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that President Biden will win Vermont's Democratic primary. Something tells me this is a trend early on in the night, that the president is going to win these states easily, and we can make those calls. You can see on the bottom of the screen, we're going to have all the states that have the raw vote total coming in, and we'll put those up for you. And when we can make a call on the Republican side, we definitely will do that. We're just getting started on this Super Tuesday. We have a lot to go. We just started all of these countdowns. The next set of polls closing, a big lineup throughout the evening as the results come in. Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity on deck as our special coverage continues here on Fox News Channel. Next.
I know this might seem out of the blue, but I got Jesus here, and we were wondering if...
All right, I'm going to change your world. Yeah, I love to root for great. Ooh. You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right, you'll still argue with me. This is...
We're back.
6 million families who discovered a
I forgot to
way to move with Pods. Save up to 20% now for a limited
fixing
time.
the focus.
Across town or across the country.
The battery died on me and I was like talking for like 5-10 minutes there.
Support your brain health.
I think it's been how long's it been?
Eddie, no, Fraser, Frank. Frank? Brad, how are you?
Have I just
Fuel up to 7 brain health indicators, including your
hold on. Hold on. As I'm talking, I guess my camera died and I didn't realize it. Well, I guess I wasn't also looking at OBS, but we just got some breaking news in.
I'll win.
Looks like somebody needs a new hand.
Just got a call. We got a call to make here.
The buffet, guys.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product,
Hold on.
My Pillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my...
NBC News is projecting Mark Robinson wins North Carolina Republican primary for governor.
Get rid of it. Towels that
So I'll
actually...
retweet that.
What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let
So,
you know you can get our 6-piece...
That just in from
$69.98.
North Carolina. They project that he has won North Carolina primary for governor. A race for governor there. Let's see if we can get some local coverage from there.
Bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order
Make sure I got this muted.
absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep
There we go.
discounts on all.
WARL.
And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
It takes special dedication to care for our elderly,
How do
especially
you watch it live? Oh, here we go.
At Visiting
Here's how you watch live.
seniors remain independent and safe in their own home.
And give that special peace of mind, knowing that their loved ones have...
I did promise that we'd go around the country, go around the US and do a bunch of local affiliates and watch local coverage a little bit.
Come on and join our team. Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
A lot of people ask me, Kathy Lee, what are you doing these days? Well, I have a new farm I'm working.
Oh, I don't know what happened, but
I'm going strong. I'm doing the
but
things
they
I have to do, and now I can do it on my own schedule. But you know what?
they went away from the hold on.
Balance of nature. It's such
Little
a simple
fox.
concept, and it works beautifully.
Here we go.
You want to make a huge change in your life? Try Balance of Nature.
Live?
Get 35%
Are they live right now?
$10 off any additional sets as a preferred
Might be.
customer by using discount code BOO.
Do you need more space?
Oh yeah, usually these ones, some of the Fox affiliate websites are weird with the live streams. Like it shows that they're on live, but there's nothing, it's just like previously recorded newscast. Like it's not actually live. Like, I don't know who this is. Oh.
Fox News Audio on Sirius XM. America is listening. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win.
Oh, why am I on? No, I'm on the right one.
This was former Governor Nikki Haley's really best chance to win a state other than Vermont with significant delegates.
Is this the live coverage?
So with this, he goes on to this first win tonight. He is predicting there could be 15 wins.
Well, let's go back.
Former president is. As you look at the board, we'll see if that holds up. Speaking of the board,
Because maybe he'll make a victory speech or something, and it'll probably be covered more than likely on maybe the cable, maybe the major networks will cover it, like the cable news networks. But I don't think. Well, hold on here. Stuff flashing on my TV that I gotta exit out of. It's like a program reminder for NHL hockey, which is West Hockey, so I don't know why that gave me a reminder for that.
Okay, so that's impressive. Down here, let me just go pop in here a second. See if I can map right here. Rico County, okay, only 12% counted.
Oh, here.
That's an
Look.
impressive number there, about 60%. The reason I say
Watch
that
now.
is what Rubio did 8 years
We'll go
ago.
live.
Back to that moment. I want to show you what Trump's secret sauce is. In Virginia, you're going to likely see it.
Here we go. Here's CBS
You're
17.
going to see it in Tennessee, you're going to see it in Alabama, you're going to see it in Arkansas, all across the country tonight. And that is the rule. It's right down here along the border with North Carolina. Let me just go tapping around here, okay? Keep your eye on this.
Of course, there's ads.
You're almost 79% here. Hop on over to Halifax, you're at 89% there. I'll jump back over here, Brunswick County, 83%. Let me go down here toward the border with Kentucky and find out what we've got.
All right, you're at 87%, a little closer here, 94%. Wow, I mean, he's just running up the score, guys, 92.5%, and on it goes in the rules there in the state of Virginia, hence the reason why it's been called for Trump tonight. The Haley team thought, hey, if there's a chance we can win a state tonight, might be Vermont, it might be Virginia. Right now, Virginia.
Here we go, I found it.
Off the table. Let me just,
I think.
Oh, I got you. Let me see what's happening in Vermont. I haven't checked this in some time here.
ABC 11 and relay. I might Durham. Pronouncing that right?
Ways to go. We'll come back to come back to Vermont in a second. North Carolina, we're here with 74 delegates in North Carolina because the poll just closed in North Carolina about 7-8 minutes ago. What Haley's going to try and do, again, population centers, remember? All right, this is Raleigh, this is Wake County. It ranks population.
Check the chat here. We just got a call 2 minutes ago. We got a call to make. Just came in that Trump is projected to win North Carolina's GOP primary for the presidential primary race. We already got the call in for the governor's race there. It's interesting that they're not talking about it here. It's like they haven't made the call yet. Because I think NBC made the call. I don't know if any other networks have, so maybe that's why. Because this is an ABC affiliate. So they may have not have decided to make the call yet on the air on ABC 11 here. But, oh. Okay. Oh yeah, there's also different other races for like Senate and House and Attorney General and all that. For like different states. There's a bunch of different state elections going on, like municipal and like state elections. So, we already got that. Let's see here. Right. Started. So, we just got another call. So once again, Trump has won the North Carolina primaries, or the Super Tuesday. Let's see. I hate how you can only like see the top of my head when I'm looking down at the laptop screen. I have to be like back here for you to see me. I'm hearing myself. Am I monitoring my audio? I might have put the monitoring on by accident. Hopefully there's no echo. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on the affiliates, but for now let's go back to the map. So here's where it stands now. 267 delegates for Biden, 273 for Trump, 43 for Nikki Haley, so not too much of a difference. Trump still needs 1,215. Let's see what's been called so far. Also, there's some polls to close soon in Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas. That's the majority of the votes that we're going to get in tonight for Super Tuesday, I believe. So that's going to close at the top of the hour. We got a bunch of polls closing at the top of the hour. We're going to have a bunch of results flooding in. So keep an eye on that. Hopefully it doesn't happen while I go to eat dinner, but we'll see what happens.
Super Tuesday coverage continues here on Fox.
I think I messed up my gain here on the microphone. Hold on. Did I turn it down? I think I was a little bit quiet.
As an American movie star, But what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver
What?
screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his dream.
I never knew that.
Join me on a tour of
I never knew that Cenk Unger from the Young Turks was running in the Minnesota primary. Hold on, let me Google that.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows, the loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. We build these mortgage-free smart homes. You're a man of faith. Absolutely. St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good. Absolutely. We all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for everyone.
What to know about Democrat presidential candidates saying, oh, so what? You think I would have heard by that? I don't know, I've heard about that already. I don't know how that went under my radar. It was announced on ABC Post this January 11, 2024.
Sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedom.
That's funny. And no one's voting for him because he's got 0% right now. I only see him under Minnesota though. I don't see him under any of the other states. I just saw that now though. Interesting. I didn't know that he was running. Also, why do I keep leaving my headphones on? Okay. I guess it's different. The primary is different with every state for the Democrats because the Democrat is the incumbent party. It's more of like a Republican primary than anything. But there are some Democrats running. And so it seems to be different with, oh, he's under Oklahoma as well. In Oklahoma as well. You can vote for him. Minnesota, you can vote for him.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment.
Looks like that's it.
So you can reach today's financial goals and look forward to a more confident future. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected. So what do you think about these?
Interesting.
From design and products to removal and installation.
Oh, he's in Texas. In Texas, you can vote for him.
Call or visit Rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Men, want to reclaim your vitality? GF9. When it matters most, GF9. Where it matters most, GF9. Naturally increases HGH up to 682%. Feel fine with GF9.
Yeah.
Available at retail or online.
So just
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the Select Cut mower. Customize the cut with.
So just Minnesota, Oklahoma, and Texas is where you can vote for him, I guess. Those who don't know him, hold on. Those who don't watch the Young Turks.
Fred and Martha Anchor special coverage Thursday.
That's him. Oh, Bernie Sanders endorsement, but he retracted it.
Protection, the skyrocketing cost of auto repair. Other plans charge you $150 a month.
Yeah, because I forgot he's not endorsing. I don't think he's endorsing Biden, is he? Is Bernie endorsing Biden?
For a free quote, call now. When Sue's alternator died, Anthony's air ride suspension, an engine replacement for Mark.
Thanks, everything breaks.
He's from this show. The Young Turks. You ever seen that on YouTube? There's AOC. I never knew she was on the program. Let's see. In about 10 minutes time, the next polls close again, once again in Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, and Tennessee at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's in 10 minutes. That's where a majority of the results will flood in. But again, we'll be here all night covering, and all night covering the results and the victory speeches.
All-in-one easy-to-use app with unlimited range and support in over 150 countries. Tractive.
Let's see here.
Safe and healthy.
Trump's gonna so Trump will deliver remarks shortly, so we'll keep this up so we can monitor that. We'll bring you that live.
Very quickly, but a court shouldn't be doing that, and the Supreme Court saw that.
Former President Trump hailing a Supreme Court decision preventing Colorado and other states from kicking him off their
And again,
license. One of the many
it'll be interesting to see
with his White House campaign. Shanna Breen is in Washington with our lead.
In Colorado and Maine tonight. I expect Maine and Colorado to remain very blue. In fact, it could be 80 to 97% for Biden. In the Democrat side, in the Democrat primary. The Republican primary, I think Trump will win, but you'll have less of a percentage. There's still, Maine is an extremely blue state. So, but he's back on the ballot there. Trump is back on the ballot there because of the and in Colorado because of the Supreme Court decision made yesterday that the state cannot remove him from the ballot. So, it'll be interesting to see what the outcome is there.
And it may have given pause for some of these justices to say we need a little more delineation. But there's a very good chance, in my view, that they could end up sending the mandate.
And again, things aren't looking good for Biden tonight.
Most likely.
Based on how many
have to get through pretrial motions, but if it goes back in June,
delegates Trump has versus how much, I mean, it's narrow. It's weird. I guess in a way tonight almost gives you an idea of what November will be like.
to avoid trials before an election.
I think Trump could win November, but I think it'll be very narrow. Because I think it's still very divided right now. But I don't know. It's interesting because following the prior primaries, Trump has won all of them except for DC. That it makes it seem as though Trump is doing really good, and he is right now. So, but then you look at the Democrat side of things and the percentage of votes Biden's getting in these states. He's doing not bad either. He's getting 80-90% in some states, but I mean he's really the only top candidate on the Democrat side that's running. But the other candidates,
non-violent Weisselberg, who he is now prosecuted twice.
they're not. I feel like they're not known enough, or they're not.
So, jury selection starts beginning on the 20th.
I mean, it's interesting because people want a third option. Well, there's your third option. You got Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson, Nikki Haley. You know, you think if they want a third option, they'd vote for them, but at the same time,
Is that even a hung jury
Nikki Haley is a tad bit of a globalist, and so I see why people would vote for Trump over her. So it'll be interesting to see how that outcomes. But I think Trump is going to. I think we'll see a rematch between Trump and Biden in November. More than likely, but
the question is, at what point does a modicum of restraint kick in on any of this? But I think that the Bragg prosecution is the most flawed and questionable of all the cases.
I don't know. Biden's not doing
Be surprised if it could withstand
bad in terms of percentages and stuff. Like in North Carolina, he's got 91%, but that's only in a few select states. You look at all the other states, and Trump's seems to be not any of the ones that are on right now because we haven't got any results in. But
Super Tuesday continues. We'll be right back.
trying to say here.
Demand for energy is growing, and so is the need for American oil and natural gas. It's time to turn the lights on.
Oh, this just in.
Resources are abundant.
Trump won the Commonwealth of Virginia.
More energy sources to secure our future. 9 in 10 Americans agree. American oil and natural gas are vital to our economy. Lights on.
Oh, and Biden won Vermont 14 minutes ago. Biden didn't we? No, we did that already. It's interesting was that only 14 minutes ago? Or was NBC late to that one?
The bodies were so
Okay.
they had to refrigerated trucks to store them. She never took us twice for 3 years on every people killed.
I'm yawning already, and you haven't even. We're not even an hour in yet, are we? Almost an hour in.
Street is so much more than names and dates. It's the story.
It's 57 minutes.
And now, story that made your name mean something. A story you're still writing. So discover your heritage, preserve your traditions, represent all that makes
Oh, am I only streaming in 360p? Why am I only streaming in 360p?
At Kubota Orange Days, it's the year
That's weird.
selection of Kubota tractors,
What the hell?
and utility vehicles, including the #1 selling compact tractor in the USA. Plus the year's best deals, like 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,300 off select compact tractors. Orange goes all day. Sales ending soon. Visit your local dealer today. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Hold on, let me
At first, just looking at the house was hard.
see if I can fix the video quality. I don't think I can while I'm streaming, can I? We'll see though.
Find the tools to live life better.
Through generous community support, we've connected warriors and their families with no-cost physical.
Please turn off any outputs to change video settings. Yeah, I can't change the
For 20 years. And we're just getting started.
video settings. It says it's 10.
We're traveling all across America talking to people about their arts. How's the heart? I'm doing good. How do you know? Let me show you something. It looks like a credit card, but it is the Cardia Mobile Card.
With Cardia Mobile Card, you can take a medical grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardia Mobile Card is proven to detect atrial fibrillation.
Oh, am I running I probably shouldn't be running the ads with the copyright.
Has never been easier. Don't wait. Get Cardia Mobile Card for just
Oh no, I'm in 720. That should be good enough.
I'm Maggie. I've been training for a race that I have. It's the longest endurance race that I've done in my life. I started thinking about nature.
Okay.
It's really important to take care of our health, just so we can really be.
I'm at 720.
I have a very strict diet, and balance in nature.
Monitoring myself. Okay, I have been in 720. I don't know what the issue was.
Get 35% off plus $10 off any additional sets as a preferred customer by using discount code.
I guess just on the website here where you monitor it, it says it's only 360p.
Trivago does all the work and instantly compare prices from hundreds of booking sites. Compare prices for the same hotel. Save up to $30 off. Hotel, Trivago.
Apologize also if you hear like yelling in the background. I think my dad's watching the hockey game right now. And my door's not completely soundproof when I'm streaming in here. So I apologize for that. We'll
News alerts, the Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win North Carolina in the Republican primary tonight. So another big win, and so far all the states that we have been able to call have gone for former President Trump.
Remember, 1,215 delegates is what he will need. If he wins the table tonight, he will come just short.
these streams are very slow going
We'll see how it all goes.
because not many people know about my second channel. So, but I keep it going anyways, and we'll see what kind of attention we garner out. I'm not like seeking as many viewers as possible, but I just do it for fun because it's fun. I like to stream and talk about politics and stuff, but average view duration was 13 minutes 22 seconds. So whoever was viewing tuned out.
Oklahoma and Tennessee. Former President
I don't blame them because I'm not very interesting. I keep having
earlier this evening. Bill Hemmer's at the board. You're looking at Vermont. You say
I think I talked too long. I showed the polls enough, or the results enough.
We're going to find the drama. There is a story in Vermont. I find it very interesting. Too early to call. You got 15% of the vote recorded. Okay. Donald Trump's at 50.3%. Why is that important? Because at stake are 17 delegates, but our rule book will tell us this. It's majority take all, which means you need 50% plus one. So if it's...
Oh, they just called Vermont for... Oh no, it still says too early to call.
She was above that 50% number. It dropped down about 7 or 8 minutes ago. So if you don't get the majority, then it goes by proportion. If you're at a minimum of 20%.
Hold on, let me move.
Now, Brett, do not ask me to do this for every state, okay? Because I'm going to need an
Myself up here.
I'm going to need a calculator, and I'm going to need AI.
There we go. You can see the coverage a bit better now.
North Carolina, we called this race now, okay? Look, the number numbers aren't big, but we called a rate of 3% reporting. The reason you do that is because you've been in the field and you know what the voters are thinking.
You should also get coverage from the other big networks, not just the cable news channels, because what I mean is the broadcast networks, because usually they have like an hour. I think they have an hour time block this year. For an hour time slot this year for the results. So it's like a little hour-long results special program on all the major networks. So we'll keep an eye on that. The way I do that is actually to get like live streams of major broadcast networks like 24/7, and not just like the local affiliate news. Because when you look it up, you usually just get the local affiliate news. There's a website called Puffer, puffer.stanford.edu/player, and all you have to do is sign in. You literally don't even have to like register an account. You can just sign in with any email and a password, and it lets you in, I guess, because that's what happened with me. And you get CBS Plus, which is like a streaming thing. I don't know what that is, but KPIX, you get NBC, KNTV. So we got Bay Area here. We can watch that coverage. We got ABC7, KTVU, San Francisco. We got PBS, and we got Univision, which is the Spanish broadcasting network there in the US. And then of course PBS usually carries BBC News America around this time.
You're back at 51.0%.
And they're covering Super Tuesday right now as well. So we can we can keep up to, we'll keep this up so we can go between all the other network coverage. We'll go here. This is where we were. We have some.
So I won't be making any more predictions.
Just listening to.
With Dana's permission, I'd like to make an analogy. Donald Trump is like political helium. He keeps rising and rising and rising. But he's also combustible. And everyone's worried about when's he going to pop. Is it going to be sabotage, prosecutors, his big mouth? But so far, he's risen above DeSantis, Haley, and he's been beating the pants off of Biden in the polls since Halloween. And there's a few reasons. One is because American people don't like dirty cops. And Joe Biden's gang of lawyers jumped. Several voters were 6-on-1. They're kicking them, hitting them with raids, fines, mug shots. And Americans don't like that. They want to see a fair fight. We can sense that kind of injustice. And the American people have been impressed with how Donald Trump not only held his own, but has given it right back to him. So his strength has been impressive. Number two, Donald Trump is running against Joe Biden, the oldest, probably the most unpopular president that we've ever seen. And he needs to get it together. And that's not a book club, although you can pre-order it on Amazon.
Okay. Turn my other audio back up now. I was having issues before because it was like this stream here is on these the live feeds from Puffer. The audio is kind of low. I don't know why. This one's a bit better.
Immigration's been dominant. You have Biden migrants now murdering American women. The stench of his son is wafting.
Oh yeah, we should get that too. We can look at the top issues that voters are voting based on. I know the top issue right now is immigration and the border. Second would probably be the economy. And it's interesting with Roe v. with the Roe v. Wade being turned over. What was that? A year or two ago now? You think that'd be another top issue, right? Well, no, because turns out most people in the U.S. actually are pro-life and they don't want to be killing unborn babies. So there's that too. I kind of thought there'd be a lot of Democrats that would make abortion the top issue, but surprisingly it's not. So it's good to see that people are realizing that the border is the top issue right now and realizing what issues need to be focused on. Because abortion isn't one really. The main issues are the border with fentanyl coming over and all the immigration and everything.
It's too expensive, it's too dangerous.
that's a top issue I think a lot of people are voting based on. I just thought of that because I was listening to Jesse Waters with the headphones on, and he was talking about that. We'll keep these feeds up as well. Oh yeah, sometimes it does this. Your connection has been closed after time. If I'm not on the page the whole time, it'll time me out.
Is not constantly having to defend Trump controversies. And that's unifying the party, and if they can stay unified, I think they have a good shot at winning the White House.
You know, Jesse, you spent a lot of time talking about the president.
Yeah, I can do this. Like, I'll put this in the comment section, and then I'll just put
with independents on the border, on crime, on the economy. And we heard from Michelle Obama's staff today that she officially is not running for president. She's supporting President Biden. You've said maybe there's another shoe to drop in the Democratic Party.
She's not running for president. I'm so glad you asked me that question, Brett. And I'm not just saying that to titillate the audience. She's not saying she wouldn't agree to be drafted at the convention in Chicago. I would not want to go anywhere near the White House. Have a great life.
Here we go. I just posted that.
And I'm not just saying that to titillate the audience.
Then if you want to go watch the Fox feed, you just go to foxnews.com, and if you have to have a cable provider or whatever, if you log in with your cable or TV, not internet, but cable or TV provider, you should be able to get it. As long as your cable provider that you are with carries Fox News channel, you should be able to get into the coverage, live coverage. Same with, I think, MSNBC and CNN. You can just go on the website, and I think it's already live. But the MSNBC and all the other major networks, if you go to their website, if you go to like the NBC website or MSNBC website to watch live network coverage, usually what happens is you have to choose from an American provider. Because I'm in Canada, I can't. So I use Fox News Channel because it lets you use a Canadian provider, cable provider. So that's why people. What am I trying to even? That's why I usually settle on the Fox News coverage, and then I just use Puffer for the other network feeds, and of course it timed me out again. I'll be right back. I'm gonna. Oh, there we go. I'll be right back in a minute. I'll go to the kitchen real quick and check on dinner and get stuff ready for that, and then I'll come back in. I'll take my phone so I can monitor the results. I'll be back in a minute.
Probably better for the Democratic Party to lose with Joe Biden than to switch things out in a chaotic
I'll leave this on in the background.
First black female vice president. And install
I'll be back in a minute.
That could get licked by Trump himself when he could just keep his powder dry for 4 years and run in an open primary.
Jesse, we appreciate the commentary and the use of the 8 o'clock hour.
It's my gift to you, Brett. Don't abuse it.
All right, final predictions for tonight. Is former President Trump going to rack up all these states, 15 in a row, and when do you think he mathematically clinches the nomination?
Well, that would go against the Brit Hume advice, so I'm just going to zip my mouth and say good luck.
All right, sir. Good luck on the playground. I mean, that's a big deal. I'll pitch in.
Thank you very much. We need all the help we can get. Thank you, guys.
Well, listen, we've got some calls. First of all, the President Biden is going to win in Alabama, but we can now project that former President Trump will win the Alabama Republican primary.
And the Fox News Decision Desk can also project that President Biden will win. Oh, he's also going to win Alabama.
He is.
Did we mention that?
Yeah.
Twice he's going to win Alabama. We can also project that former President Trump will win Tennessee's Republican contest tonight as well.
We're getting there. There it is. Alabama, 82%. It's early on, but we'll call that. The Fox News Decision Desk, again, will say that former President Trump can win Tennessee, and President Biden, you know what? They're winning a lot of different states. Tennessee, there you go. And then President Biden with Alabama. We're going down, ticking it one by one. But there are no surprises here in either of these calls, Alabama, Tennessee, Biden, and Trump. And what's setting up is a general election battle that we expect to see. We're adding a new panel, though.
Yeah, it's just like magic. We have swapped out our panel, and we have some big stars and wonderful brains to speak with you. Larry Kudlow is here, Kellyanne Conway, Jessica Tarlov, and Trey Gowdy. Great to have all of you with us this evening. You know, Larry, let me start with you, if I may. When you look at this situation across the country, right? This Laken Riley, young woman, lost her life in Georgia. There's a bill that is being moved through the House to work to make the country safer, essentially, from the infusion of violent criminals who are carrying out the crimes like the one that was against her. How powerful do you think that story is for people as they look forward to this election?
I think it's an explosive story. I mean, I think the larger issue is an explosive issue and may become the most important issue, the border, ahead of the economy and inflation. Very good chance of that. I think at this particular moment in time, it could well be. I mean, it's showing up in some of the polls. I think the death of this beautiful young woman is an equally explosive issue and an infuriating issue, and one that has made many Americans angry who don't understand why, even at this point, nothing is done to close the border, okay? And I want to make a point. I mean, we've done the research on this. There are several congressional laws signed by prior presidents.
We're back. This microphone, I swear, sometimes you don't know, like, the mute button on this is weird. Sometimes you press it and it doesn't mute, and sometimes you press it to unmute and then it mutes, and you're talking and you realize, oh, it's muted and you can't hear me. But I think I'm good now.
In the light of what
this button,
to this beautiful woman, and
when you press
others also, is to me baffling, infuriating.
When you press it again, it's a solid red light. It means it's on.
Become the number one issue.
Well, you probably got a bunch of noise there because it was rattling. But
a very good record on this.
Sometimes it does that. Oh, I just realized what I did is I pressed it. I muted the mic while I was explaining. So you couldn't hear me, but anyways.
Trump has had as good a 3 or 4 day period as it has in a long time, beginning with 4 consecutive polls from very different outlets.
I just lost my, oh, there we go. I thought I lost my cursor for a second. I was like, what's going on? Checking the polls. I'm gonna leave again shortly to have dinner. But, okay, so here's where we stand right now. Biden with 495 delegates, Trump 375, and Nikki Haley with 43. I guess people are still voting for Ron and Vivek by name, even though they're dropped out. They can still vote by name, which I don't at the point because they're dropped out anyways.
Then today he's going to have a sweep of Super Tuesday. I think Trump looks unflappable.
But here's where some of the votes. Here's where we're standing right now in North. Right now we're waiting on, one of them we're waiting on is Texas. We're waiting on a bunch of polls that just closed. Top of the hour, which I actually forgot to mention that. The next polls that close are at 3:30 p.m. Eastern in Arkansas. So that's not too long from now.
Who are they? What are they doing?
He does have the Spotlight Thursday for the State of the Union address.
For American
Do you
voters
think
who
the
live thousands of
warning
miles away
bells
from the southern
are
border,
loud and
for the
clear for
economy, for
Democrats and in the
fairness,
Biden
for
campaign
sovereignty,
about what Kellyanne
and for
talking
Is
about here?
Fox News not updating the page here? Because Biden saw 267 here, and then NBC says he has 495. CBS is saying they're saying the same thing. I gotta get my own. Like you can get. Maybe I should look up a different website with a better map. Maybe I can get make up my own graphics and stuff. There's good websites that you can. Let me find one. So I have to go because there's so many ads on these.
Staying in the race, not only does he say no, I never considered getting out, he says, point blank, I'm the only one that's beaten him, and I'll be the one to do it again. And that gets what Democrats want to hear from him. But having been now with two very fine people for a few primaries and a caucus, I really hope that the Biden campaign is looking at the results, especially the exits on the Republican side, as a roadmap for what the campaign has to look like. election is very different from the election.
A few primaries.
Hold on here.
Like in the 90s, when you brought together moderate Republicans and independents and liberals. It doesn't have to be a concern about lefty progressives. I don't believe I could echo Greg when say that the hostages are returned out of Gaza and we don't even have to think about what's going on in Israel like we do right now. But I'm not that worried about far lefties. Maybe a few sit it out, but they're not going to switch over.
Just a minute.
For everyone's sake, that the hostages are returned out of Gaza, and we don't even have to think about what's going on in Israel like we do right now. But I'm not that worried about far lefties. There, maybe a few sit it out, but they're not going to switch over for Donald Trump. I'm concerned about Nikki Haley's voters. So you look at the exits for GOP voters tonight who won't guarantee their vote for the nominee.
All right, we're going to continue to keep an eye on the results as they roll in because the polls closed a bunch of polls just closed about 18 minutes ago. I'll leave you with the Fox News feed here, and you can see as the results come in. But we will keep an eye on. I'll keep an eye on the polls while I'm eating dinner. I'm gonna go eat dinner right now, and I'll put out updates on my Twitter again. You can tweet me out at Canadian Radio T1 on Twitter, or message me on Twitter or at X, formerly Twitter, and I'll get back to you, or I'll retweet if you hear of any other breaking news happening tonight or any other calls. Tweet me so I can see it, and then I'll retweet it and
arrangement with
put it up there, and then I'll keep an eye on the polls. Right now I'm going to eat. We'll be back shortly.
How do you see this playing out?
For now, here is the Fox News feed. Hold on, let me remove my camera feed, and I'm going to shut it off to reserve the battery.
The president would have with her. I mean, the talk has been pretty vitriolic, even by political standards. I mean, comments about dresses and your supporters need not apply. When you called Alabama, Brett, the first thing I thought of all the things in the world to think about, was Jeff Sessions. So if your first major cabinet position, you would tell us, you would admit you botched. So if we are moving to the general election, to your point, what do we do to get people who are apprehensive about President Trump to come home? So, when you're winning, act like you're winning. Tell jokes. Don't comment on what people have on. Don't call people bird brain. The other thing I would do is say, look, you're worried about chaos? Don't worry about chaos with my second term. This is what my cabinet would look like. If I'm President Trump, I am magnanimous, like he was when the Supreme Court unanimously ruled his way. He said, look, use the ballot, not ballot bans. Use the people, not prosecutors. That was a conciliatory general election speech. If he can keep doing that, I think he's got a real shot.
Today on Fox News, we need to unify the party. And among independents, Biden is seen as unifying the country. 20% mostly succeeded, 75% mostly failed. It's Trump saying this morning on Fox News. Nick, I hope that we can unify the party.
Can I just look at the New York Times Siena poll, okay? Of those who voted in 2020 for Trump, 97% intend to support him this year. 97%. What's left over there is what, I don't know, the Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, John McCain, may he rest his soul in peace kind of thing. When you look at the Democratic side of those voted for Joe Biden in 2020, only 83% intend to vote for him, according to the Times Siena poll. So I would suggest that Mr. Biden has a bigger problem unifying his party than Mr. Trump does. And as Trump goes into this working class coalition, which is African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, even women, even young people now, I think he's the one that's encroaching into Democratic territory.
10% of that Biden vote said they want to support Trump.
Yes.
10% of them.
Well, we're going to make some calls. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the Oklahoma Republican primary.
And the Fox News decision desk projects that President Biden will win the Oklahoma Democratic primary.
There we go. And also, President Biden wins Maine. This is a theme here. We're just going to keep turning. President Biden wins Massachusetts.
And we are counting down to a new set of poll closings that are coming up, including several states hit hard by the migrant crisis, how that issue could impact the vote. Sean Hannity on that and more as our special coverage continues.
I'm Patriotic Kenny.
And hi, I'm Amanda.
Captain Bautista says you people are the best. Now's the time to prove it.
We are MPU and we're gonna find this missing person.
Just give me something to believe in.
Full team to Washington Square, go!
We don't believe in knocking, do you? It's way cooler.
We focus on getting the job done.
We'll get them. We always do, right? Alert season premiere tonight on Fox.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Will Kane is Turning Heads.
I get that a lot.
A podcast with big names, big topics, and one unique perspective.
You just can't make this up, man.
Streaming live on FoxNews.com or anytime at WillKaneShow.com. The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
Is this the start of a dynasty? Cup Series champion. A redemption tour.
Ready to go to work.
Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? Any questions?
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness.
You're out. First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Griselda was an enigma.
There was another ruthless, brutal drug lord leaving a bloody trail of death in her wake.
She never showed the slightest bit of remorse on having people killed.
The Cocaine Godmother, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Skip is back. He's got a Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Get loud and ready. This is a Big East tournament, folks. Bring the hammer. It's time to settle the score. This is what it's all about. What a game. A champion will be crowned. You know the crowd is ready.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 16th on Fox and FS1.
We have high standards at St Gilbert's, and we expect every new pupil to uphold them.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these.
This place is mad extra.
We are back. The Next Level Chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut?
We need the best.
On the most competitive season yet.
This is not next level.
All new Next Level Chef, Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
What do we got?
Order. A lot of cats.
How many cats?
I don't know, man, like 400?
What do ladies want to watch?
Why are there pool noodles on the go?
It's a 100-year-old tortoise born in the 1920s. This guy was probably pretty racist back then.
Let's get these trash pandas in the truck, everyone.
They get him through the AC duct and hit the bar.
All these guys 21?
The Animal Control season premiere this Wednesday on Fox.
We are definitely in the beginning of blizzard conditions.
Bone-chilling cold to sketchy snow.
And the winds have whipped.
When winter storms strike,
This Arctic blast now threatening the Northeast.
there's only one team you can count on.
We're expecting multiple days of snow.
When it's cold outside,
Big snow developing across the four corners.
Fox Weather turns up the heat.
What a storm.
Fox Weather is Winter Storm HQ.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's gonna be interesting. Let's go. I love to root for great. Yeah. I want to watch history. Ooh. You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters. Truth hurts sometimes. I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
Not yet, Governor. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will be the Republican candidate Mark Meredith following this story and others in Raleigh, North Carolina. Mark?
Brett, your old stopping grounds here in Raleigh, and we are about to see the kickoff of what is likely to be the most consequential governor's race this cycle. And as you and Martha were just talking about, we now know who's going to be leading on the Democratic and Republican tickets. Let's start with the Republicans. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson was the person that Trump endorsed in this race. Trump just backed him over the weekend, and Robinson was already considered the favorite going into today. But this is a candidate is still a relatively newcomer to the state political scene. He's only popped up within the last 5 years or so, and already we're seeing the Democrats trying to label him as an extremist based off some of his comments that he's made in the past about gay rights as well as abortion. Democrats also very eager to make abortion a big issue in the state. As you mentioned, the Attorney General is going to campaign on that, Brett and Martha. Now we'll see between now and November. Guys, back to you.
Mark, thank you. It is the top issue when voters are asked about their biggest concerns right now, immigration. And the polls are about to close at ground zero for the border crisis. Texas, a state with a huge delegate haul. Rich Edson is reporting live at the border in Laredo, Texas. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good evening, Brett. Well, the Texas primary is tonight, but what's going on behind me at the Rio Grande River at the border has national political consequences. That's because you had historic highs of border crossings under the Biden administration, and with that, you've now had immigration and border issues ranking among the top concerns among American voters in a series of polls. Republicans and former President Trump say President Biden should reverse his executive orders upending Trump border policies. Biden says he needs Congress to act, and Trump is preventing Republicans from compromising to help his election chances. Trump's Republican challenger, Nikki Haley, has also ripped the former president for opposing that bipartisan Senate deal on the border. Both Trump and Biden visited the border last week, both on the same day. Democrats are also trying to unseat Republican incumbent Ted Cruz. About 10 Democrats are running in the primary here. Some of the polls have already closed. They are also a little bit open on the western end of the state, closing soon there. Biggest delegate haul among any state here for Texas. Only California has more delegates to offer. Brett?
Rich Edson live in Laredo. Rich, thanks.
So a lot of discussion, obviously, tonight about Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, the Republican nomination. We see how strong the former president is, obviously, tonight. And then there will be a lot of questions about what happens next for Nikki Haley. She's not going to speak tonight. But Kellyanne, your thoughts on what takes shape when this nomination is wrapped up? Look into your crystal ball a little bit. What do you think?
Well, Nikki Haley ran as a Republican for president, so I would hope that she is willing to step up and attack Joe Biden with the sort of alacrity and viciousness that she's been attacking Donald Trump of late. I know it can happen. And I'm fairly confident that he can bring her back in because he did this in 2016, Trey, to your point. You have to bring everybody back. Rick Perry, Ben Carson ran against him for the nomination. He put them in the cabinet. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Scott Walker, Chris Christie, certainly. Marco Rubio, all ran against him. We're all allies of ours, really on the daily, policy-wise, and in the case of Governor Christie, a very close personal friend of the Trumps all that time. I'm really vexed and perplexed by what's happened with Nikki Haley because she's a close personal friend of Jared and Ivanka's. They posted pictures publicly of visiting her in Kiowa Island in the summer of 2021 with their children. There were people in the White House trying to kick Mike Pence off the ticket as vice president in 2020, a foolish idea that Donald Trump never supported, but there were those trying to do that to replace Mike Pence with Nikki Haley. So I don't want people to be fooled that Nikki Haley and Donald Trump were at odds or weren't allies before all this happened. I think one important thing to note for Nikki Haley, who did have a big event sponsored by Charlie Kushner, Jared's father, at his beach house for her, and where he announced she'll be the first female president of the United States. I think he meant sometime down the road, I'm sure. But when I look at Nikki, the more she's attacked Trump personally, the more her unfavorables have climbed. She's somebody who was seen as middle-of-the-road unifier. Women are often seen as consensus builders, great negotiators, generally interested in what the other side thinks and how to come to a deal. And I feel like the Nikki I know has been going in the opposite direction. So I'm hoping very soon she'll come back. I'd love to see her at Mar-a-Lago talking to President Trump, figure out a way to bring some of those voters back in the fold. But if you're a close personal friend of the First Order and her husband, I would think that you're not too far afield from coming back into the Trump orbit.
And for the former president, you both worked with him. Is he in that mindset, do you think? Bring her back in?
Look, he could be, and I think he will be. He's a very smart guy. He's a very good negotiator. He understands how important it is to unify the party and then some, because he's going to edge into the Democratic Party. But the mistake that Nikki Haley is making, besides the ones that Kellyanne mentioned, she's actually out there blaming the Republican Party. She's now running against the Republican Party. The Republican Party is Donald Trump's party. As I said earlier, it's not the party of college professors and elites and Silicon Valley billionaires. It's the party of working folks. And he's building this broad-based coalition around that theme. And they want to have a better economy, they want to have safer streets, and they want to have a safer border and restore America overseas. She can't just run against the entire Republican Party and then hope to be welcomed back into the fold. That's a mistake she's made in the last 4, 5, 6 weeks. Now, can that be patched up? Of course it can. I'm old enough, or I'm of a certain age, to remember that John F. Kennedy got it back with Lyndon Baines Johnson, and I've seen even weirder things in the Republican. I used to be a Democrat, by the way. I've seen even weirder things in the Republican Party.
Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush as well.
That's
our Fox Decision Desk getting ready to make some new race calls as the Super Tuesday polls close. Our special coverage continues. Live from New York. Next.
There's some things that work better together.
Like your workplace.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Will Kane is Turning Heads.
I get that a lot.
A podcast with big names, big topics, and one unique perspective.
You just can't make this up, man.
Streaming live on FoxNews.com or anytime at WillKaneShow.com.
What do we got? Order. A lot of cats. How many cats? I don't know, man. Like 400? What do you ladies want to watch?
Why are there pool noodles on the go?
It's a 100-year-old tortoise born in the 1920s. This guy was probably pretty racist back then.
Let's get these trash pandas in the truck, everyone.
They get in through the AC duct and hit the bar.
All these guys 21?
The Animal Control season premiere this Wednesday on Fox.
The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
Captain Bautista says you people are the best.
No!
Now's the time to prove it.
We are MPU and we're gonna find this missing person.
Just give me something to believe in.
Full team to Washington Square, go!
You don't believe in knocking, do you? It's way cooler.
We focus on getting the job done.
We'll get them. We always do, right? Alert season premiere tonight on Fox.
We have high standards at St. Gilbert's, and we expect every new pupil to uphold them.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these.
This place is mad extra.
We are back. The Next Level Chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut?
We need the best.
On the most competitive season yet.
This is not next level.
All new Next Level Chef, Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Is this the start of a dynasty?
Ryan Blaney is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
A redemption tour?
Ready to go to work.
Is this the face of a ruthless competitor or a villain?
I'd be your favorite driver.
Is it time for a breakthrough?
Let's go!
To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the above, and it's about to go down. Any questions?
Skip is back. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
This is a Big East tournament, folks.
A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready.
Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 16th on Fox and FS1.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's gonna be interesting. Let's go. I love to root for great. Yeah. I want to watch history. Ooh. You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters. Truth hurts sometimes. I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness.
You're out. First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
We are definitely in the beginning of blizzard conditions.
Bone-chilling cold to sketchy snow.
And the winds have whipped.
When winter storms strike,
this Arctic blast now threatening the Northeast.
there's only one team you can count on.
We're expecting multiple days of snow.
When it's cold outside,
big snow developing across the four corners.
Fox Weather turns up the heat.
What a storm.
Fox Weather is Winter Storm HQ.
Griselda was an enigma.
There was another ruthless, brutal drug lord leaving a bloody trail of death in her wake.
She never showed the slightest bit of remorse on having people killed.
The Cocaine Godmother, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Suburban areas as expected. The former president dominating rurally. Haley actually has a chance to win her first state of the primaries here. She did win the District of Columbia over the weekend. Let's head over to Bill Hemmer at the board. This is a barn burner in Vermont.
And indeed it is. Yeah, with a capital B at the moment. Remember we did the keys to this race right now with the 17 delegates up in the right-hand corner. If you get majority take all, so if you get to 50% plus one, you get all 17 delegates. The last time we checked in on this, Donald Trump had a slight lead, but look what Nikki Haley is doing now. It's about 134 votes, margin of difference 0.6% right now in the state of Vermont. You scan the country tonight, right, on the Super Tuesday. A lot of people thought Nikki Haley had a chance in Virginia. That has not happened. A lot of other people thought she had a chance in Vermont. It's possible right now, if she hangs on to this slight edge right here, that she would get some delegates and also get a state victory. So as we come out here, this is everything we're doing on Super Tuesday, and it might be Vermont, might be her best chance to win a state during this primary season. So stand by, more coming up on that.
Definitely, and we're tracking the delegates as well. Let's bring in Karl Rove now. Karl, Super Tuesday, you've been through a lot of them. What are your thoughts on this one?
Strong night for Donald Trump. We've got the big enchiladas yet to come in the form of Texas and California. But I wouldn't be surprised if, given what he's doing in the rest of the country, he didn't take California, where if you get 50% plus one, you take all of the delegates. So a very good night for him. And it's in all likelihood his campaign's projection that they're going to win a majority of the delegates by either the
in these states, a third of the vote in Virginia, 43% of the vote in Massachusetts.
Right, we're back. And just as I'm back on here, we got some results in. Just finishing there. Actually, I thought it was going to be longer than that. It wasn't. Oh, what did I just actually
a quarter of the vote in North Carolina.
You just got a call in, 2 calls in as I've come on the air just now, that Donald Trump has won the Arkansas Republican primary. NBC News is projecting. They're also projecting that Biden will win the Arkansas Democratic primary. So let's get a look at the map here. Updates here. Here's where the poll numbers are sitting at right now for each of the states that we're waiting for results in that closed at the top of the hour. Also, Arkansas just closed about 10 minutes ago. I think the polls just closed there. If I remember correctly, they were supposed to close at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, so that was 10 minutes ago.
In New Hampshire, and he said, well, you know what, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad for the endorsement.
Apologize if I'm sniffling a lot now. I ate some tacos that were really spicy. So I might be like sniffling a lot. But next polls to close will be at 9 p.m. Eastern in Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas.
he needs to do.
So we're waiting for the
giving a nice speech. I mean,
Central Time Zone and
in
the
terms of where
Pacific
he
Time
goes
Zone, the
and
West
who he
Coast
says he will work
right
with.
now.
How does that look?
But we're still waiting on the polls that close at the top of the hour. So we got so far. Let's go through these. Trump, just before I left, just not too long after I left, was projected to win the Alabama primaries. I believe that was just after Biden won Massachusetts and Maine, which is not a surprise. I said earlier that he would win it with like 97%, and he had 92% when I checked because I had Fox News on in the background while I was in the kitchen, and I turned around and looked and I saw that he had 92%. So, like I said, he was either going to get like 80-some or 90-some%, so he did. So I knew for sure he was going to win there. And none of the Republican nominees there yet, but we're waiting on, I think we're still waiting on that on the Republican side there. But for now, yeah, Alabama, Trump's got 65%, and Nikki Haley's only 28%. And let's see here, what other states are we waiting on? We're waiting on. Let's see what else is in. We got Iowa in, so 90% for Biden there. Massachusetts, like I said, so we got 70% of the vote there. Interesting, the no preference, got 20% of the vote in Massachusetts is an interesting note there. Also, is my lighting, maybe I should bring out my other light so you can see me a bit better. Yeah, I think I will. I'll go grab another light because it's a little bit dark, but I mean, I guess it's not bad. Here's the main primary, that's what I meant when I said that, so 92%. Dean Phillips was 7%. Maine, so it looks like Trump was going to win in Maine as well, because again, he was on the ballot there. So it's been interesting if it didn't go to the Supreme Court and they didn't rule in his favor, and he remained off the ballot there. But that 71% that voted for him, would they just sit out on this, or would they vote uncommitted, or how would they vote? You know. So Trump's got 72% there. Minnesota's not in yet. Waiting on that. North Carolina, we went over that earlier. Still sniffling. Oklahoma primary. Oh. Hold on, I'm just getting something on TV here, Fox News. He just called Arkansas for Biden. He had 92% there as well. I just got that. Just saw that on TV. And that was just called now.
So we are just a short time away now from our next
Oklahoma. We went over that. Trump got 82% there. Tennessee, Biden's got 96%, 27%. He's at 96%. In Tennessee, 96% of Democrats voted for him.
Fishing and other outdoor experiences. American technology has been
so Donald Trump will take it there as well. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if those. I don't know if Tennessee is it been officially called yet. It looks like it is because it's highlighted. Texas, we're still waiting on Texas. Looks like Trump will take Texas on the Republican side and Biden will take it on the Democrat side. But we're still waiting for the call to be made, the official call to be made. But I wouldn't be surprised if they make the call on Texas any minute now or right away here. I'm looking at, they're showing a live shot from Beverly Hills, California, where they're voting there. Let me see if I can bring that up. I'll mute this. Sorry about that. I didn't know they had commercials running. Hills. Let's see.
In Hong Kong, we've been tortured. In Atlanta, we were tied to a chair and bloodied. In print and online, we have the courage to
well, that's not what I want. I don't want Real Housewives. Let's go Los Angeles. see if they're showing a feed of that right now. Check the stream.
Prepare for today's longer retirement.
Hi, Mom.
That's the value of ownership.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood
live TV.
New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 days for teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
I think the 6 o'clock news would be on right away there, because it's almost the top of the hour. The top of the hour would be 6 o'clock Pacific time, as it's 7. It would be 7 o'clock here. But let's see here.
RSV can be serious for those over 60, including those with asthma, diabetes, COPD, and certain other conditions.
But I'm protected.
I was just showing the program lineup.
82% effective in preventing lower respiratory disease from RSV, and over 94% effective in...
Okay, it's not loading. I don't know why, but let me do this.
Does not protect everyone.
Oh yeah, we're waiting on Trump to speak. Whenever he's speaking, he was speaking. He is live right now on RSBN. Although I don't want to take someone else's stream and show that. I could show that a little bit, I guess. Let's see if I can bring that back up. He was speaking. He's probably not there anymore, but he was speaking at RSBN. He expected to make a speech a little later on tonight, as the rest of the candidates are.
Critical insight on Fox and Friends.
We're here with Chris Coonahan of our local leaf filter.
Of course, they're going to show an ad.
Tell us how leaf filter is different from every other gutter protection on the market.
See, everything's freezing up and buffering here.
There are no gaps, no openings, no
They got too many tabs open.
And we install leaf filter on your existing gutters. It's a permanent solution. You'll never have to climb a ladder to clean out your gutters again.
Okay.
That's amazing, Chris.
2 Twitter tabs up.
Simple and easy. Just give us a call.
I don't need that.
We'll come out and give you a free gutter inspection. If they're
The rest.
we'll repair them. If they're broken, we'll replace them. If they're in good shape, our local team will install
Whoop, I don't want Gmail on YouTube.
Wow, and I understand you guys have
Let me see if I can...
guarantee.
We do. It's actually a lifetime transferable no clogs guarantee.
You know, that's peace of mind and then some. So, how do people sign up?
To schedule your free inspection, call 833-LEAF FILTER today. Our agents are standing by. Or visit leaffilter.com.
What did we do before we had Viasat satellite internet?
Let's see.
We borrowed. Yes, we borrowed. Borrowed the internet. Yeah, we borrowed from the library, the local coffee shop, our friends down the road.
Oh, the AP is live here with the Trump feed.
More data, faster speeds, available where you live. Learn more about our plans at Viasat.com.
Oh, hold on.
Super Tuesday results are rolling in.
I just saw CBS News. It's called Maine for Trump.
Hi, Brett. Hey, Martha. I'm calling it the tale of two economies because it's something we're talking about every day. We are on the Super Tuesday.
This is where it sits right now.
Election. If there's the economy the administration likes to tout.
Ron DeSantis has 9 delegates, even though he's dropped out. I guess people are voting for him by name.
Ballot box. This is what you
I don't know if I know how that works because he's dropped out, but
coming down, more people getting into
the next poll is closed.
Sign for sure. Jobs added 15 million since Biden took office. Wages are finally moving up 15%.
When did I say they closed?
Sign. The stock market hitting record highs and new home sales prices. Okay,
10 minutes.
For most Americans, this is the largest.
9 minutes actually.
If you owned a home when Biden took office and you still own it today,
The next poll close will be in 9 minutes.
Of that asset. However, this is the economy so many Americans are feeling today. What you see show up in those polls where people just don't feel good about the economic environment right now. Those prices are up 17%. Food prices, you see this at the grocery store. Gas prices since Biden took office at $3.36 today, $2.39 when he
There you go. NBC News is now projecting Donald Trump has won the Maine Republican primary
affordability crisis
after being
26%.
replaced on the ballot there.
And real wages. This is when you account for inflation. They're actually down 2%. And I'll finish off with this one, guys. This 46%. This is credit card debt, Martha. And this is a really big warning sign to a lot of Wall Street economists right now who are looking at this economy. and warning,
Put that out there.
credit card debt. More and more Americans are racking this up right now. It's something to watch for sure as we head towards November. Back to you.
Great stuff, Sandra. Thank you.
All right, let's bring Larry Kudlow on that note. And Kellyanne Conway's with us, Jessica Charloff, and Trey Gowdy. Larry, you look at this economy, you look at how expensive everything is. We've talked about it. Instead of addressing it from the White House,
No, I guess I'll put that back on now.
you're still in the throes of this, and we want to show you how we're getting you out. They kind of just keep telling people that the things that they're feeling aren't real.
Well, I think that is a communications problem, but I think the point that Sandra made is the affordability crisis issue. It's very average weekly earnings adjusted for inflation. Average weekly earnings. Stay with me on this, okay? When he came into office, were $399.88. Today, they're $380.44. I just note this. So it's a drop of a little over 5%. That's a killer. It means you're getting a pay cut. And it's essentially what's happening here. The Trump numbers are much better. No matter how you slice them, they're significantly better. So that's not the only thing going on in the world. You've had very good technology movements. The AI revolution is a possibility. Corporate profits. Joe Biden doesn't like corporate profits. He's out there setting up a task force to go after businesses once again. But anyway, business profits are helping the stock market stay afloat. That's a good thing for 135 million Americans. Business profits help the economy. But the affordability issue, it just hits you right in the gut. And that is where Donald Trump hits the hardest. I mean, he's learned how to do that, and he did that back in 2016.
Hold on, I'm just putting an update on Twitter here.
Right now, inflation took its toll, and even though it has simmered, it is still taking its toll.
Jessica, we're going to hear a lot about this in the State of the Union address. We're going to hear a lot about the positive economic numbers, and they've been kind of talking about that from the podium. But to Larry's point, when you sit at home, and we talked about this earlier, how it feels is a different thing. And we're seeing that in some of these polls.
Definitely. It's not a sexy slogan to say we have the best recovery of the G7.
Hold on.
Right. That doesn't mean
I'm gonna bring my
people except for us who can talk
bring the link back up for my stream.
break it down and talk about the jobs numbers and the unemployment and the record oil production and those things. But that's not going to resonate in the same way. And I'm part of the elder millennial sect of America that couldn't buy an apartment when we were ready to, or we thought that we were. We were really proud of what was in our savings account, and then with the interest rates and the mortgage rates, it became unaffordable for us to do it this year. And I'm not complaining. We do well, and I can luckily afford to keep renting in the city, but that's astronomical because of an inventory problem. And this is real life to people who support Republicans and who support Democrats and who are independents. But it definitely has to be messaged better, and that's something that I've been really concerned with because I feel like the messaging has only been tailored to a certain group of people who agree with you on everything, not people who might be open to somebody else or someone who's hanging in the middle saying, like, really make your case to me. But I do think that there is something important going on tonight, and obviously the story is more interesting on the Republican side because there's a real challenger in that. But Joe Biden is cruising through this thing tonight. I mean, we're seeing numbers 90%, 91, 92, 93%. I'm old enough to remember when we thought Dean Phillips was a thing, right? Or we're tracking how many uncommitted voters.
Just put out the tweet.
The Democratic Party is showing up and they're saying, Joe Biden's our guy and we're good with it, and that does not square with those numbers we saw at the New York Times Siena poll, for instance. And I'm not someone who is going to sit here and question the methodology of it, but it does make you think, if it's November 5th, all those people that are showing up in Arkansas and across the country for Biden and those numbers sending a clear message, we're with Biden on this, and that isn't going to change.
We'll see where that goes. I mean, it's really, you think about how long this general election is going to be. It's pretty staggering. I mean,
8 months.
8 months, that's right. We can report.
Less time than it takes to have a baby. That also feels like that years. I'm almost done now.
President Trump is racking up the wins tonight. We can check in with the Mar-a-Lago watch party. We can report that he is going to speak. We don't know exactly when, but we do know that Sean Hannity is here, and he's going to speak as our special coverage of Super Tuesday continues after this.
Okay.
God, we take this moment
So,
just to give you thanks.
We thank you for this time to come together as a family.
About 4 minutes, the next poll is closed in Colorado, Minnesota,
And as a country.
in Texas.
Especially this Lent.
Is that Texas? The poll is already closed.
Amen. Join us in prayer this Lent on Halloween. Stay prayed.
Oh, I guess there's more.
The itch, rash, moderate to severe
So,
eczema.
here's Vermont, where Biden is one, obviously. And, St. Hunger has only got 1.1%.
Rinvoq is a
1.11%.
that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast.
Basically got nothing.
Patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost
Where else did we see him?
Rinvoq
Oh, Texas, right?
infections, including TB, serious
It's
infections.
got 1.46%, but still got nothing there.
Heart attack, stroke, and GI.
And
People 50 and older.
Oklahoma, it's at 2.3% there.
Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your
But
doctor
still
you
nothing.
may become pregnant.
And Minnesota, I haven't had anything in yet from Minnesota.
disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
South Dakota is the freest state in America. Now we're making it the safest by putting more police on our streets.
So I'm on the road until we can hire more. We respect law enforcement because they protect our freedoms. We have no state income tax, and the
We are also awaiting Trump
Sir,
to speak
you were driving 33
at a Mar-a-Lago watch party.
It's me, Dusty Johnson. I'm a congressman.
See what other coverage is going on in there. Let's see.
It works here.
Hey, Mom.
So they did promise we'd go around the country and do different. I feel like that's different local coverage, which.
All these years.
Let's do that right now. Let's go to Texas, as the polls are going to close there in just about a minute.
Retail brand.
So, 26, Houston.
That nearly half of them have been in an accident. Luckily,
Usually I'm able to get
so she
this feed,
doesn't have to overpay. Unpause.
so we'll watch this.
Shop the allnewcarbags.com.
There are many ways to do things. At Old Navy Freight Line, we do them this way. This way has people who start early, people who care and inspire each other to do things the way they should be done. This way is technology. In goes the extra.
I'm taking so damn long to.
Deliver your promises on time, every time. This way is why we're the #1 national LTL carrier for quality. For us, this way is the right way, which is why it's the only way we go.
Congrats, Carol. Your youngest finally popped the question. But now you're really going to have to get those new dentures. After all, you need a smile that matches the moment. So this might be a good time to mention that Aspen Dental can create natural-looking dentures in no time, just for you. And that comes with $0 down plus 0% interest if paid in full in 18 months. Helping mothers or grooms look their best. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
I'm here in different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to
So let's dip into.
I sat down with my doc. You're just what you say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Texas primary
Way to screen for colon cancer that's effective in
coverage.
It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Again, their audio level is lower than the Fox News feed.
In Texas, the Fox News decision desk can predict former President Trump will win the Republican primary.
Congressional 18 has been a big
President Biden will win the Democratic primary, and Texas has the second highest number
And so there'll be the state rep race in there, which that won't be the big driver either. And I think
but it is Jarvis's seat.
It is Jarvis's seat. Yeah. So it may. I tend to think that
Still too close to call.
looking at the vote, there'll be a bigger turnout in the other part of the district, in the boxes like Montrose and the Heights and over to Meyerland in that area. I think there'll be a bigger turnout than there will be when he took his vote.
Yeah, there's going to be that's going to be such a low turnout race. I mean, there'll be tiny percentage of people go vote in that, so it's hard to really know how that'll come out.
So if you're Briscoe King tonight, Mono Diala, Lacey Hall, and your lead
in
holds up.
Texas.
What's your takeaway for them?
And
they all
the next
were
poll closed
bombarded
at 10 p.m. Eastern.
ugly style
At top of the next
I'm going to tell you, I hope one of them sues. There's this idea that if you're a politician, you can't win the slander suit. When I was in North Carolina, I had some guy down there passing out these anonymous flyers accusing me of everything but being a child of God. And I finally figured out who it was, and I sued him. And we went to a jury trial in Galveston County, and I was awarded a $600,000 judgment against this guy. And if there's certain kinds of things that they accuse you of, it's slander per se. They get stripped away from their qualified immunity, and they also get, you don't have to prove damages. You can go to general damages. And one of the things is accusing you of committing a crime. And those flyers that came out from whatever it was, the Texas for Financial Responsibility, whatever, clearly accused Mono Diallo of committing a crime. And I've told Mono this directly, personally, and I encourage him. He needs to go sue those people, because we need to start holding people accountable that just make blatant lies in campaign literature like that. We need to put an end to it. There need to be consequences for it.
Hey, you guys,
back and big.
We've got reporters all over the city today and at multiple campaigns. Let's go to my colleague Abigail, who's at Sean Tier's place. Hey, Abigail, I guess they're feeling pretty good down there.
Has there even been this big of a...
Absolutely. I mean, the whole place is right now. We're here at 8th Wonder Brewery, and this watch party is treating this party like a victory party at this point. At my last check, Tier is about 57 points ahead of Og, and it looks like he's coming out right now. We can get a good zoom on him right there. Everyone, like I said, is more or less celebrating. They're clapping. They think at this point that Tier has taken this victory over the incumbent for the Harris County District Attorney's Democratic spot. And we've got hundreds of people out here. They're really happy. They're all having drinks, having a good time. And, you know, I talked to Tier earlier about his campaign and what he's been working on. And he's really focusing on a new approach to crime. He's saying that he thinks that criminal justice reform and being tough on violent crime can go hand in hand. And he has a few pillars of his campaign that he's really focusing on, including revising cash bonds for misdemeanor crimes. And he's also very outspoken about women's reproductive rights and trying to lobby for those kind of laws, as well as laws surrounding gun rights. And he said that he will be an advocate for lobbying for red flag laws as well. So all pillars of a campaign that got him here tonight. Like I said, last check, about 57 points ahead of incumbent Og. And those numbers continue to pour in. We don't have those official numbers at this point, but once we do have those election numbers in and this race is called, this just may turn into a victory party. But for now, we'll send it back to you. I'm sure that Tier will be taking the stage soon, so we'll bring that to you live.
Great job. Thanks for being there for us, and give us the heads up.
Bring my audio back up here so you can hear me.
Living in an America where 60% of our fellow Americans, and I've been there early in my adult life, it's not a fun place to be, are living paycheck to paycheck. And many people are putting bare necessities on high-interest credit cards. Very tough times.
Let's go to Fox 4 in Dallas.
Many months about Bidenomics, and we suspect that we keep hearing leaks.
Okay, so they're just showing live now from go here to this one. Check Los Angeles.
They have tried that message, and he is way upside down on the economy. People do not feel that they were better off than they were 4 years ago. There's so much anecdotal evidence that really points to an opportunity for President Trump to really make history in 244 days. That will come very fast. That will happen very fast. It's going to be fascinating. Let me throw a few polls at you if you don't mind. I'll put my glasses on. Look, if you look at climate change, you have most Americans, by an overwhelming majority, think Joe's policies have mostly failed. Americans don't want EVs thrown at them. They would like their gas-powered vehicles. They don't want their stoves taken away, their refrigerators taken away, and they don't want their air conditioner taken away. Okay, so he's not even doing well on that. If you
I'm gonna bring up another.
What do we see? We see African Americans, Hispanic Americans, young people, suburban women in larger and larger numbers. All of these demographics comprise a very large part of the Democratic coalition or the Democratic base. Donald Trump, as of right now today, 244 days out, is doing very well with those constituencies. Look at Donald Trump, African Americans. Look at the poll. All demographics. He's at 28% with African Americans. That's massive. If you look.
So here's the key primaries that we're waiting for.
58%
right now, Colorado and California. We got in Virginia, Texas, Alabama. It looks like Politico is calling it for Texas for Donald Trump, which I don't think the networks have called it for him yet. Trump is set to speak soon, though, in Mar-a-Lago. I'm actually looking on the TV right now, and they're showing it on Hannity right now. So I'll go back to that. I saw a stream from the AP on that from Associated Press.
Americans that did not buy the 3 years of lying that the border is secure and the border's closed. Now, as of tonight, this is now a new race. This is now President Trump. He will win the Republican nomination. He will have an opportunity to become the 47th president of the United States. And I believe these are the policies, these are the issues that will define what happens 244 days from now.
Sean, a couple of things. Karl Rove was talking about how the party needs to come together and unify, and he brought out his whiteboard and pointed to all these states.
So
people voting.
First of all,
some of whom said they had a problem with Donald Trump.
Trump has got.
I pushed back and said, in a general election, which is going to happen very soon, whether he clinches March 12th or March 19th, he's going to be the Republican nominee. It then is a binary choice. And so to your point, how people felt in the Trump administration about the economy, about the border, about
Here we go.
affairs. Do you think that those people voting for Nikki Haley, Republicans,
Wait a minute. What is a different damn... No, I'm not.
It is a binary choice.
It's the same thing.
Most of them will, not all of them.
Yeah, same thing.
Back to one number that
Looks like it was a different
10% of 2020 Joe Biden
feed.
voters. They are saying publicly to pollsters
They're playing We Will Rock You right now by Queen. This is the problem with the Trump speeches is he always has the music on. Usually starts with God Bless the USA. So hopefully there's not, sometimes he'll have music like dramatic, build that music on in the background while he's speaking. Hopefully he doesn't do that because I'm trying not to get copyright on this stream. The last few times I've done this, I keep getting copyright because I always have music and commercials in and everything when I'm doing this. So I'm going to keep that muted for now until he comes out so I don't get copyright for the background music because I can't play that music live on the air. But look at that set up because it doesn't look like they're gone live here yet.
Donald Trump could even hold 20%
so
of that.
We'll just use this one. We'll just use the AP.
Increase. That would be enough to be a significant win come November 5th. On the other side, I do think
so far Trump has the first 9 states
unite the party
in tonight's elections in the primaries. So
then divide us. We agree on border.
We get a better map than this. This one's not very good. He's off.
We agree on peace through strength.
See that the Washington Post one is like
Joe Biden's policies have failed. We believe that the American people deserve better, and maybe the president at some point will reach out to all of his primary opponents and invite them to join him and help him even to the extent that they're willing.
USA Today.
For the sake of the American people, unite around an agenda that will help our economy, help America on the world stage, bring us more prosperity, bring peace around the world, and also make America safe, and please secure our borders.
So far we got, I'm not showing any polls there, but so far we got,
and we cannot have tens of thousands of people from China, Russia, Iran, Syria, Egypt, and Afghanistan coming into this country without being vetted. That is the biggest...
Texas for Trump and Biden for the Democrat primary and the Republican primary. It's been projected there for both of them to win. For Biden to win the Republican primary there, and they projected Trump will win Biden will win the Democrat primary there, and Trump will win the Republican primary there. Hold on.
4 years later, and how much does that energize and galvanize the opposition that has come after this former president so vociferously?
Just in 4 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, Donald.
There's anything left to throw at the guy.
Hold on.
They've thrown everything in the kitchen sink at him, and he's still.
We got a bunch of stuff that's just piled in the last few minutes. Put my ring around so I can get my notifications. Ted Cruz has won the Republican primary for U.S. Senate in Texas.
That arena, it is a blood sport. I think you both know that I'm into mixed martial
So he's re-elected as senator there. As a senator. Donald Trump.
It is just very hard.
Halfway to the Republican nomination after winning Texas and Colorado. So they just project. NBC News has just projected Colorado for Biden, and some sources here are reporting that they're going to call it for Trump here right away, if they haven't already. And they just called Massachusetts for Donald Trump now, for 4 or 5 minutes ago. So we got a bunch of calls in right now.
The downward trend that Joe Biden is taking the country in. And by the way, I don't even think that he knows today is Tuesday, and that's a problem for this country. And I don't say that flippantly. He has not had, if you observe like we do, what I would call a clean event in months. Meaning that he's not mumbling, bumbling, stumbling, not knowing whether to exit stage left or stage right. You've got teams of people, letting him go up the baby stairs of Air Force One because he's not strong enough physically to get up the big boy stairs. We've got a real problem. China's watching, Russia's watching, Iran is watching, North Korea's watching. This world is a dangerous place, and I think things will get really out of control if we don't change course in November.
Joe, last thing, ahead of the midterms, we looked at polls and we thought this is going to be potentially a blowout for Republicans. As you looked at the issue of immigration, as you looked at crime, as you looked at the economy. But then the Democrats went with a threat to democracy and obviously played on the issue of abortion very heavily in races across the country. I talked to Brit Hume earlier. He said he can't remember polls that were this upside down on a lot of issues for the current president. But should we have that caveat? Because clearly they're going with threat to democracy and going with abortion heavily as we look at these polls today, and then you fast forward to the general election.
Both of you asked me great questions tonight. I got to give you credit. I will say this. We already know what the Democratic playbook is going to be. It's going to be democracy, and it's kind of ironic, the people that are doing that are the very people that would unilaterally allow one politician to take a candidate off the ballot for the reason of insurrection, something Donald Trump has never been tried, never been even tried with, or even there's never been a case brought against him on it, never mind convicted of it. So you want to talk about a threat to democracy.
Posting an update here on Twitter.
But, to your broader point, Brett, I will tell you, they're going to run on democracy, they're going to run on January 6th, they're going to run on the issue of abortion. I would argue, and I think I'm right, that in 22, Republicans were not prepared for how the Democrats would demagogue the issue of abortion. And I understand people have very strong convictions. However, if you want to look at it strictly from a political point of view, and I believe in the sanctity of life, but I understand that the country is not where I am. Politically, the country is at probably where Dobbs was at 15 weeks. Republicans need to understand that. If they pick somebody like they did in 22, like Doug Mastriano, who made no...
Breaking the state of Massachusetts has been called for Donald Trump. The report
they've got to have an answer for the millions and millions of dollars that will be spent on ads about abortion. I was glad
Also,
to see President Trump's come out
reports suggesting that Colorado's been called for Trump as well.
with a very
There we
strong
go.
statement supporting it. And the next thing is Republicans, then it's going to be the other
And that's my
playbook,
tweet.
which is Republicans are racist.
I should have. I gotta turn the notifications off for my. So I think my other account, my main account, has notifications on for my news account. So it gets all the notifications. That's how you keep hearing it.
All they've got, because they can't run on one thing, Brett and Martha. They can't run on, are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Well, Sean, as always, we appreciate it. Thanks for
Great job,
coverage.
guys.
Good to see you, Sean. Thank you very
By the way,
much.
I got to say this about Hammer. Is he not great at that big board? He used to be the Hannity big board.
Okay.
Just waiting around. Let's make a couple calls first.
Exactly. So the latest poll we've got from our Fox News Decision Desk, former President Trump will win the Colorado primary for the Republicans, and President Biden will win on the Democratic side.
Right.
Again, no big surprises there, but sometimes what's in some of these numbers gets pretty interesting as we look around the country, and that is why we go to Mr. Bill Hemmer.
So I did see reports saying that they called
Talk about the 50% mark earlier.
Colorado for Trump.
Donald Trump was pulled out an advantage about 800 raw
Yeah, let me
computes about 2.5 percentage
see
points.
here.
He's doing better than the last time we checked in the state of Vermont. And that was seen by a lot of people as like the state that Nikki Haley could win tonight. And we come out here to Colorado because this was just called a moment ago with Donald Trump picking up a victory in Colorado. Let me go to Minnesota just to see what's happening right now.
Oh.
Too early to call, just 1% of the vote being recorded. We'll see how this changes. Now I want to come down to Texas. I want to show you what Trump has done now in 8 years, okay? The state's been called. I want to show you where this was 8 years ago, and as I go back in time here,
The other playbook, which is Republicans are racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, they want dirty air and water, transphobic, and they want to kill grandma and grandpa. So that will be their playbook. That's all they've got, because they can't run on one thing, Brett and Martha. They can't run on, are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Well, Sean, as always, we appreciate it. Thanks for
Great job,
the coverage
guys.
this hour.
Sean. Thank you very
By the
much.
way, I got to say this about Hammer. Is he not great at that big board? He used to be the Hannity big board.
He's just waiting around. Let's make a couple calls first.
Exactly. So this is the latest call that we've got from our Fox News Decision Desk. Former President Trump will win the Colorado primary for the Republicans, and President Biden will win on the Democratic side in Colorado. Once again, no big surprises there, but sometimes what's in some of these numbers gets pretty interesting as we look around the country, and that is why we go to Mr. Bill Hemmer. Who's
Sean Hannity, your PR agent.
I'm going to do a quick spinning around, but just give you some perspective in the NRLs, okay? Let's start up in Vermont because this race has not been called here. We talked about the 50% mark. Earlier, Nikki Haley had a slight lead. Donald Trump was pulled out an advantage of about 800 raw votes. Computes to about 2.5 percentage points, so he's doing better than the last time we checked in the state of Vermont. And that was seen by a lot of people as like the state that Nikki Haley could win tonight. Then we come out here to Colorado because this was just called a moment ago with Donald Trump picking up a victory in Colorado. Let me go to Minnesota just to see what's happening right now. Too early to call, just 1% of the vote being reported. We'll see how this changes. Now I want to come down to Texas. I want to show you what Trump has done now in 8 years, okay? The state's been called in Texas. I want to show you where the party was 8 years ago. And as I go back in time here, everything you see that's blue is a county that Ted Cruz won. Granted, it was his home state, but nonetheless, very impressive 8 years ago for Ted Cruz.
It's okay for them to
I wasn't on.
show off their clear skin and to noticeably
See what I said earlier about the thing on this microphone is really weird.
plenty of reasons to show off their skin. With Dupixent, the #1 prescribed by dermatologists and allergists, they can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change our stock arguments. We're all talking to your doctor.
Apparently I wasn't.
Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
Apparently I didn't unmute this microphone. See, this microphone mute button is weird. There we go. I muted it real quick there, and then when I unmuted it, I didn't,
Another health insurance commercial on the Rocco Robbins.
unmute it, I guess. There you go. I'm gonna adjust the gain because sometimes it seems low. Okay. Supposed to update now. So where did I leave off? We have confirmed. I have confirmed now that. Well, there is NBC News. Apparently, I can't speak. NBC News has just projected Colorado for Donald Trump. He's won the Republican primary there.
Prevagen has been shown to improve memory. Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription.
The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Fred and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
Clogged gutters can cause big problems fast. Until now, call 833 Leaf Filter today for your free gutter inspection.
I've had terrible flooding problems on my porch. Now I understand why.
Right now, Leaf Filter is offering a free inspection on your schedule. Leaf Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again.
Call us today and schedule your free inspection.
Schedule your free inspection. Call 833 Leaf Filter today or visit leaffilter.com.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily. So we really made a commitment to quality. All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all truss points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flag materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we are American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
If you have missing teeth, Reset Smile is a life changer.
I used to be afraid to smile, but now I can't stop smiling.
Reset Smile is an affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home at a fraction of the cost of dental implants.
You get an impression kit sent to your home, and you mail it back. No trip to the dentist whatsoever. They fit my mouth perfectly, the color matched up perfectly. I can eat with Reset Smile just as normally as regular teeth. The best thing is...
Reset your smile.
Put an update
At Reset Smile
on Twitter.
This is a Fox News Alert Super Tuesday. You're looking at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. We're expecting the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, to get out there and accept what are a number of victories, maybe all of them, before the night is through. We're looking at a couple of these races to see if they tighten up. As you look at Vermont, it's the tightest of the tight, but right now, 48% in. The former president leading 48.5 to 47% there. He has won a number of races already this season.
He won Virginia, which was also another area where Nikki Haley felt that she had a chance. She won D.C. the other day, but that one has gone to former President Trump. So also, former President Trump scored a major legal victory in Colorado this week when the Supreme Court 9-0 unanimously rejected the effort to kick him off the state's ballot. Alicia Acuna reporting live from Denver tonight. Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Martha. Hi, Brett. Yeah, you have to imagine that for former President Trump, tonight's victory in Colorado must be extra sweet when you consider that early yesterday morning there was still a question of whether for him would even be counted. Because of printing deadlines, the Colorado Secretary of State had to issue ballots that contained his name. However, they came with a warning saying that if the Supreme Court did not decide his way, that those votes would not be counted. Of course, the Colorado Secretary of State, a Democrat, Jena Griswold, had expressed deep regret and disappointment in the decision, by the unanimous decision by the justices of the Supreme Court to allow President Trump on the Colorado ballot. She did, however, have to add that all votes would count. And that we've also heard from supporters of Nikki Haley, supporters of President Biden, who also said that they also believe that former President Trump should be on the ballot. Did they support him? No. But did they support his right to be on the ballot? Yeah. And one other note I will tell you, there was one voter, this one woman, who said that she believed that the Supreme Court was going to make the right decision. That wasn't her concern. But the fact that we had gotten to this point at this level, for her, it was simply sad. Back to you.
Lisa, thank you very much.
Shannon Bream is standing by with her legal panel in Washington, D.C. Shannon, you have a potpourri of legal issues to talk about if you'd like to choose a couple.
We do, and I think next up is going to be Georgia and Fonnie Willis. That's where we're going with Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy. Okay, so this is another place, Andy, that President Trump's legal team is feeling bullish.
Okay, so let's see, what else are we waiting on? We're waiting on Utah in about a half hour from now.
Will be taken off the case, and to me, that's the
33 minutes from now.
The whole case goes to a different prosecutor who's not as invested in this cockamamie RICO theory that she brought in the case. Then it's a very different prosecution.
Yeah, and now, Jonathan, we have somebody else who's come forward. I mean, they had sort of the closing arguments last Friday, but this person is saying, if you would be willing to take more evidence in the case, I know more about what...
I know, I said I was going to do some affiliates. We were going to check out some affiliates.
There's these proceedings every day. Someone
As well.
stands up and says, I also have testimony to give.
Some local channels.
What this one is, it's another prosecutor who first of all says that I heard this witness say that the relationship began long before Nathan Wade was hired. Now, the judge could easily say, look, we have that in the bag. We already know that that Bradley's testimony contradicted what he told counsel. And it's pretty clear in his text that he...
Oh yeah, they projected, oh no, I think I already said that. They projected Arkansas for Biden. And for Trump on the Republican side. For the GOP primary there. But we're waiting for Trump to speak right away. So
say that you should not basically you should not give information.
Bring that when that happens. Bring that live. I haven't heard a lot from Nikki Haley tonight. What's interesting is I forgot to mention it before I came on there. Is that shit? Did this freeze up on me? Oh, it did.
They are prosecuting people in this case for that alleged crime. Now, if they're accused of influencing a witness, at least...
Why does it keep doing that? There we go.
That's also that counts in this case. So at some point,
before I was coming on the air, because I had the TV on, I was listening to the news, to the coverage or whatever, the Super Tuesday coverage, and they mentioned something, one of the reporters, Fox News, because I've had Fox News the whole time, because that's what I can sign into on here on my laptop for under my cable subscription, my cable provider. I heard them say earlier that Nikki Haley canceled all her events for tonight. Which makes me wonder, is she planning to drop out tonight? Or announce that she's dropping out after tonight? So, I wouldn't be surprised if she does drop out after tonight. If she does, then we pretty much have our Republican nominee. So,
At the podium you see on the right-hand side of your screen, very shortly, when Super Tuesday's special coverage continues next.
And,
what impacts you every day? Undeniably, there's one influential book that
interesting to see what happens. It doesn't seem that we're expecting to hear from her at all tonight. But if we do, I'll keep you posted on it and we'll bring it live. We're expecting Trump any minute now. Stein has won North Carolina. So these are some of the governor races showing at the bottom, on the bottom lower third.
Wyoming during the holidays. Tim and I met in middle school. We grew up together, we were best friends. We did this thing when we were in middle school.
I'll be right back. I kind of gotta.
I remember reading the letter that Seth wrote to himself. He
He's like, I'm thinking the military.
Oh.
And sure enough, he stuck to it.
Oh, I thought I got a call on my.
He was a patriot. And country came first. He loved.
Oh, I just did.
Sprays. He loved.
Donald Trump has won the Republican primary in Minnesota. Breaking news.
He was offline. He usually.
He has won
It was about
in Minnesota. Hold on.
not concerned.
We'll check the.
And plan.
Oh, we gotta check Colorado too. We gotta check the maps.
Otherwise, it has.
Here, I gotta put an update, and then I'm gonna.
That day forward.
I'm gonna put an update real quick, and then I gotta.
But he's gone. My mom was like, hey, did you see this post? This organization, Thomas Towers, they're gonna buy you a home. And I was like, no, that's a scam. Like, what are you talking about? And that's how I found out. I didn't hear from anyone. I'm like, are you sure? Like, are they actually buying us a house? Thomas Towers did contact us within a couple days, actually. It's such an amazing help in the worst time of our life to be able to not have the worry of where I'm going to live and how I'm going to pay for it and how I'm going to manage being an only parent and raising a child and working and finding a house to be able to raise Reed. It's just a huge burden off our shoulders. You guys do amazing things for so many people and doing God's work, really.
Hey, I'm Cole Hauser. I want you to join me in supporting our nation's heroes and their families. It's only $11 a month. Go to t2t.org.
I'm Landon DePasquale, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital needs. Mecum Auctions needed an engaging web presence to boost business growth and elevate the experience of their live and online auctions. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We re-platformed and enhanced their website, which has been built with the same sort of craftsmanship and performance as an elite sports car. For complete website and digital solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
For nearly a decade, I served in the Navy supporting SEAL teams. Today, I run Sabo Outdoors with fellow Special Operations veterans. Our mobile app connects customers with hunting, fishing, and other outdoor experiences. American technology has been essential to our growth. But
So Donald Trump has won the primary in Minnesota. Our coverage continues.
Will empower foreign adversaries, threaten national security, and destroy jobs. Our leaders need to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Used car shopping?
2 rows, 2 dogs. They're sold.
Whoa. Let's pause for the facts.
Like nearly half of all used cars. This
Let's check the maps here. We'll check the maps, but I gotta use the.
So you don't have to overpay.
I want to find a better. Well, this one's pretty good, but not the map. I mean the electoral. The results board, whatever you want to call it. The results here, the points and the delegates and the percentages and all that. We'll check all that. But I'm gonna take a quick washroom break, and we'll continue. Okay.
One, the Republican primary.
We're back. I lost
McCain remained angry
the
at
Fox feed somehow.
John McCain, but it was a very unsteady piece. And could you argue that hurt George Bush and how close the election was in the fall of 2000? I don't know, but in a race that close, everything matters. Going forward, you know, the way to heal a party is by speaking in healing language and healing. Do you want to crush your opponents, or do you want to beat them and welcome them back in? Would you rather have them with you than with Joe Biden? And that'll be where President Trump's remarks are going to be important tonight. The Republican Party is a changing party, and Donald Trump has accelerated those changes. It's become a much more blue-collar party, a working-class party, a less educated party, and a lower-income party. But these changes, Greg, started under Ronald Reagan. Reagan in '88 won 62% of the college vote. George H.W. Bush, when he ran and won, he got 51% of the college vote. Donald Trump got 43% of the college-educated vote. Suburbs. Reagan won 20 percentage points in the suburbs. George W. Bush, when he won the suburbs by 5. Donald Trump lost them by 2. These have been long-standing trends that Trump has accelerated, and we're on the tipping point now.
So, Kayleigh, you look at that group of Republican conservatives in the suburbs, in those places, the highly educated voter that Nikki Haley has done well with over the course of these primaries so far. Can the Trump coalition win the presidential election without those people?
I don't think it's a bet you want to make. Because, look, if I'm President Trump, I'm thrilled that I'm leading with Hispanic voters in the New York Times scan. I'm thrilled 10% of 2020 Biden voters want to come to me. I'm thrilled that I'm rising among the black community. But I don't want to take any bets. I want registered Republicans, tried and true voters, election after election, to come home to me. And I think tonight, one thing he could say is, look, I think you can gently prod Nikki Haley tonight because she's kind of backpedaled on her endorsement language. If he,
Okay.
he can say, Nikki
So-
Haley did something great. She is the first Republican woman to ever win a primary. She's arguably the most successful woman in Republican politics. Look, she won D.C. You can even be tongue-in-cheek. I don't give her D.C. However, Nikki Haley has a choice. She said herself today,
Okay, let's take a look at the polls.
Republican nominee. You have the choice where your daughter can go running in this country and not fall victim to
Adjusting the audio then. Again, sorry for the yelling. My parents are out there watching I think a hockey game or something. So they're kind of yelling at the TV. But, we just heard from Colorado. We got the results in Colorado, Minnesota. Let's check that.
already in Massachusetts with less than 10% reporting.
So, we got the Democrat.
I would take great issue with that if I were president.
So Trump had about 62% there, so not bad. Pretty good, that's a pretty good win.
President Biden in the spotlight on Thursday for the state.
That's 60%, let's let's go to Minnesota. Trump at 73. And Biden 70. Oh, it's tight between. Minnesota's looking more of a purple state.
And everybody's arguing about Donald Trump, and everybody has an attitude about Donald Trump. And how is Donald Trump
looking more kind of. It's looking more very split between the amount of voters that voted in the Democrat primary and the amount of voters that voted in the Republican primary. It seems very split. It's about 3% more that voted in the Republican primary and voted for Trump.
money advantage right now, so you're not looking at all the changes that are going to take place.
Okay, so the next polls that are closing in about 18 minutes are the Utah Democratic primary polls.
Concerned about Biden's age, and you dig in and say, well, Republicans are going to say that they're natural critics of the Democrats, but you find there are lots of Democrats who are saying,
I'm turning you on now.
we're worried about his age. You know, the cliche is the bedwetters. Well, guess what? The bedwetters come home too.
All right, but let me, to Kayleigh's point, and
We're supposed to hear from Trump shortly
we just have a call now.
as well, so keep an eye on that.
President Biden will lose to Jason Palmer, a self-described entrepreneur and investor. He is going to win the American Samoa Democratic Caucus. This month, President Biden
Hold on.
lost in the 2024 primaries. Palmer takes 4 delegates President Biden takes 2. We saw uncommitted with more than 100,000 votes in Michigan. I don't even know who Jason Palmer is.
I have to say that President Biden has spent an enormous amount of time with American
Let me just ask about the unity question. There's a lot of focus on unity on the Republican side. But when you talk about the Israel-Hamas, the Gaza issue, when you talk about...
So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if you, because the volume is kind of low, but I don't know if you heard on the Fox News feed, they just made a call from the American Samoa that, who was it that they said beat Biden? Biden lost the primary there in the American Samoa. Hold on. Can I get results from there? So American Samoa.
To Jerusalem, lots of people in the Arab community will see that as having ignited a lot of the discontent.
Although the Abraham Accords, Saudi Arabia and others to
talk to people in the Arab community, that's not what they're talking about. They had a lot of discontent, and I think that you see that, and that's why it's a matter of stay at home or vote for Biden. That's the choice.
Here we go. Jason Palmer, who is a business man or some sort of investor or something. Who is Jason Palmer? Let's look that up. He's lost to Jason Palmer. Interesting. I don't even have to agree with what Brett Baer said. I have no idea who he is. Jason. For some reason the name is kind of familiar though. Palmer. Economist, Democrat presidential candidate.
Both of these individuals, who essentially is a quasi-incumbent and an incumbent, so not a big surprise that they're winning their party's nomination. But what comes after that when it starts to play out?
Careful what links I click here in the area. I click this.
Get back, and we are waiting for waiting to talk.
I guess I don't have. No, I don't have LinkedIn.
Huge night and a big celebration about to be had in Mar-a-Lago. We'll take you there live next.
This looks like his website, I think. For the load. Jason Palmer, Democrat candidate for president 2024. Let's rebuild the American dream together. Independent ideas. He's again beat Biden in the American Samoa. So not that that's a major call at all. There's only about 6 delegates at stake there. So not that big, not that interesting. I won't put any updates on the Twitter for that. But just something interesting to note there that just came in. This is still running. It's not working. Okay. Let's just go. Whoop.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease. I'm Laura.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or had multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or is allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck.
So he's also running in the Hawaii primary, which is tomorrow.
Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Fast Science. Create factory-grade visual solutions to perfect your
But that's him.
Fast Science. Make your statement.
Good morning with Vocalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Vocalax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes, making your good morning even better.
This is who he is.
From design and products to removal and installation.
Jason Palmer, Democrat presidential campaign gains momentum in Colorado.
Free and home design consultation.
About Jason Palmer. Jason Palmer is a Democrat presidential candidate, entrepreneur, turnaround leader, and impact investor with strong fluency in technology and education prior to his presidential run. He served in the executive leadership and positions at Microsoft, Kaplan Education, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in leading impact investor in new markets. Venture partners. Palmer earned his MBA from Harvard Business School. He is a proud resident of Baltimore, Maryland, and a devoted father. Okay, so he's from Maryland. And he won 6 delegates in the American Samoa caucuses. Democratic caucuses.
Trace Gallagher breaks down the results with must-see inside.
So there's something interesting to note there.
Super Tuesday special coverage tonight.
Every day you push yourself to be better. Working longer and even longer nights. You volunteer. Put others first. Then you're
Also an update. Something interesting to note right now. Just for perspective.
When your day is over, you have earned the most comfortable night's sleep. You deserve a solid.
Trump has more votes than Biden in Colorado, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas so far. So, interesting to know. Tweet that.
Jeans have dynamic stretch technology to provide absolute flexibility and make them perfect for everyone.
Who will make the cut? We need the best on the most competitive season yet.
This is not Next Level.
All new Next Level Shaft, Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
It is time for the GOAT.
Strap in, because Skip is back.
This team is loaded top to bottom.
He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. New team, I'm talking elite players. Here we come. Same Skip.
This is about to be the greatest show I have ever been a part of.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
All right, I'm gonna change your world.
That's gonna be interesting.
Let's go. I love to root for great.
Yeah.
I want to watch history.
Ooh.
You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters.
Truth hurts sometimes.
I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
To get there earlier, and I'm not sure.
Champing at the bit, ready to come out. In the meantime, let's bring in former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy, Speaker, good to have you with us. Welcome.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on tonight? What do you think about this and where the party is heading, more importantly? A lot of talk about unifying the party.
Well, I think it's pretty clear what most people have thought throughout this campaign. This race is going to be with President Biden versus President Trump. What's interesting about this is a lot of personalities there, but it's really going to be about issues. The top 3 issues, the border, the economy, and foreign policy. What's unique here is both men have different positions. There's contrast. So the voters, when they vote, are going to make a real difference. What I would look at is, in the last election, in 2020, President Trump came 42,918 votes away from winning. But what were the poll numbers then? President Trump has the exact same poll numbers. But this is the interesting part. President Biden was a +10 favorability. He's now a -21. So what that means is he's in a very bad place, and re-elections, when you're the incumbent, is a report card on you. What President Trump needs to do is, it's about addition, not subtraction. Not only just unite the party, but bring Democrats and independents in if you can. This needs to be about rebuilding, restoring, and renewing America, not revenge. And I've watched President Trump bring people back who've said some of the meanest things about him and welcome him into the fold. He's done it many times before, and I think in that case, he could have a very big night in November and win the Senate and expand in the House.
Mr. Speaker, this Thursday is the State of the Union. It's the first in a few years that you won't be sitting behind the President of the United States trying to hold your facial expressions one way or another. If you were still Speaker today, would you have brought forward that immigration bill that came over from the Senate?
Because you know Thursday we're going to hear from President Biden a lot about the fact that Republicans did not take up what he'll call a bipartisan piece of legislation that should have gone through.
Well, if I was still Speaker, I would not have let the Senate negotiate it. I would have gone and negotiated directly with the President, because in that bill, it gives a lot of preference to the President to make a decision whether he can change law, which you would never have. If you were the Speaker of the House, you don't give your power away. When we negotiated the debt ceiling, we got welfare reform, we got NEPA reform, we cut $20 billion from the IRS. The other leaders, Schumer and Hakeem, would never provide that to you. But you have greater strength negotiating directly with the President. If you were Speaker, don't give your power to the Senate. Use that majority for a greater strength. So you could actually do something much different. So the question wouldn't be, would I allow the Senate to bring something? The question would have been, we would have brought H.R. 2, what we have actually passed the House when I was Speaker, and put that on to the Senate and the President and make him question whether he was going to sign it.
Talk to me a little bit about Nikki Haley. I'm just looking at some of these numbers that are going by as we're listening to you speak. Vermont is tight. That's not a huge surprise. She campaigned there a lot. But in most of these states, 17, 20, 25%, 30% in some of these places. What do you think happens next with her? She has said she will not come out and make a speech tonight. First time in this primary process that's happened. What did it tell you?
Well, what it probably tells me is probably her campaign is going to come to a close, but it's not the close for Nikki Haley. She did a tremendous campaign. She is still standing. She is beginning 30% most places. So that means she has a big voice in this party. And if this party, the Republican Party, wants to be the big tent, the party I know it to be, and you want to expand, Nikki Haley has a bright future, because either one of the two men who are up for the nomination this time to win can only serve one term. So I think she has a very bright future, and I would hope she'd be part of the future administration. She did a tremendous job at the UN. She's very capable of her job as governor. She has the great force across this nation, and she can help unite this party. And I think it would be upon her to find the way where you can find common ground. Look, I watched Bernie Sanders sit down with Biden. I watched Kamala Harris, who said some of the meanest things about Joe Biden in the future, and sit down with him as well. So this is an opportunity to put the country before yourself. And also, when I look at President Trump, open this up even further, this party. And I watched when he picked Mike Pence to be his VP nominee. Mike Pence had endorsed against him just 2 months prior. So President Trump has proven again that he can open the party up one more time.
Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, thank you very much for being with us. Meantime, former President Trump about to address supporters at Mar-a-Lago. We will bring you there live as our Super Tuesday coverage continues after this.
Kate made progress with her mental health, but her medication caused
We have high standards at St Gilbert's. You guys must be these scholarships.
Is it your first time boarding? If you need anything, I'm really happy to help.
We are the Diversity and Inclusion Team. We plan to capture your black excellence at all times.
We're not even here. Crack on.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these. Have you not watched Get Out?
This place is mad extra.
Captain Bautista.
Yeah, I'm back. I didn't realize the camera died. And I just focused it again.
Were you worried the wedding weekend?
And I was talking without the camera on. We were looking at the governor races while the camera was off. I don't think the camera caught any of what I said, so there's a governor primary race, so not an actual governor race, but a governor primary race. And Josh Stein is the Republican nominee there in North Carolina for the again, sorry, there's like a hockey game going on out in the living room, so I apologize about the yelling, but Josh Stein is the Democrat nominee for the North Carolina Republican primary, and the Republican nominee there is, what was his name again? Mark Robinson. So these are the two that will face off in North Carolina's governor race. Now, so there's that. There are a few governor races. I think there was one elsewhere, or is that the only one? I can't remember. primary governor races, but I can't remember if there's any other states that had them.
We did this thing when we were in middle school where we write a letter to ourselves. I remember reading the letter that Seth wrote to himself. He's like, I'm thinking the military, and he stuck to it. If you were to meet Seth, you would know he was a patriot and country.
Let's check the CBS polls again. CBS polls aren't that good.
The other day, he was offline.
So just showing how many delegates per each candidate, not showing the actual. Because they're showing vote choice. What people are voting based on, or who is voting.
It has been.
Of course, white evangelicals is a cat. They can hockey game out there, but that's a category. Very conservative voters, white evangelicals, Republicans, white no followers. You agree? Okay.
Of our life to be able
See, these are more.
have the
These seem like more normal categories to put up there. These, I don't know what the hell these are.
working and buying a house to be able to.
This is Virginia. 60% Republican, 30% voting independent, and only 11% Democrat. So it's still a red state.
Do God's work, really.
It seems like. And like I said, immigration is the most important. People are voting around for Trump based on immigration. His immigration based off immigration policies. I'm assuming his prior policies when he was in office before. This is another candidate who angry about the country today. 80% voted for Trump. Virginia, so they're just showing Virginia. I don't know.
There is a look at the.
Oh yeah, we should go to. We'll switch networks here. It's not looking biased to my viewers because I'm only showing Fox News. The reason I was is because I can only get through that with my cable provider login.
At this hour, and no doubt they're watching Vermont closely. And Nikki Haley this evening, it could be a potential win. It would be the second state, one district in one state if she were to win there. As you can see, it's
I don't know if they can hear this.
about 60% of the vote in there.
But again, the former president's won 11 states. Nikki Haley has won the District of Columbia.
Halfway to the 12-15 needed to nominate Savannah.
Okay. Oh, I just turned my volume down.
We have correspondents fanned out across the country getting the pulse of the voters
So we have
and the
seen coverage
issues
with
that
Peter
will decide the
Ducey live at the White House. Aisha
presidential
Hasney at the Trump campaign headquarters, where we're waiting any moment now. We should hear from the former president. Bill Melugin is following Team Haley in South Carolina.
We're expecting more results to come in this hour, by the way. We're expecting Utah? What the hell is Utah? Utah Democrat primary results to come. The polls just closed now at the top of the hour. So we're waiting for that. We're waiting for Trump to speak at his watch party in Mar-a-Lago. So that'll come up shortly. I suspect that's when I'll get the majority of viewers watching the stream is when the Trump speech happens. But oh, I gotta get another light, so I mean, I guess, do I look okay? So I get another light for this. Yeah. Exposure on my camera is a little weird right now. So I'm gonna get another light so it looks a bit better. I'll be right back.
That is the guidance we've got from his advisors tonight, who feel like this campaign in a primary has gone on long enough, and they want to see him stay focused on Joe Biden. But if you see over my shoulder, the stage is set for Donald Trump with no teleprompters on it, which means any suggestion of what Donald Trump may do or say here tonight, Savannah, is just that, a suggestion.
All right, Garrett, thank you. It's looking like it could be another tough night for Nikki Haley And while she has been optimistic in defeat in recent weeks, tonight she's remaining behind closed doors. Ali Vitale covering the Haley campaign from her headquarters in South Carolina. So, Ali, we know we are not going to see Nikki Haley tonight. What are you hearing behind closed doors?
Savannah, you don't get a starker contrast of the tale of two Republican candidates like you do between where Garrett is standing at Mar-a-Lago about to hear from former President Trump and where I'm standing outside of Haley campaign headquarters here on Daniel Island in South Carolina. We were told that Haley would be taking in these results somewhere in the Charleston area, likely at her home on Kiowa Island. Her staff, in large part, huddled in the building right behind me. Their mood they described as jubilant, which of course is in stark contrast to the results that we're seeing tonight, where Donald Trump could once again sweep Nikki Haley on this critical Super Tuesday primary night, inching him even closer to the nomination and really again begging the question of what does Nikki Haley do next? Behind closed doors, her team have been quiet tonight. They are really focused
before he comes on stage, and then we'll see where he goes from there. But what will be interesting tonight, and the former president really has sort of not given
Okay. I don't know, my mic is muted. It makes like this weird high-pitched ringing noise, high-frequency ringing noise. It's weird. Okay. I'm doing on the side of the... Boy, I got so much crap up on my desk here. I just use this like little halogen desk lamp. There you go, a little behind the scenes insight of how I light myself during these streams. I don't have like a ring light or anything like that. Which I really actually get that. That'd be something I should invest in for these live streams. But I don't mind the light that this gives off. It's pretty great. There we go. I might be a little too overexposed now. Let's see.
We have some breaking news here, something I didn't expect to say on Super Tuesday, standing just a few dozen yards away from where President Biden sits tonight. We have reaction from the Biden campaign about President Biden's defeat in American Samoa by Jason Palmer. His website is down right now. Probably crashed, a lot of new interest in him.
Oh, they just said that Jason Palmer's website is down right now? That's because there was some sort of crash? That's why I couldn't get on it. And they just said that Biden's put out a statement about his defeat there against him. So that's why I couldn't get on his website, because it was down. They were having issues with it. Oh, well, I'm way overexposed.
We don't think that Jason Palmer spent $500 million on ads. But the rest of the night seems like it's going pretty well for President Biden. Everybody that we've talked to at the campaign headquarters.
This is just the ISO.
I asked them basically, what do you guys see? They sent over a list, not about Democratic rivals, but about what they see as Trump's weakness with moderates and Haley supporters. So in Delaware, they are in general election mode. We don't
There we go.
see the president on camera this evening, but we should hear from him in some way.
You'd think this would be bright in my face, but it's not too bad, because I'm not looking directly into it. When I look up at the camera, although I can kind of see it, but it's not bad.
All right, Lester, well, we have a lot to talk about with
You see these results.
Hockey in.
You see voters caring about what are you thinking at this moment, 8 months to the day from the general election?
First of all, you and I are the only people on this panel who have been to American Samoa.
That's true.
That's a very insight into the politics of American Samoa in a moment. But if Joe Biden, he's the most unpopular president in the history of presidential polling. His disapproval right now is double what Donald Trump was at the same time in 2020.
The former president, the question now, what is Nikki Haley going to do? She told me she was going to stay in the race as long as she was competitive. Is this what competitive looks like? The fact that Vermont is the one state still in play, it's an open primary.
See if you got any results in from
Does that make her
Democrat
competitive in
primary
the
in
Republican
Utah.
primary? That's the question for her. There are some vulnerabilities in the general election.
Next poll closing is at 11 p.m. Eastern in California.
Hallie, let's get ready for just one moment.
Oh, you're speaking my language.
I knew
Utah
I
for
was.
the
This is about
GOP
delegate
caucus.
math. You need a certain number of delegates to clinch the Republican
Utah right now,
nomination. In
fastest
many
page, first
states
of all.
tonight, even if you get 40% of the
I thought maybe I
vote,
wasn't
if
getting
you're
on
less
to
than 50%, you don't get
the Jason
any
Palmer
delegates.
campaign
It's winner
website. This
takes
is
all.
my
Can you just explain
streaming
how the
setup,
delegate
because I
match
usually
is
spam,
so
but I guess the
difficult for
website
Nikki
down,
Haley
they
if she
just
doesn't
report
get
them
over
on
a
Fox
50%
News.
threshold?
The rules
One of the
favor
White
the
House
first.
reporters
That is exactly why. In some of these states, including the biggest prize of the night tonight, Sonata, which
reporting
is
that.
California, but in some of these other
Saw
states that
my
we've already
TV,
seen
so
Donald
that's why I
Trump do
mentioned
well,
that.
because
That's
real
why I
talk,
didn't get on.
we are rounding the corner to the general election tonight by any metric, specifically as it relates to delegate match. You see it there in the Republican primaries. Donald Trump is picking up 400 delegates. Nikki Haley has 3. Now listen, the reason for this, and I don't want to get too nerdy here, but again, it is to favor the person who is in the lead so that the party can get voters to coalesce behind a candidate, right? The idea being you don't have those fractures inside the GOP that you saw back in 2016, for example, or the Democrats saw in 2020. Get to a head-to-head, Democrat versus Republican.
Yeah, so what, 89% for Biden?
Well, and they want the general election to start tonight, which, for all intents and purposes, it appears it's going
It's been
to.
called for
But
Utah.
this
They
is, it's a
called
rematch of
City area
2020.
call
It's not a
Utah for
replay
Biden.
of 2020. What has changed? Biden's
In
now
fact,
the
yeah,
incumbent.
NBC
He
just
has
streaming
the
this show is
advantages of that
projecting
and the
Utah
baggage of
for
that.
He has the
Biden.
baggage of that, and if you
They
look
probably
at the
did on
polling,
the
it tells
coverage
the
here, but
tale
I'm
of
not
just how
listening to it on the
different this
headphones on,
moment
and I don't have the
than
video on, so I
2020. In
can't see.
2020, then candidate Biden was never trailing former President Trump. In this moment, Savannah, in a lot of the polls, he's trailing former President Trump, and in a lot of those key battleground states. And this is an election.
See, I think all the networks are on now. Yeah, there's CBS,
Does he need to unify
BBC,
for Trump more?
Fox Network isn't doing their own coverage.
A happy place comes in.
Usually Fox Broadcast Network doesn't do any election coverage except for election day itself in November. They don't cover any. They only cover the primaries on Fox News Channel on
Flirting
cable.
with those numbers anywhere other than maybe Vermont tonight so far.
Satellite, but
Couldn't Biden see an opening there and say, well, 40% of the Republicans.
Yeah, that's the question partly up for grabs. And certainly the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign both know this. They both want Nikki Haley supporters. Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent,
Professional standing by to tell you how much it pays.
but you really want to have that Trump presidency again.
Ed O'Keefe, I'm going to get to in just a minute because I know you have some new reporting about this.
This rematch, not a replay, as you aptly point out, the issues are different too, because voters always care about the economy. Right now, the numbers seem to favor the incumbent, President Biden. Unemployment is ticking down, inflation is moving in the right direction, the markets are hitting record highs in the last couple of weeks, but people don't feel good about the economy. And then look at what we saw when Tom went through the boards there with Lester. Immigration, front and center in the minds of a lot of voters here, and that is an issue where President Biden currently is on defense. The campaign hopes to flip that and basically point to what's happened in Congress.
I think they might.
Let everyone know we've got our eyes.
Trump's speech might be starting right away.
Right now, we are expecting the former President Donald Trump to address the cameras at any moment now. We will take the top of those remarks.
Oh yeah, they're showing it here
see
too.
some of the dignitaries of Trump world as they walk in.
I wonder if they're going to bring it live here on NBC and keep an eye on it.
A couple of X factors
But I think
there.
I'll stick
One
with
of the
this
big
because
one, that
the
40% you
volume
talk
was a
about
bit better
with
here.
Nikki Haley. How many of those
Hold on, let me
voters
see.
are going to vote for Trump? Not all of them. You think maybe half of them might consider it. Which way do they go?
Would also be benefited by the fact that in some of those states, people other than Republicans could vote. Exactly. You could have independents. You could even have Democrats who voted for Brissett. We voted for Biden in 2020.
They came out to vote for Biden. The other
Okay.
big X factor, Savannah, is we're living in a post-Roe world. We saw the fact that was energizing for the Democratic base in the midterms.
Tenacious design, que ahora resulta que a Fátima le interesa.
Continue to keep an eye on that race. Now, turning over to the Democratic primary that's happening in Utah tonight, and you can see a landslide victory here for President Biden, getting 88% of support tonight, so he looks on his way to winning Utah's primary. We move on here, and hundreds of adult dancers in Washington State are fighting for better protections on the job. Their so-called Bill of Rights now makes its way to the governor's desk for signature after passing through the House and Senate with considerable support. As Fox 13's Lauren Donovan reports, if it passes, this bill would establish the most comprehensive protections for adult dancers to date.
23 points move with Hispanic voters towards
When we
Trump.
have a dynamic here that exploits dancers and has a predatory model, it really encourages clubs to just allow these customers back in because there is some profit in that. And of course, we have been struggling with
keeping doors open.
Everything from being tipped on stage to giving lap dances is illegal as a dancer.
Megaphone in hand, Madison Zach Wu has spent countless hours on the front line of this fight.
So we've been working towards getting...
Their voting is not over yet. Polls still open in the nation's most populous state, California. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is in Orange County at the registrar's office in Santa Ana.
Yeah, California is going to be interesting.
Jacob, what's going on where you are?
Lester, votes are actually being cast and counted here at the Orange County Registrar's Office. It's the fifth largest election jurisdiction in the country since 2020 in California, Lester. They have been doing permanent vote by mail ballots. That process began, and everybody in California gets a mail-in ballot. One of the things you will maybe be surprised to hear in California is not only do we have voting in person, we've got drive-through voting. So there's nobody here at the moment, but I do want to give a special shout-out, Lester, to our election workers, not just here in California, but throughout the country. This is my friend Sandra. It is, right?
Yes.
Sandra's also, Lester, a social worker. You're volunteering to be out here?
Yes.
I want to say on behalf of everybody watching, thanks to you and all the election workers all across the country. How's the turnout been so far?
Really great.
How's it?
All right, Sandra, I'm going to get out of the way because I'm sure there will be other cars that are going to want to come through while you're out here. Lester, California, here in Orange County, it's where the Republicans used to have their stronghold in California. Right here is where we're going to see the presidential election potentially, the Senate election in California, which is hotly contested, and some House races decided on that Republican side because of the volume of Republican votes. Here in California, it's been a very unique senatorial election. We have a top two system where it could be two Democrats, but it also could be a Republican. Adam Schiff, the front runner on the Democratic side, you know him from the first impeachment of President Trump in the House, has spent a lot of money to elevate the Republican Steve Garvey, a former Los Angeles Dodger and Padre. To get to that general election, it's become very contentious. We're all watching it closely.
To the podium, I think. Or he's thinking that he's walking to Trump headquarters now. So I'm assuming yeah, that's his walkout music, so I had to mute that. But let me go here and put an update out.
In North Carolina, the race has been called. You got 81% reported. Uncommitted is in double digits. It's 12%, right? So that's North Carolina. That's a swing state, right? And that's going to be in play in November. This is Massachusetts, Northeast, liberal state, right? You got 40% of the vote counted. You're just shy of 10% for uncommitted in Massachusetts as well. Pop over here in Minnesota. Some people may be in battleground state. We'll see, but you're 22% reported. You're just shy of 15% for uncommitted. So this goes to the conversation you guys were having for short time ago. And if I can, we go back to the state of Vermont here. Just want to make a point here, okay? Nikki Haley is still the leader down from Vermont. So when he made the prediction earlier today at 8 a.m. Eastern time on our air, that he would go 15 for 50, I had a chance to do that. Right now, Vermont is standing in as well. Hi, Paul President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. We're choosing to lose strikes tonight in Mar-a-Lago. So I'll meet people there and get back to the best.
You're just speaking now, listening. So
there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible.
All right.
We wouldn't have Russia
Here he is.
attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have
So I'll leave
Israel
the
being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, it's called, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, it's called, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California, and they're pouring into Arizona, because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders, into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders, and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We're going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers in that. And you know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil, it's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world, and then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy, because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success, and that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify
this
party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous power, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before. And it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections, and we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them. And we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad.
I'm going to cut in here because we have some breaking news.
They're strong and they're very capable people.
I'll go to my Twitter here, just got this in.
We love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody, my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th, it's right around the corner, November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, Maybe there's reasons for things that didn't happen.
I don't know what happened to the camera, but
They were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him. Look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened.
okay, we're back. I don't know exactly what happened, but I lost audio there. Am I echoing again? I lost audio there for some reason. And the camera froze. I don't know why, but I'm back now. Continuing with the Trump speech, we did have some breaking news and movements. Opening things by accident here now. News that Nikki Haley has won the primaries in Vermont. I haven't seen any networks actually call it yet, but Breaking 911 posted this on Twitter. So there's that.
Ow!
Sorry about that. Just posting an update to my Twitter on that.
masks and everything you could think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes, and then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left. And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country. And it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we send them in. This is crazy. But they come into our country, we're going to stop them. We're going to close our borders. We're going to have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying. And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Former President Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago, a softly delivered speech, but he hit the main themes that he's hit on the campaign trail, saying it's a big night for him. As of right now, he's won 11 states so far. Waiting on a few more in Vermont. That's pretty tight at this hour. California, the big delegate hall, closes at 11 p.m. Eastern time. He hit all the main points about drilling, about energy, spent a lot of time on foreign policy, specifically Afghanistan, saying that that was a big, big problem and that the country essentially is falling apart. sees it as his duty to try to bring the country back from this precipice that he believes President Biden and his administration have taken us to.
Familiar themes, though. I mean, all things that we have heard before from President Trump, not an overarching message that some people may have anticipated tonight. So let's bring the panel back in and see what they thought of the president's speech. Trey Gowdy,
I had a few issues in there because I was,
Dana Freno, Harold
for some reason the camera froze twice and the audio cut
let me
out.
start with you.
And there was like loud ringing, and I was trying to adjust the audio level, and I screwed the camera up and all that in between.
The result of tonight, which is overwhelmingly for Trump. I mean, I'm always wanting something that I don't hear from all these candidates. I want it all to be about tomorrow.
Softer Trump speech.
You have to talk a little bit about your record, but now pretty much everyone knows about Trump's record. So I would have liked him to say more about we're doing this, and he did some of that toward.
We'll go back here. And NBC hasn't projected it. The networks haven't projected it yet, but I did say in between, I don't know if the camera, if the stream caught it because I had issues with the camera, but Nikki Haley has won, and I posted on an update on my Twitter, the Vermont primaries according to reports. She's won the state of Vermont. I saw that tweet from Breaking 911 on Twitter. Oh yeah, this just came 4 seconds ago too, and then NBC is projecting that as well. Retweet that. So Nikki Haley has won her primary in Vermont. There was issues earlier with his website. That's why we couldn't bring it up because his website is down. So I don't know. But she has won the Vermont primary. It's the second state she's won. She won DC, and now she's won Vermont. But Trump still has 11 of the states so far. And we also got an update in within the Democrat primaries not that long ago. Oh, this just came out a half hour ago. Nikki Haley is expected to drop out of the presidential race tonight in the wake of Trump dominating Super Tuesday. That's what I suspected was going to happen. So we'll stay tuned here. We'll see if we hear from her tonight. Maybe she'll announce that she's dropping out tonight.
If you have this, consider adding this. An AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from UnitedHealthcare. Medicare Supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare does and let you see any doctor, any specialist.
Also, Colin Arad has won the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, so there's Senate primaries tonight and House primaries as well, I think. Or is it just Senate? I know there's Senate primaries, but Ted Cruz won on the Republican side, and now Colin Arad is one on the Democrat side, so we're gonna...
It's just your mother and I went to dinner.
Which is why we got Sling TV. So we can watch live everything all in one app. Dad gets live sports and news, and I get my reality shows.
And when we don't want to pay, your mom and I can still get hundreds of channels.
Another interesting piece of news here, I guess. Former President Trump allegedly held a secret meeting with Elon Musk Sunday at Mar-a-Lago, according to the New York Times. Joe Biden put out a statement saying today millions of voters across the country... Hold on. Breaking news, Biden has just put out a statement on the just put out a statement tonight saying, quote, today millions of voters across the country made their voices heard, showing that they're ready to fight back against Donald Trump's extreme plan to take us backwards. Every generation of Americans will face a moment when it is to defend democracy. This is our fight, end quote.
If you want to walk away with more money from any case, choose Jacoby Myers at the start of your case.
At Jacoby & Myers, we got our clients up to 10 times the original insurance offer. Choose Jacoby & Myers.
Hi, I'm Greg. I live in Bloomington, Illinois. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. Some people say, why should I take Prevagen? I don't have a problem with my memory. Memory loss is not something that occurs overnight. I started noticing subtle lapses in memory. I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. It's helped my memory. It's helped my cognitive qualities. Give it a try. I want it to help you if I get started.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription. The Bay Area Travel and Adventure Show is back. Discover thousands of vacation options. Meet top travel experts from around the world and plan your next trip. The show runs for 2 days only, March 16th and 17th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Buy discounted tickets now at travelshows.com. That's travelshows.com.
This is internet that's not just fast. This is like
So Trump going away with 11 states tonight.
now at 50%
Looking pretty good for him.
for the same price. Only 20%. The fastest ever.
Let's go through the poll numbers and see what's changed.
Here's finale, teenage gossip, and destroying news guys.
Hold on, let me check my audio, see make sure it's.
Do it all at once. Fast.
A car accident can shatter your world, but at Jacoby & Myers, we want to help you get back to where you were before. Taking on insurance,
So,
hospital bills, medical care, whatever you need to get back to the
in
level.
about
Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
15-ish minutes, we're expecting the next polls to close in California and Utah for the GOP caucuses there, and then in California for the Democrat and GOP primaries there. So, here's what Utah is looking like right now. 60% for Trump for the Republican caucuses right now. Utah for the Democrat primary was called for Biden. You got 50,000 votes there.
Welcome back to NBC's coverage of Super Tuesday. An unprecedented situation in American history. Donald Trump hurtling toward the Republican presidential nomination, but 4 criminal trials hang over his head. So what is the likelihood they actually take place before Election Day? What would happen if there were a conviction?
You know, perhaps there was a missed opportunity, but he does have a record to run on when it comes to the economy, for sure.
Trey?
I think the issues are there for potentially a Reagan-esque mandate in November. The issues are there: the border, the economy, our status on the world stage. My friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, raised something. I actually saw it a little bit different. I thought the president was nuanced tonight, which he's not always. One example, the press. He said we need a referee in this society that is fair. Who could possibly disagree with that? The old Donald Trump would have pointed to the back and said they're the enemy of the state. He didn't do that tonight. He said we need a free, fair, bold press, but be fair about it. I think this was as conciliatory and nuanced as he can be. The issues are on his side. If he can message them effectively, he could have a mandate in November.
We do have a decision desk call. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former Governor Nikki Haley will win the Vermont Republican primary. This is her second primary contest win following the District of Columbia. There you see 83% in. Bill Hemmer just came, the big areas, Montpelier, other places, came through for it.
Yeah, we were watching this throughout the night. The call is with Haley up 3.8%. Keep in mind this is an open primary. If you are a Vermont voter, you can walk into a primary location today and choose the ballot that you want, and it does not automatically register you with that party. Okay, so at 3.8%, that translates to 2,511 people in the state of Vermont. And in this case, it worked out for Nikki Haley to win in Vermont and also win in Washington, D.C. the other day. Other than that, it's been a shutout, and Donald Trump is still president.
Does she need to hit 50% in Vermont?
If she does hit 50, I knew we were going to do it. If she does hit 50, she gets the majority. take off for the 17 delegates. If you're under there, it goes proportional, and don't ask me to get into that. But if she doesn't get 50%, that 17% is divided by 2. All right, you're right there at 50. So she gets it. She needs to get 50.1 right now to technically get all 17 delegates. Short of that, you take 17, divide by 2, and that's your answer.
The big picture, Brett, I mean, 11 states so far. California's going to go to Trump.
It's pretty slim pickings. I mean, I think we all see the outcome is really inevitable, and gestures toward her may be important. But the bigger question is,
Nikki Haley winning Vermont tonight in the primaries there. Check the NBC polls again. NBC still says here Trump wins 11 states, Haley 0. They haven't projected Haley's win yet on NBC, but oh, NBC now is just projecting it. Okay, so let's check the polls here real quick. Once again. So here's where the delegates stand right now. So yeah, this looks like much as changed so far. We're just waiting for California and the Utah GOP caucuses, I think. And there's a few other places I think we're still waiting on. We got the results in from American Samoa, but I guess Fox hasn't projected that yet. And we're still waiting for Alaska. That'll probably be the last poll to close of the night. It'll be the last polls to close will be there in Alaska. But and then there's, what is there tomorrow? I think there's a Hawaii primaries tomorrow, which is not a major deal, at least not as a massive deal as tonight is. But so there's that. But we're waiting on California and California, the Utah GOP caucuses, and then Alaska right now, I think. Interesting to note that Uncommitted has 2 delegates. Not a whole lot, but it's still there. So we're still waiting on here, and here. We got the Democrat results in from here. We're still waiting for the Republican caucuses here, the Republican primaries here, and then in Alaska. And California is usually a pretty major one as well. It's 169 delegates up for grabs there. So, that'd be interesting to see. How many, if Trump picks up more delegates this time than he did last time around? Turn my TV back up so I can just hear what's happening. Because I missed something. Let's go over to ABC for a little bit.
What do you say to her and her supporters? Well, let me just speak specifically to Nikki. Thank you for running. You've been courageous.
Okay, maybe not. We'll go over to CBS.
It is now time to join the future of this country by fusing your voters with Trump's voters and beating Joe Biden. This is no longer about any other candidate than Donald Trump. The voters have spoken across our country. They have spoken clearly. And the one message that they're sending to all politicians, it's not about the person in the mirror. It's about the American people. It's about their kids and their future. It's about having streets that are safe and neighborhoods where I grew up. It's about the fact that every child in every zip code deserves quality education. Only one candidate left in this race can provide quality education. That's Donald Trump. Only one candidate in this race provides for public safety in a way where kids can walk to and from school safely. That's Donald Trump. So to the voters who supported Nikki Haley, thank you for voting. It is time to coalesce around the future of America that is best represented
represented by Donald Trump. Senator, we appreciate your time tonight, and I'm sure we'll be talking about you and to you in the days to come. Thank you.
Hey, Rick, let's go.
Thank you. So let's get around to the panel quickly and get some final thoughts this evening. We can start with you, Sandra.
Oh yeah, there's the State of the Union on Thursday. I haven't decided. I might cover that. I don't know if there's a point covering it. I may or may not do a little. Oh no, I can't because I won't be here. I'll be at a church group on Thursday. I won't be here, so I forgot I won't be able to cover that.
They're worried about their grocery store prices. They're worried about safety. Talk to those voters. You know, they want to be heard, and they certainly will show up in November.
I think this should be a 50-state campaign for America. My first vote was for Ronald Reagan, and I think no state should be left behind. No city should be left behind. These are great American cities. The most beautiful places, San Francisco, New York, Chicago, Baltimore. We're going to rebuild these cities. And he's at his best, and he says, I'll work with all these Democrats. We're going to rebuild these beautiful places. That's music to Americans' ears. That's the kind of message I think you're going to hear from him, and he's going to campaign in New York.
And Harold, that's going to be heard in places like Chicago, New York City, where people in those cities are standing up at these town hall meetings, and they are very angry.
The president understands this metaphor. He wants a mulligan. He should have given that speech. That speech and Tim Scott's speech tonight. That would have been to begin this process. But he's got plenty of time. We got 8 months.
I was just echo what Harold said. I thought Tim Scott's message went one step further than Trump did. Instead of being gracious toward Nikki Haley, of course, he was prompted by questions from you. But nonetheless, I mean, look, it isn't so much that he needs Nikki Haley to come around. It isn't so much that he even needs Nikki Haley's voters. But there are countless voters out there around the country who have doubts about Donald Trump because he has this extravagant, overpowering personality, and a lot of people don't like him. If he, all he needs is just mellow it out a little bit and make it easy for him.
President Biden campaign in 2020 saying help is on the way. Today follows 4 days of polls showing America's like, please stop helping us. And President Trump has an opportunity now to do a 50-state campaign and try to actually bring the help.
Troy, we'll get you next time. Yes, sir. That does it for us tonight. More of this Super Tuesday election night coming up. Polls in California closing in just moments.
Our coverage continues with Trace Gallagher. Take it away, Trace.
Vote was for Ronald Reagan, and I think no state should be left behind. No city should be left behind. These are great American cities. The most beautiful places, San Francisco, New York, Chicago, Baltimore. We're going to rebuild these cities, and he's at his best when he says, I'll work with all these Democrats. We're going to rebuild these beautiful places. That's music to Americans'
All right,
ears.
so the polls are now
That's the kind of
closed
message I
in
think you're going to hear from him,
California
and he's going to
and
campaign
in the
in New York.
Utah GOP
Harold, that's going to be
caucuses.
heard in
We're
places like
waiting the
Chicago,
results for
New York
that.
City, where
You should
people
get them
in
in
those cities are standing up at these town hall meetings,
shortly.
and they are very angry.
The president understands this metaphor. He wants a mulligan. He should have given that speech, and Tim Scott's speech tonight. That would have been to begin this process. He's got plenty of time. We got 8 months.
I was just what echo what Harold said. I thought Tim Scott's message just went one step further than Trump did, just in being gracious toward Nikki Haley.
I expect Trump will win in California.
But nonetheless, I mean, look,
Obviously
it isn't
Biden.
so much that
polls
he
close
needs Nikki Haley
top of the next hour.
It isn't so much that he even
12
needs
a.m.
Nikki Haley's
Eastern
voters. But there are
in
countless
Alaska.
voters out there around the
Or
country
that's,
who have doubts about Donald Trump because he has this extravagant,
time is
overpowering
that, Alaska
personality,
time?
and a lot of people don't like it. And if all he needs to do is mellow it out a little bit and make it easy for him.
7:11. That's 8 o'clock.
Biden campaign in 2020 saying help is on the way.
AKST
Today
time, Alaska time.
follows 4 days
Alaskan
of
Standard
polls
Time.
showing America's like, please stop
So we
helping
close
us. And President Trump
At
has
8
an
p.m. Alaskan
opportunity now to
Standard
do a
Time.
50-state
12
campaign
a.m.
and try
Eastern.
to
That's
actually bring the help.
10 o'clock.
Troy,
My
we'll catch you
time.
next time.
Yes, sir.
Mountain time.
That does it for
Here
us
at
tonight.
CRTV.
More of this Super Tuesday election night coming up.
So, just waiting for the
What was your big takeaway of the night? What did you find surprising as the night went on?
Well, Trace, I think if you rewound a few years, a lot of people would not have expected.
just lost the Fox feed again.
And it is an incredible political comeback story for anybody who covers politics or watches all of this. I think we are witnessing something extraordinary. I also think that when you look at the mix of voters and how shifting in the country. Look at the increase in Hispanic and Black votes that it appears we're seeing in some of these categories. We're watching something that is very dynamic in this country, and you're also watching a reaction to 3 years, and we'll see how it goes. But it looks like people are getting the matchup that some people said they didn't want, but the gravity is clearly behind these
And my
two
prediction
candidates
turns true. We just got
they are.
breaking
And you
news
look at what President Trump did tonight,
from
and you kind of
BNO
think, I
News.
was just listening
They're
to Trey Gowdy
reporting that
earlier talking about,
Donald
maybe the
Trump has
possibility
won
of
the
a Reagan
California
mandate.
primary.
If this thing goes the way that he was talking about,
Again,
was
breaking
that
news
a
from
surprising
BNO.
comment? Because Martha's right.
Donald
We see
Trump,
some of these polls, the
according to
Hispanic
reports from them,
voters,
has
the
won
black
the
voters,
California primary.
the things that the
That
Biden
just in now,
administration
we
is
put an
doing
update
right
out.
and wrong, and the wrong numbers are always much higher. What do you think about that kind of analysis, Brett?
Yeah, listen, we're going to see how these months go. We are 8 months from the day for the general election. That is a long time. It's the longest general election we will ever have seen in our lifetime up till now. I will say this. To Martha's point, it is a remarkable political comeback. Think of how many things have been thrown at former President Trump. Think about how many legal cases he still has yet to fight. He's, how many charges he's facing. And in the wake of that, he is getting overwhelming response from voters. Not just, a different coalition of voters. You were talking about, in some cases, Reagan Democrats. These are union workers who have decided they want to vote for Donald Trump in some of these primaries. He has defeated all of his challengers, and if you look back 2 years, we would not have predicted this day. You would have said, this is going to be Governor Ron DeSantis. This is going to be somebody else besides former President Trump.
Speaking of that somebody else, Martha, you have Nikki Haley on your show quite a bit. You kind of know what she's been going through and thinking. What do you think after tonight? She has clearly not going to speak tonight. She has no plans or events through tomorrow. Do you think Nikki Haley is done, or does she keep going?
You know what? There's no doubt that they're in an evaluation phase at this moment. I mean, the numbers are what they are. She always said that she wanted to allow many states to weigh in before she would get out of this race or consider getting out of this race. I think after tonight, those become very concrete issues to deal with. She's lost some of her financial backing in recent weeks as well, and she needs to evaluate where she wants to be as a candidate, what she wants her political future to look like. But I think enough people on the panel tonight gave her a lot of credit. No woman has ever gotten farther in the Republican presidential process than she has. And she watched a lot of the fellows, as she likes to say, fall by the wayside. I think she deserves a lot of credit for fighting a good fight here.
Yeah, and lastly to you, Brett, the former president's speech tonight, some called it conciliatory, some called it subdued. What would you call it?
It was a soft touch by the former president. He was, it was not the traditional firebrand kind of going after a number of different targets. He was giving his assessment of where his administration was and how bad he thinks the situation is now. I think there was probably, a possibility to have a dismount that maybe was on a teleprompter. We talked about that with the panel, where there was this soundbite. But maybe that was his pitch. He does things a lot off the cuff. And this was an off-the-cuff speech, probably from the heart, to his supporters in Mar-a-Lago. I will say this. Nikki Haley, no matter what happens after today, will have
So again, Trump has won the California primaries. He's now won California.
And from the District of Columbia, who will nominate her for the presidency of the United States. And we'll see what happens through the campaign after this.
Yeah, Brett,
Martha, and your panel,
exceptional work as always. Thank you for coming on the show. We very much appreciate it.
Okay, they're not reporting anything yet. Let me refresh it.
Super Tuesday with tonight's results, a rematch of the 2020 presidential election between Biden and Trump looks even more likely. The White House correspondent Peter Doocy is live in the White House with more on this. Peter, good evening.
Good evening, Trace, and all has been quiet here in person at the White House, but about 45 minutes ago, we got the first reaction to tonight's results from President Biden himself. And when you look at the 5 paragraphs of the text
and
that they
the
sent
Fox
over,
hasn't called it yet,
there's
but
some stuff about what Biden would do
67%
with a
for
second
Donald
term.
Trump there.
But it's a lot
Biden
more
right now,
about Donald Trump. And we
93%
pulled
no
out the key
surprise. It's a
paragraph
blue state.
of the president's statement. It says, if Donald Trump returns to the White House. All of this progress is at risk.
So yeah, I expect they're going to call any second now for Biden.
Not the American people. He is determined to destroy our democracy,
in
rip
California.
away fundamental freedoms like the ability
So there you
to
go.
make
It's
their
looking
own
more likely,
healthcare
more
decisions,
likely that it'll be a rematch between
billions of dollars
Trump and
tax
Biden,
cuts
and we're
for the
just waiting for
wealthy,
the Utah
and he'll do
caucuses and
anything
Alaska.
to put himself in
And then,
power.
of course, there's
even
some
though
more
Donald
primary
Trump
dates
is
to happen,
President
but
Biden's
they're not
focus
as
right
significant
there,
as
at
tonight.
some
Tonight's
point
the
tonight,
most
in the war room in
significant
Wilmington,
primary night
Delaware,
of
where
all
the
primary
re-election
nights.
is based,
But
a name crossed people's computer screens there, the campaign staff,
again,
that they were
California
not
projected
expecting.
for
That
Trump.
name,
For the
Jason
Republican
Palmer,
primary
he
there,
defeated
also projected for the
President
Democrat
Biden in
primary there for
American
Biden. It
Samoa.
seems as though they
From out
will
of
probably in the
nowhere.
next few
I checked in
seconds
with
here.
the campaign. They
Networks
don't
will
seem too
project for
worried
him as
about
he
it
has
because
93%
American
there.
Samoa also went
Trump is
uncommitted in
67%, but he's
2016,
projected for the
over Bernie and Clinton, and then in
California
2020
primary there.
we
to
saw
get
Michael Bloomberg win it. So that was the main
BNN
surprise.
News.
When I checked in with campaign staff, they also sent over a list of things that they are working at tonight. And again, it focuses a lot less on the primary process and a lot more on what they think are openings for them in this general election fight with Trump, particularly his weakness with Haley voters, according to exit polls. That were taken
Oh, it was like Fox has called it because they put the graphic
Gives
up.
us very unique insight into the strategy going ahead for the president and his campaign. Peter Doocy live for us from the White House. Peter, thank you for staying up. We appreciate it. And now it is off to Florida and inside the Trump campaign with their reaction to tonight's results. Aisha Husky is live for us in West Palm Beach. Aisha, good evening.
Trace, good evening to you. Well, you heard it there directly from the former president. He absolutely claiming victory tonight. But in that 20-minute speech, the most glaring part of it all was that he never mentioned Nikki Haley's name once, not once. And he did that as he, of course, took victory tonight, even as there are still some states that are yet to be tallied. Watch this.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time.
So there's been a lot of talk about unity, Trace. Haley has been accusing Trump of dividing and alienating voters, especially her voters, non-MAGA voters. Here's Trump addressing how he plans on uniting Americans.
I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before, and it was a beautiful thing.
He did talk plenty about President Trump, calling him the worst president in our nation's history. Also talked a lot at length about the border. Clear signs, clear indications that he is wanting to now pivot to the general election. And we'll see more of that as he heads to Georgia this Saturday. You'll see dueling remarks from both the former president and President Biden. Both of them will be in Georgia at the same time. Trace?
Aisha Husney live for us in Florida. Aisha, we'll get back to you as the news warrants. Thank you. We have some breaking news coming in to Fox News at night. We can now project that both former President Trump and President Biden will win the state of California tonight, and that kind of includes that whole clean sweep. We are still checking into the numbers of uncommitted voters in California and the other states. We know there are 3 or 4 states for President Biden that uncommitted came into double digits. We will talk with the panel about that coming up as well. Meantime, will Super Tuesday be the end of Nikki Haley's campaign? Bill Melugin is live in Charleston, South Carolina tonight with that. Bill, good evening.
Trace, good evening to you. I wish we could offer you some more insight, but we have not heard from Nikki Haley's campaign in about 4 hours now. It has been total radio silence. We know that she is here in the Charleston area watching these returns privately with her campaign staff, and as of hours ago, we were told they were all in a good mood waiting for those returns. We have not gotten an update from them yet as to how they are feeling now. What we do know is Nikki Haley just won her first state of this primary, Vermont. You can take a look look at this graphic on the screen right here. Vermont, the very first state of the primary, she won in. She campaigned there on Sunday. She was in Burlington. This is her second win of the primary. She previously won the District of Columbia, but this was one of the states she was expected to do well in on this all-important Super Tuesday. But she's been crisscrossing the country in recent days trying to perform well tonight. Take a look at this graphic. These are just some of the states she was in over the last week or so, and you'll notice some of the states on there: Virginia, Minnesota, Maine, some of these Super Tuesday states. Several of them have already been called for Donald Trump, so the night has not been going the way the Nikki Haley campaign was hoping as they were coming into the night. And again, we have not heard anything from them. We reached out to them to see if they have any reaction to the win in Vermont. We have not heard back from them just yet. Back out here live, these initial returns that have been coming in are very likely going to raise more questions as to what Nikki Haley's path forward is following this Super Tuesday. And as you just heard Aisha mention, during Donald Trump's speech tonight, he did not mention Nikki Haley or bring up her name a single time in about 20 minutes of speaking. We'll send it back to you, Trace.
He appears very confident. Bill Melugin live for us in South Carolina. Bill, thank you. As the second biggest delegate prize in this Super Tuesday, the stakes are especially high in Texas, given the state of the southern border crisis. The senior national correspondent Rich Edson is live for us in Laredo, Texas, with more on that. Rich, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Trace. Well, a record number of migrants have crossed the southern U.S. border during this administration. And if you look at some of the recent polling ongoing right now, in several recent polls, immigration, border issues have risen to among the top concerns among American voters. It's something both presidential frontrunners have been mentioning, have been sparring directly with one another over just the past week. They've both offered very detailed, very different strategies for addressing the border surge. President Biden and former President Trump even visited the border last week in Texas on the same day, though a few hundred miles apart. Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar represents the border district here in Laredo. He's been pushing the president to take a more aggressive approach on border security and told us the White House is starting to get the message.
Have they got off what I call their comfort zone? Yes. Would they anger some of the immigration advocates? Absolutely, they would under the Senate bill, and probably some members of Congress and senators. But again, you got to do what's right, and that is secure the border.
Former President Trump opposed that bipartisan Senate border bill. Congressional Republicans followed suit and it failed to pass. Trump's Republican challenger, Nikki Haley, says opposing that compromise, the former president is creating chaos at the border just to help his election chances. Other Republicans argue President Biden has all the authority he needs to address the southern border.
America's had enough. They've had enough of Joe Biden. They've had enough of this open border. They've had enough of this crisis. And they are looking for someone to lead them to some solutions.
Texas also has Senate primaries tonight. About 10 Democrats campaigning for the nomination to take on incumbent Republican Senator Ted Cruz. AP says Democratic Congressman Colin Allred has secured the votes to take on Cruz. He needed 50% plus one vote to avoid a May runoff. But before the polls close this evening, a pro-Cruz super PAC was already releasing ads attacking Allred. Back to you, Trace.
Rich Edson live for us in Texas. Rich, thank you. Let's bring in tonight's panel. Maslansky and Partners President Lee Carter, Fox News contributor Steve Hilton, and criminal defense attorney and federal litigator Vic Bajaj. Thank you all for coming on. I want to pick up, if I can, with you, Vic, where Rich Edson left off there, because the Fox News polling, it says, best describes the situation on the U.S. southern border. The numbers do not weigh heavily in the president's favor here. You have almost 8 out of 10 voters saying what's happening down at the border is an emergency. 78% say it is an emergency. I mean, if you're in the Biden administration, those are alarm bells. Vic.
And those are just numbers, Trace. When we actually talk about what those numbers mean, it's startling, it's frightening, and you can't blame people for being absolutely terrified for their family's liberty and limbs. Let's talk about this. 10 people per year, on average, of people on the national, international terrorist watch list were coming in per year from 2020 to 2022. Well, just since October, we have 59, and just one a couple of weeks before President Trump made his way down to Eagle Pass. It's not only dangerous, it's dangerous and desperate, because now the plugs are being put in the holes in the dam. And what happens in the world of organized crime is when the opportunity is getting narrow and narrow, the danger increases exponentially.
Yeah, now moving on to tonight, Steve Hilton, Nikki Haley. I mean, we talked a lot about this, talked about it with Martha. Does she stay in? Does she get out? I mean, it doesn't look good for her.
I do love Martha's phrase that Nikki Haley's in an evaluation phase. I'm not sure how long that phase needs to be. There's not a lot to evaluate. I mean, this is a disaster for someone who's actually seriously trying to win elections. She's winning nothing, practically. And the mystery about all this is what it's all been about. The last few weeks of this campaign. And I think it is worth analyzing this situation. Because I talk to friends, Republicans, I'm around the state a lot. I would be down in San Diego. There's a great watch party tonight, Team Freedom, the epicenter there. I talk to my friends in California and across the country. They don't understand. And even if you take Nikki Haley's arguments at face value, why she was in this race the last few weeks, they said at the beginning, well, if we just let one candidate go one-to-one with Donald Trump, then it'll be a real contest. Well, how did that turn out? She was one-to-one pretty much from the beginning. It's been a complete flop. Then they say, well, actually, the voters, the Republican voters, they deserve a choice for their presidential candidate. It's not a real choice if you're not winning any actual contest. This isn't an opinion poll to express a view. This is about choosing a candidate for president. What's this about? She's saying, well, maybe she'll have, because she's got these delegates, some leverage at the convention. Leverage for what? Her entire campaign was about identity politics, that her age, that she beat the fellows, as she endlessly and gratingly went on about. And the final point I think it's important to understand, when people say, well, really, this is, the phrase you hear a lot is that she's now the I told you so candidate. She says that Trump can't beat Biden, and so she's going to be proved right, and in the end, the party will come back to her. She completely misunderstands that this is not about one individual. The idea that the party will come back to her after all this, to me, is ridiculous.
Let me get to Lee Carter now. Steve, Axios says that the following here, Lee Carter, Biden's new strategy, go for Trump's jugular. Quoting, Biden has told friends he thinks Trump is wobbly, both intellectually and emotionally, and will explode if Biden mercilessly gigs and goads him. Go haywire in public, as one advisor put it, instead of focusing on jobs, the economy, areas in which polls suggest Americans aren't giving Biden much credit. Biden would be making the contest as much about Trump as his own accomplishments. What about that strategy, Lee?
I think it's a big mistake. We've seen a lot of people try to go after Donald Trump, and it usually backfires. You can't out-Trump Trump. You can't really use a different strategy to go after him. And I think that Joe Biden's whole persona is not that. I think it would be antithetical to who he said he is, and it's going to seem hypocritical. He promised to be the candidate of unity. He's going, and he hasn't delivered on that. If he does this kind of a strategy, I think it's just going to backfire. And I always say that the candidate who's reacting is the one that's losing. If he spends all of his time reacting.
We just lost Lee Carter there. We'll try to get her back.
It's going to lift up Donald Trump, and it's going to seem like Joe Biden is losing.
Now, we just got her back. Lee, thank you very much. I want to put this up on the thing. We've got about 30 seconds, and I just want to put it up just for the edification of our audience. This is rating the Biden administration on, and it goes all the way through climate change, all the way down through border security, and you can see the numbers mostly failed on the right-hand side of the screen. Just keep getting worse as you go down by the topics, and I've got 10 seconds for you, Vic, but it doesn't look good. And then Steve.
Money, safety, breadwinning, family. You lose on those, you should lose this election. It's that simple.
Yeah. And that's why the only argument you're going to hear from the Democrats and Biden, the same ones they tried before, abortion, Trump's a threat to democracy. On the actual issues, as Vic says, that matter to people, they've got nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Panel, stand by. We'll come back to you. Coming up, continuing special election coverage of Super Tuesday, the night filled with success for the Trump campaign. But what does it mean for his legal troubles going forward? We'll have continuing coverage on that and more next on Fox News at 9.
My name's Cody Archie.
And I'm Erica.
And we're first generation.
the whole time? I think I was muted that whole time from when I came back with my water bottle till now. This microphone is, I swear. Okay, now I just muted myself and now I'm back. I don't know what's with it. And like when it's muted, see when it's muted, you hear that squealing? Well, the microphone was off. Cause from the time I left to get my water bottle to come back here, I guess I left it muted. I went and got my water bottle, and if you're wondering what I was eating, I'm snacking on some pretzels. And I was laughing because, I started laughing because I went to the page where you can look your stream replay here. And I was just watching myself eat, and I thought, yeah, I probably shouldn't be eating on my stream. And then I looked and I saw, here it says I've been on 4 hours, 30 minutes, and it says 5 hours, 22 minutes. 55 seconds, as if that's telling me where it's going to stop at, because I have a certain limit, but I thought it was infinite. I thought you could stream for as long as you want. So if it does stop at the top of the hour, or a little bit past the top of the hour, I'll restart it and we'll do a part 2, or a second part of this. Because at the top, we still got some more polls closing at the top of the hour. We have polls in Alaska close at the top of the hour. I think that's it after that for tonight.
You'll never truly forget migraine. Next, you look to reduce the attacks, making 0 migraine days possible. It's the only pill of its kind that blocks CGRP and is approved to prevent migraine of any frequency. To help give you that forget you get migraine feeling.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking about? Is you're gonna hear me crunching. Now that the mic is unmuted. It's like ASMR. Yeah, that's another reason why I'm not gonna eat on camera, because of that. That's probably annoying. So we're still waiting for the polls in Alaska to close. And like I said, I think after that, that's it. And that's it for the, yeah, after that, it's it for the night. Here's where everything stands right now.
We recreated some of the wettest spring, hottest summers, loneliest fall, and coldest winters. All on one track to prove these 3-row SUVs were built for the unstoppable. Kia, movement that inspires.
CBS's thing is weird. It's like this, these lines are like previous and are not yet projected. Or I don't know what that, because he's got more than 276 if you look. Look here. That shows where he has here, and then NBC is just like they're counting it differently or something, because he's got 911 here, and Biden's got 1,000, Biden's got 1,300. Which ABC thing?
I'm almost 70 years old. I practice martial arts and I take balance in nature. I started taking balance in nature 3.5 years ago, and I feel good. And if you feel good, you get to enjoy life a lot more. Balance in nature, it's a positive thing.
Yeah, see?
I'll keep on taking it as long as I can.
ABC too is doing the same thing as it. Yeah, I wonder what's up with CBS, and then CNN. Final Super Tuesday, yeah, so it is after the last polls. That's it after that. The final polls close in 25 minutes. Oh, they have a good map up here right now. polls have been called for Biden. Okay, why? I'm not showing. Whoops. I hate the CNN website because it's like very glitchy, very laggy or whatever.
Dan made progress with his mental health, but his medication caused unintentional movements in his face, hands, and feet called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So his doctor prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily TD treatment for adults. Austedo XR significantly reduced Dan's TD movements. Some people saw a response as
I don't know when Florida primaries are.
Austedo XR, Dan can stay on his
Look at the calendar here.
cool air.
Austedo XR suicidal thoughts or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking risperidone, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the throat.
Let's see Florida on there. Well, I guess because it's
Austedo XR. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM anytime.
yeah, I guess they don't do primaries there because it's swing state, but.
Is listening.
Well, interesting dynamics in play in tonight's primary in California, including the hotly contested race to fill the Senate. But by the way, we have some breaking news coming in because look at the numbers. We just now got the numbers compiled here. This is the California primary, and it's fascinating to me because you have the former president in California taking 73, almost 74% of the vote, and you have Nikki Haley.
Oh, the Fox is now projecting that Trump has taken 73% of the vote, and Nikki Haley only 22% of the vote in California. That's interesting.
Say Steve Helton to tell you that the color red orange. They can't agree on that. It's just kind of the way it is, and in California it seems like a lot. We're going to get back to that in a minute. Meantime, Christina Coleman live tracking the results of the Senate election here in California.
Let's get some other,
Hi, good evening, Tracy. I just want to mention those big numbers that you just mentioned with the presidential primary there. You know, last year the state GOP changed its primary rules, allowing for any candidate to secure more than 50% of the vote to walk away with all of the state's 169 delegates. So that is huge. That will be a big help for Donald Trump as he works to secure the Republican nomination. Now, as for that closely watched Senate race here, 27 candidates are fighting to fill that seat. They're trying to fill the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. Now, longtime Democrat Congressman Adam Schiff is in the lead with a Republican, former LA Dodgers star Steve Garvey. Now, Garvey did not pay for a bunch of TV ads. He didn't pay for any at all, or he pulled any big rallies, but he gained a lot of traction in this race. Political experts say his baseball stardom and Schiff's campaign ad blitz, which elevated Garvey's standing among Republican voters, has helped this GOP contender. Now, the top two finishers in this primary will compete against one another in November. For Donald Trump as he works to secure the Republican nomination. Now, as for that closely watched Senate race here, 27 candidates are fighting to fill that seat. They're trying to fill the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. Now, longtime Democrat Congressman Adam Schiff is in the lead with a Republican, former LA Dodgers star Steve Garvey. Now, Garvey did not pay for a bunch of TV ads. He didn't pay for any at all, or he pulled any big rallies, but he gained a lot of traction in this race. Political experts say his baseball stardom and Schiff's campaign ad blitz, which elevated Garvey's standing among Republican voters, has helped this GOP contender. Now, the top two finishers in this primary will compete against one another in November's general election, regardless of their political party. Also, a Republican has not been elected to a statewide office in this deep blue state since back in 2006. However, Garvey is still optimistic about his chances winning if he makes it to the general election. He remains confident. He spoke to reporters just moments ago after the polls closed. Take a listen.
The people are speaking. I think they're listening to my message, talking about common sense and compassion, building teams and consensus, and for some reason, this is resonating now.
Congressman Adam Schiff cashed his ballot today. He too seems very confident as he remained in the lead ahead of the other high-profile Democrats in this race, Congresswomen Katie Porter and Barbara Lee.
I think we're on a great campaign. We're very proud of it. We have an amazing campaign team, and it's been just wonderful traveling up and down the state, meeting Californians.
Again, this has been a very close and intense and expensive race. Open U.S. Senate seats are rare here in California, and this is also the most expensive Senate race in the state's history. Together, all the campaigns, they have spent more than $65 million so far. Trace?
That's a bunch of money. Christina Coleman live for us in Los Angeles. Christina, thank you. Lee Carter, Steve Hilton, and Vic Bajaj are back with us now. I don't know, Steve Hilton. I think that I want to put this. This is a voter we talked to, and he gave us his reason why he voted for Steve Garvey and why he did not vote for Adam Schiff. Watch.
Steve Garvey. Well, he's a Trump supporter, number one, and he speaks a lot of sense. I mean, in Adam Schiff, there is one sick individual. He shouldn't be anywhere near the Senate. He shouldn't be the dog catcher anywhere. The man is terrible. He's a liar. Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie.
I mean, the bottom line of the primary, Steve Hilton, is that Steve Garvey could actually come out on top. Now, that doesn't mean that in the general election he would, because it's a one-on-one race. If Garvey and Schiff are, you know, then all of a sudden you have the lone Republican. You can't split up the Democratic vote like they're doing tonight, and you got to have Garvey versus Schiff, and the odds become much longer.
That's true, but I think what we're seeing, and I'm glad that the nation is waking up to this, is that California is way more Republican than people think, even before the last few years. If you look at the average vote share for Republicans in statewide races, it's over 40%. And now, in the last few years, as you've seen this accelerating sense of real failure from the Democrats on every single issue, not just the big ones that we see all the time, crime and homelessness, but on the state of public schools, where we have the worst literacy in the country. We have the highest taxes, but the worst poverty, on and on. Every issue, a disaster. People are waking up, they want change. And in Steve Garvey, you have a candidate with a very attractive message, a very a manner that people really relate to, and of course someone that in big parts of the state, they know him and love him, and it's a very exciting moment.
Yeah, CBS News said the following here: California Senate race results could hold some surprises on Super Tuesday. Goes on to say, despite its nickname, the Golden State is perennially deep blue when it comes to politics, but this year California could go partially red. Let's go to the man with the red tie, Vic Bajaj. What do you think about this, Vic? I mean, you know California. You know, you've done a lot of work here. It is blue. I mean, Steve Hilton's his optimistic view, but it is blue in California. Is the pendulum swinging?
Absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I've had court in Santa Cruz. I've had court in San Francisco, in Oakland, in Los Angeles, in San Diego, not to mention the federal courts throughout California. And I can tell you, the conversation I have with everyone on the other side, on the prosecutorial side, and on my side, the defense side, is safety, border, and money, the trifecta. It's a very simple equation, and now the pendulum is swinging. It may take a couple of 3 years, but it's undeniable at this point.
There's a reason we have three of you on the panel, because we're going to try and break this tie if we can, because Lee, I mean, the whole thing, Lee Carter, is you crunch the numbers. You know kind of the numbers. You look at California. My question to you is, I mean, Vic's right. We could oust this far-left DA in Los Angeles. It seems like there are at least bits and pieces of the state that are moving toward the right. But do you think that Steve Garvey has any chance in the fall against Adam Schiff?
I think it's a real tough road when it comes to the fall in California. But I think that we are seeing that there's a lot of people out there who are just rejecting the very notion that Democrats are putting out there, that if you disagree with them, that you are either stupid or ignorant or something else. And what's happening now is people are saying, you know what, I care about the border, I care about security, I care about homelessness, I care about all of these issues, I want my community back. And so there's a much broader appeal among Republicans in some of these states than you expect. You see it in California. We're starting to see some of that same kind of thing happen in New York. And so I think we are seeing a surge in conservatism in places where we didn't expect it. And this is a really big deal that we're even having this conversation. We haven't seen anything like this happen since 1988. You know, he hasn't spent a lot of money. This is just part of who he is, and people saying that they want an alternative.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Lee Carter, Steve Hilton, Vic Bajaj, stand by if you would. Coming up, we have live coverage on the ground in Colorado. 1 day ago, the Supreme Court ruled that Trump could remain on the ballot in Colorado. It was 9-0. We're going to have some reaction and some results next.
The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
It is time for the GOAT. Strap in, because Skip is back. This team is loaded top to bottom. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers. We coming with some swag. Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. New team, I'm talking elite players. Here we talk. Same Skip. This is about to be the greatest show I have ever been a part of. Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
We are definitely in the beginning of blizzard conditions.
Bone-chilling cold to sketchy snow.
When it's cold outside, Fox Weather turns up the heat.
What a storm.
Fox Weather is Winter Storm HQ.
But I mean,
you people are the best.
We are MPU and we're gonna find this missing person.
Just give us something to believe in. We'll get them. We always do. Alert season premiere tonight on Fox.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's gonna be interesting. Let's go. I love to root for great. Yeah. I want to watch history. Ooh. You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters. Truth hurts sometimes. I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
so I think therefore she's going to drop out.
Hungry goats, drunken raccoons, driving dogs.
And a partridge in a pear tree?
No. Animal Control returns.
Do I have time to take a quick shower before we...
Yeah. The Pack is back. Season premiere this Wednesday on Fox.
In fact, I saw earlier on Fox they were talking about...
We have high standards at St Gilbert's. You guys must be these scholarships.
Is it your first time boarding? If you need anything, I'm really happy to help.
We are the diversity and inclusion team.
We plan to capture your black excellence at all times.
We're not even here. Crack on.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these. Have you not watched Get Out? This place is mad extra.
This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready. Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 16th on Fox and FS1. We are back. The Next Level Chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut? We need the best. On the most competitive season yet. This is not Next Level. All new Next Level Chef, Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Is this the start of a dynasty? A redemption tour? Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? Any questions?
Yeah, he's not a news source, but...
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry,
And total ridiculousness.
First things first, weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Will Kane is Turning Heads.
I get that a lot.
A podcast with big names, big topics, and one unique perspective.
You just can't make this up, man.
Streaming live on FoxNews.com or anytime at WillKaneShow.com.
Griselda was an enigma.
There was another ruthless, brutal drug lord leaving a bloody trail of death in her wake.
She never showed the slightest bit of remorse on having people killed.
The Cocaine Godmother, streaming now on Fox Nation.
2016 or 2015 in the primaries, I guess.
Answering that question with a resounding yes. Colorado's Secretary of State expressing her disappointment, saying it would be up to the American voters to, quote, save democracy, but also assured that votes for Trump would count. Every
Grumpy on Twitter posted this.
make their voices heard. On the issues, voters told us the economy and the border were top of mind, as well as the Trump ballot issue. Here's what they shared with us.
Beating Joe Biden in the fall, and with President Trump having such a commanding lead, now is the time that we need to come together. You look at state after state. We've had Virginia and North Carolina called already so far this evening, 13 more to go. This is the time to send the message, hey Joe, you're fired. But this is much bigger than Nikki Haley. This is about beating Joe Biden in the fall, and with President Trump having such...
With a resounding yes. Colorado's Secretary of State expressing her disappointment, saying it would be up to the American voters to, quote, save democracy, but also assured that votes for Trump would count. Every registered voter in Colorado received a ballot by mail, but many still showed up in person today to make their voices heard. On the issues, voters told us the economy and the border were top of mind, as well as the Trump ballot issue. Here's what they shared with us.
I'm glad it overturned. I didn't think it was right that they took away our right to be able to vote for who we wanted to vote for.
I think giving states the power to be able to remove presidential candidates from either party from the ballot is a really, really slippery slope. And I think that in today's political environment, it can be pretty dangerous.
I felt that the Supreme Court was going to do the right thing, so it wasn't really a concern for me. It was just sad that it was brought to that level.
Now, in the Democratic primary, you can see President Biden winning handily. Of note, the tens of thousands of votes for non-committed delegate, which continues that push that started in Michigan by pro-Palestinian activists unhappy with the president's handling of the Israeli-Hamas war. Trace?
Alicia Cunha live for us in Denver. Alicia, thank you. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz, former White House Deputy Strategic Communications Director Roman Duravi, and Media Research Center TV contributing writer Stephanie Hamill. Thank you all for coming on. I want to play this because this is Jamie Raskin, the congressman. He is still not giving up on getting Trump disqualified. Jason, I'll get your response after. Watch.
I am working with a number of my colleagues, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Eric Swalwell, to revive legislation that we had to set up a process by which we could determine that someone who committed insurrection is disqualified by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Of course, he left out that he's never been charged with insurrection nor convicted of insurrection, Jason. Little factoid there.
Yeah, that's quite a group. Jamie Raskin, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and Eric Swalwell. I mean, talk about the all-star list there. That's quite a motley crew. They want to actually be the judge and jury. They want to be not just the legislative branch, but they want to be the judicial branch and make the determination based on their wisdom as to whether or not somebody committed a crime. Donald Trump was never charged with this crime, let alone convicted of it. And if it was so obvious, go talk to the Biden Department of Justice, because they never charged the president with that because he didn't do it. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing they keep leaving out again and again and again. Nikki Haley did not speak tonight, Roman Duravi, but she did speak today on Fox and Friends, and she had this to say.
If I were to get out of the race, it would still be the longest presidential general election in history. I don't know why everybody's so adamant that they have to follow Trump's lead to get me out of this race.
It just sounds to me like she's leaning toward getting out of the race. I mean, the longer she stays in, it starts to get a little unusual. Roma, your thoughts?
It does. She's touting it as the longest race to the finish line, but she is losing when she gets there. So not sure why she still feels like this is a race worth running. The American people spoke loud and clear tonight when they casted their votes, and all over the country you saw, no matter what these Democrats are trying to do, no matter what the case they throw at President Trump, like the one in Colorado, the voters want to be able to vote for him, and that right should not be taken away from them. Nikki Haley is not the person that they're looking to help fix this country. There are a whole slew of problems that we've been dealing with for 3.5 years now. It's really time for the party to unite under President Trump's leadership, and Nikki Haley should take the first step. If she speaks tonight or if it's tomorrow, whenever she chooses to, I do hope that she decides to finally pull out of this race and unite behind President Trump.
Yeah, the people that I'm hearing from think that that's probably going to happen. Jason Riley wrote this in the Wall Street Journal editorial, Biden's worst nightmare, blacks and Hispanics for Trump. Mr. Trump isn't leading Mr. Biden because voters are ignorant about what they get in the second Trump term. Joe Biden won 4 years ago because voters wanted the Donald Trump economy without Donald Trump. That's not what Mr. Biden delivered, and he'll have to do more than call his opponent a threat to democracy if he's going to win re-election. I mean, it's actually a very good point. You got to sometimes run on your own record, Stephanie. I mean, yeah, Stephanie, your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly. That you just pointed out that Donald Trump is winning with minorities across the board here. We're seeing the numbers going up, and the Biden campaign must be shaking in their boots so much so, they are coming out. They're talking about how there's like shrinkflation, and they have the Cookie Monster coming out for their defense. But at the end of the day, people care less about Donald Trump's rhetoric and more about their pocketbooks and what they can afford in the economy, border security, and just general law and order in this country. And the Biden administration hasn't been delivering that.
What about the uncommitted votes across the country? 4 states with double digits, Jason, on that. Is that a concern for the Biden administration?
Yeah, it should be a concern for both parties. Look, the elections are won and lost by enthusiasm. They're won and lost with that middle 5%, the people that make up their decision in September or October. And now, once we understand who the two candidates are, even though they're both very familiar to us, that's where you got to go win those votes, because how they sway, and for the messaging that's coming out of the White House and the Democrats that we're trying to continue to take away your right to vote in the name of democracy, it's just laughable. And Joe Biden is supposedly on Thursday is going to go out and start talking about, oh, hey, we got rid of junk fees for you and you saved $600. Nobody believes that. Nobody feels that. They're so off message. When you're explaining, you're losing. And that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, Roma, I got 10 seconds for you, but it really does seem like you need to really show something, except for the other guy is really bad.
Yeah, Joe Biden has nothing to show for his administration. It has been a complete disaster for the American people, both at home and abroad. Overseas, we're at war. We're at war in our cities here in the nation, in the nation's capital that I'm sitting in. So he's pointing at Trump, trying to, say that it's going to be his personality that gets him over the finish line. We know that's not the case.
Yep, thank you all. Our special election coverage continues after the break. We are back with live reports on the ground in Texas, California, and Colorado. Next.
My name's Brian Heffler, and because of TikTok, I have the power to educate people and hopefully save lives. When my son, Brian...
We have high standards at St Gilbert's, and we expect every new pupil to uphold them.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these.
This place is mad extra.
It is time for the GOAT. Strap in, because Skip is back. This team is loaded top to bottom. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers. We coming with some swag. Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. New team, I'm talking elite players. Here we talk. Same Skip.
This is about to be the greatest show I have ever been a part of.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Mike Lindell wouldn't shut up.
Hungry goats, drunken raccoons, driving dogs.
And a partridge in a pear tree?
No. Animal Control returns.
Do I have time to take a quick shower before we...
Yeah. The Pack is back. Season premiere this Wednesday on Fox.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Will Kane is Turning Heads.
I get that a lot.
A podcast with big names, big topics, and one unique perspective.
You just can't make this up, man.
Streaming live on FoxNews.com or anytime at WillKaneShow.com.
We are definitely in the beginning of blizzard conditions.
Bone-chilling cold to sketchy snow.
When it's cold outside, Fox Weather turns up the heat.
What a storm!
Fox Weather is Winter Storm HQ.
We are back.
The Next Level Chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut?
We need the best.
On the most competitive season yet.
This is not next level.
All new Next Level Chef, Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Captain Bautista says you people are the best.
No!
Now's the time to prove it.
We are MPU and we're gonna find this missing person. Full team to Washington Square. Go!
You don't believe in not to lose. It's way cooler.
We focus on getting the job done.
We'll get them.
We always do, right?
Alert season premiere tonight on Fox.
New York.
Is this the start of a dynasty? A redemption tour?
Ready to go to work.
Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? Any questions?
169 delegates.
The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's gonna be interesting. Let's go. I love to root for great. Yeah. I want to watch history. Ooh. You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters. Truth hurts sometimes. I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
Okay, so polls have closed in Alaska.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness.
Nick, Brew, and Wiles are the MVPs of sports talk.
I'm Mahomes, you're Kelsey, and you're Andy Reid. I kind of want to be Mahomes, or at least Kelsey. Yeah, I think I'm more Mahomes.
First things first, weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Nothing in Alaska. Let's check here. Check NBC. How do I go to the States?
Still coming in, but as it stands, and as you have noted all night, Donald Trump had a very good Super Tuesday, already sweeping a majority of the states in play, and after tonight winning a windfall of delegates, the former president expected to be a stone's throw away from clinching the GOP nomination for all intents and purposes. It's going to be Biden-Trump. Meantime, from the Nikki Haley campaign, we have heard nothing, crickets, if you will. We are being told that she will not be making any public remarks tonight. Earlier today on Fox and Friends, she did kind of intimate a little bit that, you know, maybe things could change in the next couple of days, but there have been no hard statements from the Haley campaign. We have Team Fox coverage. Rich Edson is live in Laredo, Texas, with how the border crisis is impacting the ballot box there. Alicia Acuna is live in Denver, Colorado, where the Supreme Court just ruled that Trump could remain on the ballot. But we begin with Christina Coleman. She's live right here in Los Angeles with more on California's huge amount of delegates and a down ballot race that is really capturing some national attention. Christina, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Trace. Yeah, former President Donald Trump is expected to capture all 169 Republican delegates in this state. That is huge for him and will definitely go to helping him clinch the Republican nomination. Now, as for the closely watched Senate race here in California. AP is now reporting that Congressman Adam Schiff will advance to the November election. Now, the top two finishers in this primary will move on to compete against each other in the general in November, regardless of which political party they are in. And that is big in this heavily Democrat state. Check this out. This is really important here. It seems like a new era. We have Republican
voters heading to the polls this morning with contests in 15 states around the country.
Donald Trump is effectively nominee already. He's set to shut Nikki Haley out today with a clean sweep, setting up his rematch with President Biden. Rachel Scott is tracking it all from Mar-a-Lago. Good morning, Rachel.
Race out of the 27
George, this morning voters are heading to the polls in 15 states as Donald Trump certainly hopes to sweep Super Tuesday and close out this Republican primary.
Who is running in the general in November. Now, Schiff's campaign spent millions on statewide ads that elevate GOP candidate Steve Garvey. And even though the other leading Democrat contender in this race, Katie Porter, used a similar strategy with another Republican challenger, Porter has criticized Schiff's strategy. She said, quote, it's about taking the best qualified woman who's competitive in the race who can win in November off the ballot. And I don't think that's what someone who's the self-styled defender of democracy like Representative Schiff should be doing at this point. Now, either way,
the court did not address the issue of whether Trump actually engaged in an insurrection, but declared that only Congress, not individual states like Colorado, can remove a candidate under the 14th Amendment, which says no one who has taken an oath to support the Constitution and then engaged in insurrection.
The people are speaking. I think they're listening to my message. Talking about common sense and compassion, building teams and consensus, and for some reason, this is resonating now.
And so brilliantly.
With the court thrust into the middle of the presidential race, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, nominated by Trump, calling on the justices to turn the national temperature down, not up, to disqualify insurrectionist candidates. The court ruled Congress must first pass a law laying out how. But in a concurring opinion, the three liberal justices said that goes too far, insisting the decision could insulate the court itself.
I think we're on a great campaign. We're very proud of it. We have an amazing campaign team. And it's been just wonderful traveling up and down the state, meeting Californians.
I'll defeat Donald Trump fair and square, but I want him on that ballot.
But the former South Carolina governor has largely failed to defeat Trump. Now his supporters calling for the party to rally behind the former president.
Why are you still in it? All of the campaigns combined have spent more than $65
despite Trump's dominant lead, there are warning signs ahead with independents
Christina
and
Coleman
moderates.
live for us in Los Angeles. Christina, thank you. Let's bring back tonight's panel. Fox News contributor Steve Hilton and criminal defense attorney and federal litigator Vic Rajaj. Okay, so we just got the statement from Nikki Haley. She did not speak tonight. The last time
Haley has
we can
always
recall
vowed
hearing
to
from
stay
her
in the
was
race
today
through Super
on
Tuesday,
Fox News.
but she has not outlined her plans beyond that. And of course, even if she does pull off an upset in one or two states today, it would not be enough to stop Donald Trump.
Where
He has all
Nikki
the
became the
momentum,
first
Robin.
Republican woman to
Rachel,
win 2 presidential primary contests. Unity is not achieved by simply claiming we're united. Today, in state after state, there remains a large block of Republican primary voters
our ABC News
who are
political
expressing
director,
deep
Rick Klein,
concerns
for what
about
to
Donald
watch
Trump.
for
That
as
is
the
not
returns
the
come in
unity
tonight.
our
Good morning
party
to you.
needs
Yeah, good
for
morning,
success.
Robin. This is what we
Addressing
see so
those
far
voters'
in the
concerns
race.
will
Donald
make the
Trump overnight
Republican
winning
Party
another
and
state in
America
North
better.
Dakota, just
If I read the
padding
first
a
half of the
huge
statement, it
delegate
sounds
lead.
like she's
Right now,
gonna
look at
end
that,
the
more than
campaign
200
tomorrow,
delegates
Steve,
ahead
and
of
then
Nikki
she
Haley.
takes a
Donald Trump
swipe
still
at
needs
the
a
former
lot of
president
delegates.
in
He
the
needs
last half of the
1,215 to
statement.
get the
What
nomination.
is
But tonight
going
alone,
on in the
865
minds of
delegates
Nikki
on the
Haley
ballot.
and her
He's going to get a
people
lot
to put
closer,
out
really be in
something like
striking
that?
distance to that
At this
nomination.
point, when
This
you have
is
Gavin
today,
Newsom
Super Tuesday, the
correctly
single
saying
biggest day of voting we're going to have
Democrats
all year
want her to
until
stay in the
Election Day
race.
itself.
Why?
Some of the
Because she
biggest
is Joe
prizes on the
Biden's
map,
best
California,
surrogate.
Texas,
The
all the way up to
delusional
Maine
quality
and
of that
Massachusetts.
statement
This is an enormous day in the presidential
What is she
race, an
talking
opportunity
about?
for someone
The
to really
unity is
lock
gonna
down
come
the
by
lead. But here's the
coalescing around
problem
the
for
person
Nikki
that's
Haley.
ending up with
There are
20,
huge swaths of the
30%
country
vote.
where she
That's where you're
basically
gonna
isn't
get
able to
unity.
pick up any
What is she
delegates at all.
talking about?
California,
There's
the
no
biggest prize,
argument here.
it's off the
There's
map
no
for all
argument
intents
on
and
the
purposes.
substance.
Donald Trump's going
There's
to win
no
all
argument
of
on the
those
po- on the
delegates. Same
politics.
thing
She's
through the
lost
Deep
every
South.
single state
Instead,
except for
we've
Bernie
got
Sanders'
Haley pursuing
backyard.
more of a regional
It is
strategy, a few
completely
places like
delusional.
Utah
Every
and up in New
single
England
day,
and Vermont,
she
Maine, and
continues to
Massachusetts, where
stay in
Trump is
this
pretty
race
unpopular.
and put out
But basically,
divisive
this is going to be a
statements
race
like
for
that.
delegates
There's
that
only
Nikki
one
Haley is
person
losing.
that benefits. It's
all
not
but a
Nikki
certainty,
Haley.
Rick. I know
It's
you got
Joe
a busy
Biden.
day ahead
And
of
if she
you, and
really
we are
cares
going to
about the
have
country
live coverage of
and
Super
its
Tuesday
future,
beginning
as she
tonight
claims,
at 7
then she
p.m.
would
on ABC
stop
News
her
Live
team
and on the
putting
network
stuff
with
out
David
like
Muir
that
and the
and
powerhouse
just get out
political
of this
team
race
at 10
and
p.m.
get
Eastern.
behind an effort
to get rid of this destructive Joe Biden administration.
And with our political contributors, former Trump administration official Sarah Isker, along with former Democratic Congresswoman from North Dakota Heidi Heitkamp, joining me now. So Heidi, Trump is winning primaries, but exit polls are also signaling profound weaknesses when it comes to independents and moderate Republicans. So what do you think? How much will that impact Trump in the general election?
And son of a gun, I think it's going to come down to a binary choice, and then they're going to have to decide, the voters, I mean, whether they want another Trump administration or whether they want a Biden administration.
That's right.
But it was always going to come down to this. I think the most important thing that I'll be watching is what is her percentage in each one of these states, and does that signal people who will not come back to Donald Trump? I saw a number here that,
yes, it's correct.
90+% of people who voted for Trump last time will vote for him this time. I don't think that bodes well for the president.
That's fine. But the weight of the evidence is very minimal. It has a minimal effect other than to take out the knees of perhaps the eventual Republican candidate. She would best serve herself, I believe, to look at motive. If it's financially motivating her to stick in this race, to hold money in the coffers for the next campaign, which she's entitled to do, that's fine. But just tell us, and the next cycle you'll have a chance for me as well.
Now, on the flip side of this, in fairness, Steve Hilton, I mean, you talk about, we had a lot of people talking about how when the former president comes out, he should be conciliatory, and he should make this thing without calling names. He didn't even mention Nikki Haley's name tonight, but he has in recent days called her bird brain. He has done these things to her, and maybe she's bitter about that, and maybe she's like, you know what, he needs to stop calling me names, and then I'll stop calling him names, but it doesn't really seem like Nikki Haley is at the top of the VP list here.
I mean, it's just ridiculous, laughable, really, when you have someone who this is the thing I don't understand, actually, about this whole effort that Nikki Haley is being pumped up. Probably that's what lays behind this kind of mindset by the never Trump, the Trump-hating establishment. You see it in the New York Times, in their columnists, including the conservative so-called columnists. You see it from the Wall Street Journal, astonishingly, who normally their editorials, I would say, I read religiously and agree with every single word. They seem to think that there is some benefit in Nikki Haley continuing to attack Donald Trump. And the only purpose that is served by that is to make these people feel good about their own self-righteousness, about how awful Donald Trump is. No, this is about an actual election, about winning an election so we can get the policies that will benefit the American people.
We have a little bit of breaking news coming in California. We've been talking about this all night. Steve Garvey, the former Dodger baseball great, San Diego Padre baseball great as well, running for the Senate. It looks like Steve Garvey will move on to November along with Adam Schiff, the current congressman who is now trying to take over Dianne Feinstein's seat here in California. The way this jungle primary works in California is the top two move on to November. Adam Schiff spent millions and millions of dollars, not on his campaign, but on Steve Garvey's campaign, because he wanted Steve Garvey to be the #1 or #2 candidate in the primary, because that means a one-on-one race. And in California, which is very blue, it means that your odds of winning become very high, so which is why he spent all those millions of dollars. We don't have it to put it on the screen. We just got it in now. But it's interesting that you look at this, Vic Bajaj, because you're in California, you know how this whole thing is. It's interesting that Adam Schiff got what he wanted. He got Steve Garvey. But will he regret this as California maybe moves a little more conservative in the next 8 months from today?
You're hard-pressed to come up with a different conclusion, Trace. It's not about winning this exact battle. It's about winning the war. And I think the Garvey camp recognizes that and says, you know what, maybe we're not going to do it this time, but California voters have an outlet. Look to people like me for the future. Adam Schiff may not be looking far enough by strategizing just to win the battle. Let's hope and keep our fingers crossed that those who are worried about safety of the community, those who are worried about the food costs to put dinner on the table, will eventually go this way.
And it really is. I mean, listen, it's 8 more months where Californians can get tired of crime and the homeless thing, and somebody's going to put the word out that Adam Schiff is a proven liar. He was censured in Congress for lying, and they applauded him as a maverick. You know, 20 years ago, Steve, he would have been laughed out of Congress.
And wouldn't it be the most delicious delicious outcome here. If Adam Schiff, with all his genius strategy of pumping up Steve Garvey and getting the candidate he wanted, actually ended up losing as a result of his tactics, and why that might be possible. I'll give you one number for those who want hope. 57%. In a poll last week, 57% of Californians say the state is going in the wrong direction. There is a majority for change in California.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. Vic, Steve, thank you. Just in time for today's primary in Colorado, the Supreme Court ruled Monday to keep former President Trump on the ballot in the Centennial State. The senior correspondent Alicia Acuna live in Denver with the very latest on that. Alicia.
Hi, Trace. Yeah, it's a double victory for the former president here in the state of Colorado tonight. And taking a look at the count and where things stand right now, Trump is expected to take a majority of the GOP delegates from this state. There are 37 total up for grabs, and they are awarded proportionally. Up until yesterday, we didn't know if votes for Trump would be counted. A printing deadline meant that ballots were sent out with the former president's name on them, but the Secretary of State made clear she needed to wait for the Supreme Court to decide if he could be kicked off before knowing if those votes would count. Of course, the justices rejected the argument and everything moved forward. Every registered voter in Colorado received a ballot by mail. Of course, plenty of folks turned out to either drop off or cast their ballot in person. Unaffiliated voters were also allowed to vote today in either the Democrat or Republican primaries. Under the rules, they could decide at the time that they vote. Unaffiliated make up nearly half the electorate here. Here's what some voters had to say about tonight's results.
I knew it was inevitable. I'm just disappointed as well. I wish Haley stuck around and everything, but it's just going to make us look like more of a circus to the rest of the world, which is just disappointing.
Orange man bad, but so what? I was making money. I was living. I was able to freaking make it. I'm struggling now.
A little disappointing that this country is still stuck on the same thing. We deserve someone that's not pushing, 80, 90 years old to be in office and is, mentally stable enough to be there.
Now, we can also take a look at the wide margin that President Joe Biden has won in this state tonight, noting tens of thousands chose to vote for the non-committed delegate option over the current president. In terms of issues that folks were talking about here, Trace, it was the economy and the border. Trace.
And we're going to talk about that coming up. Alicia, thank you. As the second biggest delegate prize on this Super Tuesday, the stakes are especially high in Texas, given the state of the southern border crisis. The senior national correspondent, Rich Edson, is live in Laredo, Texas. Rich.
Good evening, Trace. Well, it is an issue that polling has showed is among the top of voter concerns across the country. It's also an issue. Biden, former President Trump, have been arguing with one another over just the past week, and that's the border issue. It is also playing into some of the down ballot races, especially the Senate race here in Texas. With that, we've got Congressman Colin Allred. He has avoided a runoff and won the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senator from Texas. He'll face Senator Ted Cruz in the general election. Allred ripped the incumbent for opposing the bipartisan border proposal.
When you see there's a crisis at the border and there's a bill to try and solve it, that you don't take it down because you want to have the problem to run on in November. That's not who we are as Texans.
The NRSC works to elect Republicans to the Senate. Its chair, Senator Steve Daines, said, quote, Allred is an extremist who supports open borders, backed Washington, D.C.'s pro-criminal legislation, and said he wished the Second Amendment had never been written. Ted Cruz is well positioned to withstand the millions Chuck Schumer will spend to prop up Allred's campaign. President Biden, former President Trump, visited the border just last week in Texas on the same day, just a few hundred miles apart. Trump and Republicans maintained Biden could address the border by reversing the executive order he signed, upending Trump policies. Biden says he needs Congress to act, and Trump working to sink that bipartisan compromise is only creating more chaos down here. Now, the border is also an issue for the Supreme Court. They have temporarily put a stop to a Texas law while this works through the court system. That Texas law would allow local state law enforcement to detain those that they suspect have entered the country illegally. Trace?
Rich Edson live for us in Texas. Rich, thank you. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz and former White House Deputy Strategic Communications Director Roma Darabi. Thank you both for coming on. So we talked about top issues with Rich there. I want to play some sound on voters talking about both the border as well as the economy. Watch.
Oh, the economy, mostly illegal immigration, and just all the stupidity and ridiculousness that's going on in this country right now. It needs to stop. It's that simple.
Immigration, the economy.
Yeah, immigration, the economy, there are two, but now immigration, you can see it's kind of the first thing they mention, Roma, and it really is kind of interesting that as, you know, we saw it in Iowa, we're like, yeah, it's not going to last, and then you see in New Hampshire, and you think it's not going to last. Here it is, still the #1 issue.
Yeah, Trace, immigration is a very serious topic for not just the border states, but states across the country right now. And, you know, it's really disheartening to watch Jen Psaki, Biden's former White House press secretary, on MSNBC today, literally laughing over the idea that voters care about immigration. You know, it's not a laughing matter. People are literally dying by the hands of illegal immigrants in America, you know, weekly. And just 2 weeks ago, we had a 14-year-old sexually assaulted by an illegal immigrant here in the state of Virginia. So it's certainly a serious issue for swing states, for border states, and it's something that, you know, Joe Biden has not taken seriously at all. He's only visited the border twice in his 50 years of working in government. So we really do need a leader like President Trump who's going to put back the policies in place to keep this country safe.
And we talked about this last night, Jason Chaffetz, where, I mean, President Biden never met with the Border Patrol chief in his 2 years, never met with them, and finally met with the current and new Border Patrol chief just when he came to the border last week. Never talked to him on the phone, never had any kind of conversations with any of these people. And it really is kind of an amazing thing to think this is the #1 crisis, and you never call the guy who runs 21,000 people who are in charge of securing the border?
Yeah, and they never talked to Brandon Judd, who's the head of the Border Patrol Council. What other union is there that Joe Biden doesn't like other than the Border Patrol Union? Even Secretary Mayorkas hasn't met with them for years. We've always been saying, why don't we listen to what the actual Border Patrol wants and listen to their policies? And clearly, they have never, ever done that. And it's, you know what? It's not just the illegal immigration. It's not just the crime that comes with it. Going right to Joe Biden's base, so many of these millions of people end up in these cities and they drain the resources. They're not going to homeless veterans. They're not going to supplement what needs to happen in these big inner cities. Suddenly, billions of dollars have to be siphoned off, and they're treated better than Americans. Free hotels, free health care, free all of these things. And Americans looking around saying, who's do that? And there's only one person. Well, two. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
And I feel awful. I mean, we do these stories all the time, but you feel awful in some of these big cities where they have to put these migrants into, these young people into these schools, the public schools, and the kids that are in the public schools are already not reading and doing math at grade level, and then they have this influx of new students who don't speak the language. They're getting half the education. I want to put this Fox News poll on rating the Biden administration because you go through the list here, Roma, and it says helping the working class. Mostly succeeded, 38%. Failed, 58%. Handling the economy, failed, 61%. Making the U.S. safer, failed, 63%. Improving the border, failed, 71%. You can't win with those types of numbers, Roma.
Yeah, Joe Biden is getting F's from the American people across the board. You know, it's really difficult to watch all of these issues, you know, really key issues for every election through American history. And he is struggling with every single one of them to get above 50%. That's not something you get from a strong leader. Joe Biden is a very weak president, and it shows on the world stage. I've talked to you about that before on this show. You know, our allies are in a difficult position overseas because of Joe Biden's weaknesses. Our cities are in a difficult position here because of Joe Biden's weaknesses. You know, and it's terrible to watch the young children in America that are going to eventually struggle because of all of the overburdensome that they've been dealt because of this illegal immigration crisis.
Yeah, they keep saying they try to help. They're trying to help the underserved. And what do? They just inundate the underserved, and it's just not working. Jason, Roma, stand by if you would. Coming up, continuing special election coverage of Super Tuesday. The states Trump won tonight and how close he is to clinching the Republican nomination again. Next.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implant.
The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
Is this the start of a dynasty?
Cup Series champion.
A redemption tour?
Ready to go to work.
Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? Any questions?
We are definitely in the beginning of blizzard conditions.
Bone-chilling cold to sketchy snow.
And the winds have whipped.
When winter storms strike,
this Arctic blast now threatening the Northeast.
There's only one team you can count on.
We're expecting multiple days of snow.
When it's cold outside,
big snow developing across the four corners.
Fox Weather turns up the heat.
What a storm.
Fox Weather is Winter Storm HQ.
Skip is back. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Get loud and ready. This is a Big East tournament, folks. Bring the hammer.
It's time to settle the score.
This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 16th on Fox and FS1.
There was a kidnapping today.
Experience the new season of Alert anytime.
Put out the alert.
I don't know what you're thinking about doing, but don't.
You having fun yet?
We're gonna find this missing person.
Alert MPU, all new Tuesdays on Fox or anytime on Hulu.
Griselda was an enigma.
There was another ruthless, brutal drug lord leaving a bloody trail of death in her wake.
She never showed the slightest bit of remorse on having people killed.
The Cocaine Godmother, streaming now on Fox Nation.
I'm just the cleaning lady. She's clearly much more than that. I'm never gonna let anything bad happen to you.
The Cleaning Lady, Tuesdays on Fox or watch anytime on Hulu.
We have high standards at St. Gilbert's, and we expect every new pupil to uphold them.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these.
This place is mad extra.
It is official. First Things First is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First Things First is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry,
and total ridiculousness.
Nick, Brew, and Wiles are the MVPs of sports talk.
I'm Mahomes, you're Kelsey, and you're Andy Reid. I don't want to be Mahomes, or at least Kelsey.
Yeah, I think I'm more Mahomes.
First Things First, weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
All right, I'm gonna change your world.
That's gonna be interesting.
Let's go. I love to root for great.
Yeah.
I want to watch history.
Ooh.
You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters.
Truth hurts sometimes.
I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
What do we got?
Order. A lot of cats.
How many cats?
I don't know, man. Like 400?
What do you ladies want to watch?
Okay, so...
Why are there pool noodles on the go? One-way alley, one-way alley!
You gotta be kidding me!
Oh boy, it's a furry party. Can I help you?
I certainly hope not. Did you guys late for the Masked Singer? Ken Jeong sucks.
The Pack is back. The Animal Control season premiere tonight on Fox.
Deep in the heart
heart of Texas, Will Kane is Turning Heads.
I get that a lot.
A podcast with big names, big topics, and one unique perspective.
You just can't make this up, man.
Stream live on FoxNews.com or anytime at WillKaneShow.com.
We are back. The Next Level Chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut?
We need the best.
On the most competitive season yet.
This is not next level.
All new Next Level Chef, Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
It's what it's like to hit a walk-off home run. Kind of like San Diego in '84.
Because the network going on to the general election to face off against Adam Schiff. Keep in mind, this is the first game of the doubleheader. So keep the evening of November 5th open as we will celebrate again. I congratulate Congressman Schiff for joining me in the general election and recognize Congresswomen Porter-Lee for being in the arena and fighting for their beliefs. Before speaking about what lies ahead, I want to say thank you to some special people. First to my wife, Candace. Without her love and support and perspective, I wouldn't be standing here tonight. As much as anyone, she follows that old Dodger saying, you gotta believe. I love you always and forever. And next is to our children, our single greatest currency, single greatest accomplishment. For their patience, encouragement, energy, and help. They had my six every day and in every way. I love each and every one of you. Thank you. Also, please join me in applauding all those here tonight who have answered the call to our military and our first responders. Let's give them a big hand. And then to you others, you've exercised the most powerful of our many freedoms, and that's the right to vote. And I've always said this, it's the single greatest currency we have. You can't trade it, you can't give it away. It's inherently yours. It's your personal choice. And I thank you for tonight and the future. Your vote was your shared belief would be that California is no longer a heartbeat of America. Sadly, it's just a moment. That we have challenges to face up to, like closing the border, and the responsibilities to live up to, like helping the homeless off the streets, and a pathway back to their dignity. And that if we do those things and more, our best days will be ahead of us, with California once again being that vibrant heartbeat of America. As we celebrate tonight, I want you to know that we haven't come this far to only go this far. When I stepped on the field for the Dodgers and the Padres, I didn't play for Democrats or Republicans or Independents. I played for all the fans. And tonight, I'm running for all the people. Let me ask you, if you believe that our wide open border is going to be humanitarian and national security catastrophe, then join our campaign. If you're struggling to pay bills at your kitchen table and only buying $10 of gas instead of 10 gallons, then come join us. If you're embarrassed by the state and federal government's failure to address the heartbreaking and endless plight of the homeless, come join our campaign. If you're frightened by the brazen crime that runs rampant in our cities because of those who have turned their back on our police, then join our campaign. If you're tired of career politicians that worry more about their next job in Washington than your next job here in California, you join our campaign. And if you're concerned that our foreign policy shows weakness weakness and not strength to our adversaries and allies. And please join our campaign. Unlike others, and many of you, they want a job. Well, I want this U.S. Senator job. And I want to do the job for you because you deserve it, because you're great Californians. Here you go. You know, when career politicians say they need seniority in the Senate to solve problems, they're only thinking about themselves. And when the pundits say a candidate needs long lists of far-fetched policies to talk about, they're only thinking about special interests. But when I say I will bring common sense and compassion to Washington, I'm only thinking about you, the people. We, the people, will tell Washington what we want, and you'll use my voice. When I get to the Senate, I'll always put you people before party politics. And I'll go to D.C. to build a consensus. And you know what it's time for? It's time for political courage. And that political courage is to stand up for your life, your quality of life, for your families, for your children, for grandparents. And when I get back to Washington, at first day, we'll start going to all 99 senators, reaching out my hand, and asking them to work with me for the best interests of the people of these United States. And as the great Abraham Lincoln said, when someone is right, I will stand with them. And when they are wrong, I will move away from them. In closing, I say that tomorrow is the first day of the rest of this campaign, and the days after that will be challenging. But I feel as excited, as confident, as optimistic as that young boy back in September 1st of 1969, who was called up to the Dodgers, went to the clubhouse, and put a Dodger uniform for the first time, and my dreams came true. I stepped into the batter's box of the Cathedral Baseball, and I looked around. And I looked up, I said, thank you, God. Hard work and dedication do make your dreams come true. They say in the general election that we're going to strike out. You know what that's from? That's from the crowd that believes in the status quo. Well, Ronald Reagan said, that's Latin for the mess we're in. Well, know this. It ain't over till it's over. We've got to the starting line. And that quote you all know is true in baseball, it's true in politics. And my opponent has been advertising that he wants me. And he's mistaking kindness for weakness. Remember that old saying, be careful what you ask for? Well, he's like the pitcher that throws me 70-mile-an-hour fastballs. And then watches me run around the bases. I can't thank you enough, all of you here tonight, throughout California and throughout this great country, are now listening to a new voice with fresh ideas. Someone that at this time in my life could have easily, with my wonderful family, just gone about my business. Thank God every day for what he's blessed me with. But I got up about 7 months ago and they turned TV on and I saw a Washington that was imploding, our hired politicians that were failing us. And I decided it was time maybe for the greatest opportunity in my life, the greatest blessing, and that's to represent you. God bless you. Thank you. Join me on this journey. Thank you.
Well, there you have baseball great Steve Garvey, who is moving on to the general election. Garvey, of course, played for the Dodgers a long time, won the World Series back in '81, played with the San Diego Padres as well. He talked about this being an uphill battle and how the naysayers are saying, well, Steve Garvey doesn't stand a chance. Just for a little context.
There you go. Steve Garvey speaking there. He's
elected in California
up against
was Pete Wilson back
Adam Schiff in the general election for the Senate election
in 1988. That's a long time between GOP senators. The seat that Steve Garvey is now fighting for, of course, belonged to Dianne Feinstein, who held that seat for a very long
He's
time.
a good candidate.
But if you look at the numbers in California, with 40%
So we heard from him.
of the vote counted
I think we're still waiting for results in Alaska.
about 36.5%, Steve Garvey at a little over 29%, and Katie Porter, who
I
had
was
long
watching
been
Agenda Free
the
TV earlier, and I thought he was
second-place
still
runner
live.
in this, all the
But he's
way
ended
down
the stream.
at
For some reason, the stream's not on his channel.
14.5%. Those numbers could change.
took it
The
down.
race has been
But
called,
maybe
so
they're trying
that's
to upload
kind
it.
of how it's going to look as you
Maybe
go
he's trying
through
to
the
maybe
remaining
because sometimes
60% of
depends
the
on how
vote.
long the
But
stream
what
goes.
happens
It has
is
to
it's a
upload.
jungle primary, so the top two, meaning Steve Garvey and Adam Schiff,
it's weird.
now
It's like
move
he got
on
taken
to
down.
the
He was-
general election
he did-
in
he did have a
November.
chip
The problem
Tuesday
for Steve
stream
Garvey
up.
is that he was the only Republican running in this. He got 29% of the vote. Adam Schiff got 36, Katie Porter got 14. That's 50 plus. And as you go
I
to the
thought people
general
would be
election,
streaming
you've got
later than
one
this, but I
Republican
guess
and
not.
one Democrat in a state that is 68,
Still waiting on Utah and
70%
Alaska.
Democrat. The odds are not good, but if anybody can do it, maybe Steve Garvey can do it, and we will keep you up to speed on that race. Meantime, no big surprises. And results from the Super Tuesday primaries poured in tonight. President Biden and former President Trump both securing multiple victories and paving the way for a likely rematch in November. On the Republican side, Trump coasts to victory in the mega delegate contest in both California and in Texas. He now leads Nikki Haley 576 delegates to 62. Haley did release a statement, but she did not say anything about leaving the race, though she does not have any plans, any campaign events, or any plans, and it looks like some of her money sources are drying up. So we'll find out more, I'm sure, on that coming up in a few hours. On the Democratic side, the incumbent has missed out on just
MSNBC on
6
here.
delegates, totaling out of more than 600, that of course being the current president. Let's talk about how the media performed on their big night with Media Research Center TV contributing writer Stephanie Hamill. Stephanie, it's great to have you on. I mean, it's interesting because we just watched Steve Garvey speak there. He spoke for about 10 minutes because I was looking today, and as soon as former President Trump came out to speak on this Super Tuesday, he was cut off by MSNBC, and they said this.
You know, it is, okay. I will say that it is a decision that we revisit constantly in terms of the balance between allowing somebody to knowingly lie on your air.
So there you have it. We're about 30 seconds away from a break here, Stephanie, so I'm going to let this question linger. I just want to say, and we're going to bring you back on the other side of the break, I just want to say that CNN actually took the former president's speech. I was told that ABC also cut out of the speech, but we are going to bring Stephanie back in about 3 or 4 minutes to continue this conversation, continuing our special coverage of the latest turnout on Super Tuesday. Coming right back.
Congrats, Carol. An individual can make a difference, but a team can make a miracle.
Don't miss one of TV's most gripping dramas.
There's a kidnapping today.
Put out the alert.
Experience the new season anytime.
0.13
And every Tuesday, a new episode will leave you.
You having fun yet?
On the edge of your seat.
Nothing yet in Alaska.
Alert MPE. All new
It's almost been
Tuesdays
an
at
hour
9
there.
Central on Fox. Or anytime
So-
on Hulu.
And there's no other. We're not waiting for any other polls.
We
It's
are
closed.
back.
The next level chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut?
We need the best.
On the most competitive season yet.
This is not next level.
All new Next Level Chef. Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Until tomorrow, which is
The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
So there's Hawaii, and then on Friday there's American Samoa, the Republican primaries there.
To sketchy
In
snow.
Georgia on March 12th, Mississippi, Washington, Northern Marine Islands, and Hawaii for the Republican primaries on
Is this
March
the start of a dynasty? A redemption tour?
And then here's what's happening.
It's time for a break. To get back to breaking stuff. Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you've ever witnessed? Any questions?
As well as,
we have high standards at St Gilbert's. You guys must be these scholarships.
Is it your first time boarding? If you need anything, I'm really happy to help.
We are the diversity and inclusion team. We plan to capture your black excellence at all times.
We're not even in. Crack on.
There's always drama around the corner in places like these. Have you not watched Get Out?
This place is mad extra.
And that's happening throughout April. New York is on April 2nd. All these are on April 2nd.
What do we got?
Order.
A lot of cats.
How many cats?
I don't know, man, like 400? What do you ladies want to watch?
And then the next
Why are
Alaska
there
Democrat
noodles on the
primary
go?
April 6th.
One-way alley, one-way alley!
So it's Dakota primaries.
You gotta be kidding me!
Democrat primaries.
Oh boy, it's a furry party.
Can I help you?
I certainly hope not.
Did you guys late for the Masked Singer? Ken Jeong sucked.
The
Pack is
Democrat primaries
The
in
Animal
Guam are
Control
till
season premiere
June
tonight on
8th,
Fox.
as well as on June 8th, the last primary, where the Virgin Islands. June 4th is Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota, Pacific Thunder, Issue in May. Warsaw, May 14th, and May 21st.
This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned.
I don't know how long I'll stay in here because we didn't mean anything yet, and they're not Utah and Alaska are that significant. I was going to try and say odds so we got the results from every state, but we'll say odds and stay a little longer and see what happens. See if we hear from anyone else. Expect to hear from anyone else. Hear from Trump, hear from Steve Garvey.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Will Kane is turning heads.
I get that a lot.
A podcast with big names, big topics, and one unique perspective.
You just can't make this up, man.
Stream live on FoxNews.com or anytime at WillKaneShow.com.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. I love to root for great. You want to root for the underdog? Good luck with that. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right, you'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry,
And total ridiculousness.
Nick, Drew, and Wiles are the MVPs of sports talk.
I'm Mahomes, you're Kelsey, and you're Andy Reid. I don't want to be Mahomes, or at least Kelsey.
Yeah, I think I'm more Mahomes.
First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Really dominating in the polls here, voter-wise, and so for them to do this is truly unethical. Remember, these are so-called journalists who say that they're out for the little guy, watchdogs of America, yet they don't think you're responsible enough to hear and interpret what a
Still waiting for.
and a presidential candidate has to say. To me,
I don't want to see what people are saying about Utah and Alaska on Twitter right now.
Because they didn't think Biden was going to be truthful, which he likely won't be the entire way through. They all have their, their things, their moments, I should say. Speaking about polls, Biden was asked today about that polling, and he had this interesting response.
Who are cutting away Donald Trump during these speeches are really hurting themselves.
At SSCMB, at SS_CMB on Twitter, says, is Utah going to cheat. I'm afraid to go to bed. It's been at 1% since polls closed. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I don't know if I should end the stream and go to bed now, because if I end the stream and go to bed, then with my luck, it'll all come in. The polls will come in as soon as I go to bed. So I kind of want to stay up until I get the.
It's a bit of a head scratcher, but if you do a quick Google search, you'll see that it's inaccurate, as you just pointed out. He's neck and neck with Donald Trump in many of the hypothetical general election polls, if you will. And it's convenient all of a sudden Biden's not a huge fan of the New York Times at the moment because of this, and is pretending that most of these mainstream media reporters who are on his side are not on his side. So, it's fascinating to see the spin going on here.
Yeah, speaking of spin, Van Jones on CNN had this to say.
Unfortunately, he can't get any younger, so there's not that much that they can do about it. But he has a chance this week, though, to remind people that...
Witty name that describes me at RobKlein12 on Twitter says Utah will finally be lost to the commies in 20 years.
The State of the Union speech 2 nights.
No, we didn't miss anything.
I would say a lot. I mean, so many people will be...
Jason Sanders at Utah Sanders says 28-25 for Haley in my precinct. Currently. At Owen Blackburn on Twitter says, I was at the U-Haul caucus tonight. We finished at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so I don't know what's going on. We had to show ID and there was a head count of the votes.
He needs help and note cards, if you will, to get around, his regular day-to-day. So it is a very dishonest...
People are saying, what is going on with Utah voting tonight? Why has the GOP primary for Utah not been called?
He had big victories in all of these states. He had a chance a couple of weeks ago, nearly Super Bowl, where 3/4 of the country watched to speak and do an interview, and he chose not to. And exactly right. He just is laying low, and I don't think this time around the country is going to allow him to do the bunker mentality because of Coach Stephanie Hamill. Great to have you on as always. Up next, final thoughts from Mark on the Super Tuesday results and what it means for the path forward.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back.
Dan at writer Sergio Ari says, what's taking so long in Utah? I'm tired.
Clear skin at 4 months, and most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections, or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
And exactly right. He just is laying low. I don't think this time around the country is going to allow him to do the bunker mentality.
And Draven Wade 1 says, I'm following the Utah election website.
At Ameriprise Financial, our advice is personalized based on your goals, whatever they may be.
All that planning has paid off. Looks like you can make this work.
Ted Maxwell at Maxwell's on Twitter says, this was the Utah Republican vote count 10.
You can make this work.
No wonder more than 9 out of 10 clients are likely to recommend us, because advice worth listening to.
Carlton E. Bowen at Carlton for you Senate says, Utah Independent American Party votes to endorse Trump as presidential candidate.
Let's dig in, Day.
Yeah, we're still waiting for results there. Let's see what people are saying about Alaska. Oh, same thing. Why is everything in... Oh.
Thank you, Bingo Blitz, for this incredible moment. I couldn't have done it without you.
Download Bingo Blitz. It's free.
USGS reports magnitude 0.3 wind earthquake 16 kilometers west of Dutch Harbor, Alaska. Okay, so 21 seconds ago. Huh. What's that? That's really nothing though, only 0.31 magnitude. Last polls closed 1 a.m. Eastern Time, according to New York Times here. That's what they're showing. This is the same thing I already got up, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, is that why it hasn't come in yet? Let's wait till the top of the next hour and we'll see what happens. Top of the next hour will be 9 p.m. Alaskan Standard Time. That'll be 1 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. my time. People probably knew what it. People who are watching me on the East Coast are probably going to bed now, but.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text both to 215-215. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo-X, our newest, most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you lose fat and get lean absolutely free. That's both to 215-215.
So that's how they're so productive. They use Pfizer's. Look how quickly they find freelancers. It's so simple.
Yeah, but why are they working in the dark? Grow your business easily with freelancers. Fiverr. Do I choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
I make my side darker. The Sleep Number does that. Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300. Shop now at sleepnumber.com.
Oh, what is it?
Wrapping up our continuing coverage, time for final thoughts with Steve Hill, Jason Chapin, Roman, and Stephanie Hamill. I think, it's kind of a fascinating night. Steve Hill, your big takeaway from what you saw this evening?
Well, just the dominance of Donald Trump and the way that he's refashioned this Republican Party in terms of a
At Evan Kilgore on Twitter says, at Evan A. Kilgore on Twitter says that's 12:40 a.m. the night of Eastern Time on the night of Super Tuesday 2024. Donald Trump has won 12 states. Nikki Haley has won 1 state. Excuse me. Utah and Alaska have yet to be called. Both will likely go to Trump. Trump will likely win 14-15 states tonight. 14 and 15 states tonight. It's time for Nikki Haley to drop out. Yeah, I agree. I think there's no path forward for her. She might as well just, like tomorrow, call a press conference and then drop out. Call a media press conference and just drop out.
Need to remember that just because somebody tells you a certain fact is true is not true. Make a simple table. Pros, cons, who do you vote for? Use your own mind. Stephanie Hamill, your final thoughts.
I will have a bucket of popcorn and I will be watching all of the major networks to see how they spin this Super Tuesday win for Trump. There will be a huge focus on Vermont and then, of course, the D.C. win for Nikki Haley. But keep in mind, those were open primaries where Democrats had an opportunity to weigh in there. So,
USGS reports a 2.8 magnitude earthquake, 54 kilometers northeast of Kabuk, Alaska. Just 14 minutes ago. Not a major earthquake though, only 2 point. Oh, the AP, Associated Press, said the results from Alaska are expected soon.
Also, try our allergy headache and nighttime pills.
Can Neuriva support your brain health? Hey, Janet, hey!
Eddie, no, Fraser, Frank, Brad, how are you?
Are you really Chris Stockton1, Paul Villaret, aka Vince Manfield, on Twitter says caucuses can be slow to count, so Utah and Alaska may take time. Trump should win both. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this probably takes slower to count. Counting there is probably slower, but Trump will probably win both. I don't know why my head is so itchy right now.
With Capileta, there's a chance to let in the light. Capileta is proven to deliver significant relief across bipolar depression. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Capileta treats both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Call your doctor about sudden changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all the serious side effects.
Capileta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Capileta. Find savings and support at capileta.com.
I'll post an update on Twitter.
I splurged a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Did you hear that? I just said her first word. Can you say mama? Can you say auntie? How many people did you tell? Only paid for what you need.
Keeping a young man cowboy or gangster. And the gangsters out of style. I got back to my roots. I come from a long line of cowboys. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, my auntie rode horses. When I see all of us out there on this ranch, I see how far our legacy can go. So, what'd you get?
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
How about you?
3 classic tenders.
4 big butt mushroom, 4 of a kind.
I'll win. Oh, okay. Is it always a competition?
I am the shrimp bot.
I struggle with generalized myasthenia gravis, but the picture started changing when I started on VYVGART.
VYVGART is for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis or anti-AChR antibody positive. In a clinical trial, VYVGART significantly improved most participants' ability to do daily activities when added to the current GMG treatment. Most participants taking VYVGART also had less muscle weakness.
And your VYVGART treatment schedule is designed just for you.
In a clinical study, the most common side effects included urinary and respiratory tract infections and headache. VYVGART may increase the risk of infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. VYVGART can cause allergic reactions. Available as VYVGART for IV infusion and also as VYVGART Hytrulo for subcutaneous injection. Additional side effects for VYVGART Hytrulo may include injection site reactions. Talk to your neurologist about VYVGART.
Super Tuesday for a reason. There's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. November 5th. It's right around the corner.
Former President Donald Trump saying there has never been a Super Tuesday as conclusive as this dominant display tonight, and the current president telling Democrats they should not be concerned with his poll numbers. Hello, I'm Mike Emanuel, and welcome to our special coverage of this Super Tuesday. Jillian Rickey working with you.
3:50 Mike at 1 a.m. I think we can call it extra special coverage.
Absolutely.
And Steve Turner, the polls are now closed. Voters in 15 states as well as Americans will take a trip to the ballot box on the biggest day of the 2024 primary race. On the Republican side, former President Trump continued his dominant performance. If you look to knock challenger Nikki Haley out of the race once and for all, but the former South Carolina governor is not giving up, at least not yet. She picked up a solid victory in Vermont and is now vowing to keep bringing the fight. When 70% of Americans said they don't want Donald Trump or Joe Biden, we're blessed to live in a country where we have elections. And that's what we Trump's lead to get me out of this race. You know, all of these people deserve to vote. On the left, President Biden.
I just posted nothing on Twitter. Final polls in Alaska have just closed. According to Associated Press, they said the final polls will close at 1 a.m. Eastern. We'll see if we have any results coming in. What? Why am I actually looking?
We'll get to that in just a moment. First, a verdict in the Golden State that really sets the stage for a huge Senate battle coming up this fall. As Major League Baseball Hall of Famer, California Republican Steve Garvey earns a shot at Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff in a bid to pick up the Senate seat left vacant by the passing Dianne Feinstein. Schiff and Garvey finishing 1 and 2 in the voting in the Golden State. By the way, in that state, they would send the top two for November to face off. Indeed, they will. Congresswoman Katie Porter finishing a distant third there. Meantime, former President Trump, as you also said, has had a powerful night. In fact, he also won in the Golden State, picking up the state's massive haul of 169 delegates. Part of a night that saw Mr. Trump win all but one of the states contested on Super Tuesday. He did manage a victory in Vermont, but given the state of the race, she has inarguably a very difficult decision to make in the coming days. So here's where things stand at this hour as we take a look. Super Tuesday, well, the delegate map.
Still nothing new.
Let's face it,
Utah is still at 0.13%. Trump's still at 66.41. Has not moved at all.
Inside the numbers, all that we can share with you, it's really been obviously a very big Trump night. 751 to 62, only needing 1,200. Still more on the worst night, and likely a strong chance at a big
update
coming up next week. By the way, I should also
from BNO.
the former president's remarks tonight, Jillian, were relatively subdued, but he talked about the need to come together. Just how soon Nikki Haley decides to do that is anyone's guess at this hour.
Some people speculating that this is tomorrow. Haven't got to leave there. We'll check back with it with you a little later.
Or maybe it's later today.
Or yes, maybe it's today. We're going to get technical about it.
Her reaction to the Super Tuesday results later. Joined now by our panel, Fox News contributor Leslie Marshall, Fox News political analyst John Caldwell, and John Gillespie, associate editor, Wall Street Journal analyst. All of you. Leslie, lead us off with your key takeaways from Super Tuesday.
Well, first, not tons of surprises. Basic statements, the most surprise was Joe Biden. After this, D.C. was another surprise. Vermont, not a total surprise. I was surprised for my home state of Massachusetts. I actually thought Nikki Haley might pull on Massachusetts. I thought she would do better with those numbers. But numbers, speaking of might that surprised me, are in Vermont. How many Democrats voted for Nikki Haley and how many Republicans in all of the exit polling and all of the interviews are saying it was more of a vote and a symbolic vote against Donald Trump than it was necessarily for Nikki Haley and Joe Biden. And one more number, 48%, not just in Vermont, but in many states, it's around the number of Nikki Haley voters that say they'll vote for Joe Biden.
I'm thinking about the move that Donald Trump wants to do in the party to beat Joe Biden. I'm looking at the exit polling, specifically from North Carolina, California, Virginia, and North Carolina being swing states. 70% of Haley voters in North Carolina won't commit necessarily to the nominee, and that would be Donald Trump. That's going to be an issue for Donald Trump as he tries to unite the party. I would think outward advising his campaign on saying that you absolutely need to look at those Haley voters, women especially some of the women, and independent unless you are in the support candidacy, you can try to get Trump out of the race. I would say we need to look at those particular groups, and you need to make concentrated efforts to try to get them back on course so you can unite the party and hopefully win the general election. John, what about
takeaways.
Gianna, what's your assessment of tonight's Super Tuesday performance?
This was expected, the results tonight. I think that what we're going to see now is the data dumps that we get from tonight. This is in exit polling, is in interviews with voters. Mind you, this is the core of the core that came out tonight for both candidates. These are people who wanted to vote in a primary that was pretty much a foregone conclusion in almost all of these states.
Also, I just realized we've been on for like 6 hours now.
Sense of the voter out there. I'm not sure we are. And I think that this issue of how many voters, in the case of Trump, also to a certain degree Biden, are going to stay home because they're unhappy with either candidate. I'm not sure we're going to get that data either from this core voting pattern this evening. We're going to have to see in some of the polling that comes out after this how many voters for Trump and Biden just didn't show up and may not in November.
Leslie, now that the race is what voters are calling, analysts are calling existential, do you really think it's likely that these risky Biden voters may stay home? That is, Democrats who are dissatisfied with the job he's doing when push comes to shove.
Interviews with voters.
Well, if you stay home or if you're uncommitted, and I've said before and I'll say it again, and you're a Democrat and you're not going to vote for Joe Biden and you are voting for Donald Trump, your inaction or your lack of commitment, at the end of the day, this is a very tight race. And I read somewhere, and I have to laugh, that the polling for Americans' attitudes toward a rematch between the current president and the former president is like a colonoscopy without anesthesia. And so there isn't, the enthusiasm necessarily, but I think there is the enthusiasm of, I don't want that guy for both sides to the opponent. But because it is so tight, it is going to come down to, a handful of states. It's going to come down to a slither of voters, perhaps many independents in those states, perhaps a lot of youth in those states. And if a few people stay home, that's not going to be a huge deal. But if a larger margin does, that can be problematic. And it can be problematic for both candidates.
Leslie, Gianna, and of course John, thank you very much. Plenty more questions for you throughout the show. We've got to go for now.
And you're a Democrat, and you're not going to vote for Joe Biden, and you are voting for Donald Trump.
In the run-up to Super Tuesday, a lot of voters not thrilled about the prospect of a rematch between President Biden and Trump. Some
I don't know if I agree with that.
Joining us live is Minnesota GOP Chairman David Hahn. David, thanks for being with us. What do you make about this 19% non-committed voters?
Well, the turnout for this primary was a little more than expected on the Democratic side. I think that, to me, is one of the biggest takeaways from this is that...
Yeah, she made a good point. It's not very enthusiastic for voters right now, as they come to realize it's probably going to be a Trump and Biden rematch. I like that analogy, by the way, the colonoscopy analogy.
That could be problematic, and it could be problematic for both. We heard it leading up to tonight, or leading up to last night. Especially from young voters, there's a lot of discontent with both the front-runner candidates. Not sure which way a key contingent of people is going to swing ultimately. Take a listen to this from Sound
I'll be voting for Joe Biden. Look, I've been 4 years ago. To be honest, I don't like either one of them, to be honest.
I think another Biden-Trump rematch would probably be easy game for Trump. It absolutely will not be Biden. It will not be Biden. Absolutely will not be Biden.
Interestingly, further polling inside your state, as you well know, shows that a lot of people who are discontent with both candidates are unhappy with more than one issue, meaning it's not just the southern border, it's not just the economy that's making them unhappy.
Yeah, I think the public safety issue in Minnesota is a big thing. I think certainly the economy is a huge issue. There are a lot of issues that I think voters are dissatisfied with. And I think recent polling we saw here from one of our news outlets is that Biden is deeply, President Biden is deeply unpopular, and I think that is a huge issue. I think that obviously there is lots of
about Donald Trump as a candidate, and Nikki Haley was, I think, did a pretty good show here in Minnesota. But I think the deep unpopularity of President Biden and his policies is going to make a huge difference in this election.
Nothing in yet from Alaska.
This is a very, very close election, and the fact that the primary votes today show that
And the final polls, according to the Associated Press, closed 12 minutes ago. Do I just stay on until we get something? That could be until tomorrow morning. I'll stay that long.
That obviously was not sound about the southern border. That was a voter talking about that being terrified of this election cycle, something we spoke about a moment ago. Why do you think it is that a contingent of Minnesota voters say that they're feeling terrified? Meaning this is on a knife's edge, they could see it going either way in general.
Well, again, I think that the policies of the Biden administration have deeply affected people in Minnesota across the country. But the inflationary penalties we've seen, the lack of growth in the economy, and foreign policy, the kinds of missteps that the Biden administration have made the world a far more dangerous place. And certainly the border issues affect everybody here in Minnesota. We're a huge agricultural state. Lots of need for lots of workers, but there's great concern about whether or not the border is being managed in a way that is going to be helpful to the country. These are all issues that people across the state of Minnesota are very concerned with. And I understand that there's a lot of kind of angst about, do we want to have a Biden-Trump rematch? But if it comes down to that, I think Donald Trump is clearly the winner, and I think he could very easily make Minnesota a Republican presidential state for the first time since 1972.
A moment ago. All right, well, David, thank you for staying up late with us. We appreciate it. Appreciate your analysis of what went down last night. We'll talk to you soon.
This is on a night set. They could see it going
Julian, it's looking more and more like we will see a Trump-Biden rematch this November. But if Nikki Haley decides to drop out, would she throw her support fully behind Mr. Trump, or would she challenge both of them? More on that next.
We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to a country.
Okay, y'all, we got 10 orders coming in.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story. I couldn't slow down. We were starting a business from the ground up. People were showing up left and right.
Oh, now CBS puts the map up. I don't know what.
Made it easy. Make Minnesota for something big like this, your kids see that, and they believe they can do the same.
Limited 1.5% cashback on every purchase. Purchasing business owners. Make more choice.
No, it's showing the polls now.
After all, you need a smile that matches the moment. So this might be a good time to mention that Aspen Dental can create natural-looking dentures in no time, just for you. And that comes with $0 down plus 0% interest if paid in full in 18 months. Helping mothers or grooms look their best. It's one more way. Aspen Dental is in your plan.
What I call
greater chest congestion. Up to 2 hours of relief. 12 hours! Mucinex DM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion at any cost, day or night. Mucinex DM. It's comeback season. Now try Mucinex Institute, sore throat medicated drug. The first documented its origin, exposing human trafficking on the border, defensible from its source. For daring to tell the truth, it's censored, demonetized, and attacked. We've been jailed in China. In Hong Kong, we've been tortured. In Atlanta, we were tied to a and blood. In grit and line, we have the courage to deliver the truth at all costs. The Epoch Times is your source for truth. Discover truth at theepochtimes.com.
Time for news about the news. Sling TV has the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. It's the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. That's what I
life insurance?
Do you?
No. Just gotta get on it.
President Biden addresses our
Check out
nation's
Selectable.
biggest issues.
Trust me,
Plus,
peace of mind,
critical
it's
insight
worth
and
it.
analysis.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical
Well, I guess
and same-day coverage.
Fox News is source AP, the Associated Press.
A Super Tuesday breakdown. From the election results to the future of the presidential race, Tulsi Gabbard and Katie Pavlich have critical insight on Fox and Friends. Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed? Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that. Now save up to $1,000. Select Sleep Number Smart Bed. Plus special finance.
Can I help you? I certainly hope not.
So that's how they're creating such great work. Fiverr. You can see each freelancer's experience, their ratings, their portfolio, their...
Create great work for freelancers. Fiverr.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. This iPad for less than $43. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. A 4K television for under $2. A MacBook Pro for under $16. This PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1. And brand new cars for less than $900. DealDash.com offers hundreds of auctions every day. All auctions start at $0 and everything must go. And don't forget, we offer a full 90-day money-back guarantee on your first bid pack purchase.
I want these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40. And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com today and see how much you can save.
There are auctions going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
Welcome back, voters, coast to coast, making their voices heard on Super Tuesday. 2 top-tier issues on this go-round: immigration and the economy. Joining us now to take a deep dive look at what topics are on the top of the list for voters, Fox News national correspondent Stan Heyman.
Hi, Julian. In our latest Fox News poll, 1,200 registered voters were randomly selected nationwide, and the number one issue they say they voted on is the economy. 37% of voters say the economy is the most pressing issue for them. Right behind that, 21% say immigration is the second most important topic. I spent weeks and weeks reporting all across the southern border in Texas. I've witnessed the immigration crisis firsthand and do not find it surprising that voters in this poll rank immigration so high. Behind immigration, abortion, and healthcare. Now, taking a closer look at immigration, 78% of voters in the Fox News poll say the U.S. southern border is an emergency or a major problem. That's down slightly from 85% in October, but still substantially higher compared to February 2019. President Biden and former President Trump swept the Super Tuesday elections across the country tonight. One interesting development this evening among Democratic voters in Minnesota, a state which has a large population of Muslim Americans. 40,000 Democratic voters there are roughly 20%. Turnout so far did not vote for President Biden. Rather, they voted uncommitted as a form of protest demanding Biden call for a ceasefire in Gaza.
This time I'm voting uncommitted. I believe that the war in Gaza and the genocide that Israel is committing is unacceptable, and Joe Biden has not done enough to earn my vote and not done enough to stop the war, stop the massacre.
Now, in the state of Michigan last week, a similar protest there was more than 100,000 people, or 13% of all voters, voted uncommitted in that state's Democratic primary.
78% of voters.
Right back then, live in LA for us this hour. Thank you.
Julian, another major question going into Super Tuesday. Will Nikki Haley run as a third-party candidate? She took that question head-on yesterday, saying her place in the Republican Party and that she has no plans to run as an independent or under the no-labels label.
I wonder how long we're gonna wait until we get anything in. No preference in Massachusetts got 9.4%. There's something interesting to note.
Rather, they voted uncommitted
and former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan decided to pass on that because essentially they view that as being a spoiler?
I think that's right, and I also think that over the last couple of months with no labels and potential candidates that kind of went across the country to see if there's an appetite for this type of candidate. Let's not forget this isn't a normal third party, this is a split ticket. So they went across the country to see if there's an appetite, and there doesn't seem to be one. And, I think that political article that came out this week, that they interviewed no labels donors, and they pretty much said no labels doesn't really have a plan to either ensure that they can get on more ballots across the country. And also, there's no transparency on how they're going to recruit and vet a candidate because there's no other obvious options at this point.
Separately, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is teasing a potential second switch in this primary cycle to running as libertarian. Is that something that no label factors into their decision-making? I mean, you don't want a Democratic race suddenly that's a primary race that's chock-a-block full with third-party candidates.
Yeah. I don't think it necessarily is in the no label calculation. I think it's probably in the calculation of where he can pull in this votes, right? So I think he's kind of gone about the presidential election in a couple of different capacities. And so he's trying to figure out where he can get on the ballot and what party platform he can get on the ballot. So where he can pull in those votes. And, I think he said today that he has certified for the Nevada ballot, and that's going to be not that official yet. So, and he's not going to certify for all 50 states. So I think it's kind of these third-party candidates trying to figure out where they can pull the most from, who it's going to benefit, and if it's going to benefit them at all.
Did no labels blow it by kind of openly flirting publicly with some of these politicians like Senator Manchin and Governor Booker?
I don't know if I would say blow it, but I do think they would calculate like I said, the appetite for this type of candidate, the frustrations for both a rematch from 2020, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I think there was this belief that it was because both of these candidates were so extreme. So there's a really big pocket in the middle to pull from, and those people would be interested in a split party candidate. But the fact of the matter are Democrats, the small pocket that, we kind of saw today as they voted uncommitted, as the progressive side of the party that they believe that Joe Biden is not liberal enough. And Republicans are frustrated with their option of Donald Trump. He's not a real conservative. He's not a real Republican. He's not a Reagan Republican of ours yesteryear. And they would not be satisfied with this split ticket either. So I think there was kind of this momentum going in that there would be an appetite for this type of candidate. Both parties that seem today, it's just not there.
Kate McCutcheon, rock solid at 1:25 in the morning. Well done. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, they call it Super Tuesday for a reason. A third of all delegates needed are up for grabs. So both Trump and Biden had good nights, but how far are they now from clinching their party's nominations? We're going to break down the numbers for each of them.
I just saw a thing on the graphic of Fox News that says Nikki Haley is considering running in the No Labels Party, which I guess is like an independent party. So she still wants presidency. And I guess it gives they already have a third option. Everyone already has a third option going into the general election because they have the independent party. There's RFK Jr. running independent party. By the way, his Super Bowl ad was brilliant. That spoof on the JFK 1960s ad. I thought that was kind of cool that he did that. Some people were offended by it for some reason. I don't know why people. What the hell people were so offended by it with that? But they were. They were offended by the campaign ad for some reason. But would Nikki Haley run in the independent party or what they call the No Labels Party? I guess. Interesting. I don't know. Interesting thought.
I'm just cleaning Libby. She's clearly much more relaxed. I never wanted it anything better happened to me.
Cleaning Lady, all new Tuesdays on Fox.
Celebrate Crave and Ashley's anniversary sale with hot buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Or shop new looks for less with 0% interest until March 2029 on in-store purchases. Celebrate and save today only
doorstep. Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Have a Bright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Time is at historic lows. 1 carat GIA white, that's high quality diamonds, $19.90 plus designer mounts, just $4.99. 2 carats does $19.90 and 3 carat 3 stone rings $49.90. By factory directed save the jewelry exchange.
CIDP disrupts.
CIDP derails. Let's be honest. CIDP sucks. When you sign up at ShiningThroughCIDP.com, you'll find inspiration and real patient stories, helpful tips, reliable information, and more.
CIDP can be tough,
but finding hope
just got a little easier.
Sign up at ShiningThroughCIDP.com.
Be heard, be hopeful, be you.
We have a garage door down the list.
So I went on Angie, just a handful of minutes.
So the vendors, you were helpful, they did high quality work.
They wanted us to be happy with the work done as well. It is a beautiful garage.
Yes.
Get started today at Angie.com.
This is going on so long now, to the point where I'm running out of other ideas of what else to check here. Or what else to do in the meantime while we wait. I don't know, I really didn't think it was gonna take this long. I thought the results from Alaska were coming right away, I guess not.
Follow your pet's every step with the world's most trusted GPS tracker for pets. Track your pet's live location from anywhere in the world. Monitor their activity, sleep, and get home so you can
see what Utah's at. Come on, let's cycle through it at the bottom here.
Trusted by millions of pet parents around the world. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio.
Still 0.13 in Utah. Good thing so far.
Mike, so far, President Biden
They've not called the Republican primary yet. It's clearly going to be in Trump's favor, but it's clearly going to be called for Trump when they do call it, but for some reason they haven't called it yet, so we're still waiting for them to call it. And still nothing in from Alaska.
Biden and Trump's states like Arkansas, Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina.
They called it Super Tuesday for a reason. Anything so conclusive.
President Biden releasing a statement saying in part, quote, today millions of voters across the country made their voices heard, showing that they're ready to fight back against Donald Trump's extreme plan to take us backwards. Nikki Haley down in delegate numbers, but not out yet.
You know, all of these people deserve to vote. 16 states want to have their voices heard. Let's let their voices get heard. I think it's as pro-American as it gets. That's where democracy. We don't anoint kings in America. We let people have choices.
She's been gaining traction with independent voters.
Oh, I don't want her to quit because I think we all need a voice. As an independent voter especially.
And Nikki Haley did put out a statement celebrating her Vermont win, but did not say if she's staying in the race. And another high-profile matchup is setting up in California. Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff will face off against former professional baseball player Steve Garvey from the empty Senate seat, left by the late Dianne Feinstein. Reporting live, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor Hansen, thanks very much.
So what actually makes Super Tuesday super is the delegate count. More than a third of all delegates in play in both Republican and Democratic
President Biden released a statement saying in part, quote, "Today, millions of voters across the country made their voices heard, showing that they're ready to fight back against Donald Trump's extreme plan to take us backwards." Nikki Haley down in delegate numbers, but not out yet.
You know, all of these people deserve to vote. 16 states want to have their voices heard. Let's let their voices get heard. I think it's as pro-American as it gets. That's where democracy. We don't anoint kings in America. We let people have choices.
She's been gaining traction with independent voters.
Well, I don't want her to quit because I think we all need a voice, as an independent voter especially.
And Nikki Haley did put out a statement celebrating her Vermont win, but did not say if she's staying in the race. And another high-profile matchup is setting up in California. Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff will face off against former professional baseball player Steve Garvey for the empty Senate seat, left by the late Dianne Feinstein. Reporting live, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor Hansen, thanks very much.
So what actually makes Super Tuesday super is the delegate count. More than a third of all delegates in play in both Republican Democratic primaries were up for grabs last night. Former President Trump is currently, as it stands, at 751. He needs the magic number of 1,215 in order to clinch the nomination. But when exactly can we expect that to happen? Let's ask our panel. Bring in Fox News contributor Leslie Marshall, Fox News political analyst John O'Caldwell, and John Bussey, associate editor at the Wall Street Journal. John, it was an astonishingly redemptive week for the former president with the Supreme Court ruling, then tonight's sweep, or near sweep, I guess minus Vermont. It puts him on an sort of undeniable track to the nomination, but almost more importantly than that, puts him back in play in the general.
Yes, it does. And I think that we saw that taking shape over the last several months in polling. And additional primaries on the 12th and 19th of this month are likely to put him over the delegate count needed. So then what happens? We go to the issues. And in that regard, this is a much kind of more touchy, uncertain election. The former president will be pounding on border issues. President Biden will be talking about abortion and the fact that former President Trump put a Supreme Court in that reversed Roe versus Wade. The Biden administration is going to be pounding on the economy, I think, if they're smart at this point, because it's a really strong economy. 3.3% GDP growth in the fourth quarter of last year, tremendous job growth, inflation having been slashed. They're going to have to message that to voters. They're going to have to explain inflation is not as a result of Biden policies. It was a result of the pandemic and supply chain disruptions that began with the former president and continued under Biden. It was not the fault of either of these two presidents. So now we get down to the issues, and we get down also to the fact that we have a candidate running who has been convicted of business fraud, who has been convicted of sexual harassment and of defamation, and has a lot of other court cases that are in the works and could be decided against him in the middle of this campaign.
John, I'm noticing the numbers going by on the screen. For example, in Utah, Nikki Haley got nearly 33% of the vote. It was a huge, huge night for former President Trump. Let me be clear about that. But should he have tonight started the healing process with more outreach to Haley and her voters?
Well, I think so. And I think that I'm sorry.
I think you're referring to me, right?
Yes, Gianna.
You know, he won this election, and she hasn't come out and given a speech, even after having won Vermont. And I'm wondering what is she thinking her next steps are. And I can't imagine that there's any conclusion she can draw that she can potentially win this. That doesn't exist. No path exists for her. as I look forward, I do, do wish that Donald Trump would reach out to her supporters, which he has multiple times before, but she has to get out of the race, plain and simple. And as we look ahead to the general election, because we know this is going to be between Donald Trump and Joe Biden in 7 key swing states here, we have Donald Trump beating Joe Biden on average by 5 points, North Carolina being one of those very important swing states. Now, what I do wonder, because I was listening to the coverage with Brett Hume speaking, saying that many voters acknowledge and notice that Joe Biden is old and what some may consider senile. I do agree with that analysis from Brett. But what I do wonder with these swing states that he's losing in, how is he going to go out and campaign? Is he going to go do rallies? Like, what does it look like? Because I saw him.
We're a divided country. This was 50-50. The president, despite his poll numbers...
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I just got an idea. I'm going to put up, I'm going to try and do a picture-in-picture here. And we're going to get one. I'm going to get a Utah affiliate up here. I'm going to exit out of the CBS stuff and the rest of the
this is not about victory laps. There is no
stuff.
Victory for Joe Biden. Really, he's probably not going to be the nominee until March 19th.
So got a bunch of tabs open here. Look at that.
March 12th. These are two very
Okay, we'll keep the rest of that open, but
but they also have very different styles. And it's Donald Trump's
I'm going to open up.
take a victory lap every 5
I don't know, for example, let's go to NBC Utah.
when we're highlighting every single thing that these guys do from now on.
KSLV TV. We'll see if they have live coverage right now of the polls. Oh, here we go. Here they are live. And then I'm gonna get like a last. So we're gonna put some local affiliates up from. So we got Utah. We'll get Alaska up. I would assume there'd still be newscast coverage in local news coverage in Alaska because it's a little earlier there. Maybe not. I don't know, but yeah. See.
Thank you for having me. So, what do you think the impact was of the Supreme Court in terms of the race we saw in Colorado, and did it energize Republicans in your state?
Well, this was a nonpartisan lawsuit that was brought forward independently by even some Republicans in our state, and it's important that the court gave the nation clarity on this important issue. But the fact is that no president has created more jobs than Joe Biden. We have record unemployment, not just across the nation, but also including in Latino and Black communities. That's because of the policies of Joe Biden, and that's why Americans are going to reward him with another 4 years in the White House.
But back to the case, your state and 30-some others were hoping to really duke it out with the former president in the courts. That was sort of shut down this week by that SCOTUS decision, made very clear to the party that they're going to have to face the former president head-on at the ballot.
Yeah, they're reporting 0% right now too.
Easy pill, I imagine, for a lot of Democrats to swallow. This has been the big hope.
Oh, it's one of these.
It's starting to become really clear. Joe Biden is overperforming every poll, and Donald Trump is underperforming every single poll. Right here in Colorado, Joe Biden won 85% of his voters tonight, and Donald Trump was lucky to crack 60%. And so Donald Trump and the RNC have a big problem on their hands. How are they going to unify their party? They're in a huge amount of disarray, and they're going to have to answer for their war on revenue, their war on farmers and ranchers across this country with their misguided trade wars. They killed a border deal, and those are the issues that Americans are really going to be going to the ballot box for this fall.
We know the Denver area is traditionally blue, while lots of other parts of your state are red. What's your analysis about whether your state's purple now, or is it a blue state?
And we take nothing for granted, and we're focusing on local races where we've never really competed, and that's why you're seeing the Democratic Party win.
I don't know what that's a live. Oh, that's a live feed of Alaska, I guess.
We're winning in places like Loveland and Eastern Plains, places we've never used to compete in. And it shows that when Democrats show up with a positive message about cutting the cost of living, creating jobs in rural communities, and supporting our farmers and ranchers, we can...
Fox affiliate in Alaska.
You mentioned some of the areas, the issues, that are going to drive Democrats to the polls this election cycle. You mentioned the border, you mentioned the economy, but the reality for the president is that 66% of voters disapprove of the job he's doing on immigration. 62% disapprove of the job he's doing on the economy as of this week. This is latest Fox News polling.
Well, as they say, the only poll that matters is the one on Election Day. And so far, the story of this election is that Joe Biden is overperforming these polls. Donald Trump keeps losing by more than anybody thought he would, and that's because President Biden is fighting.
Moose attack. I love how that's the front story on.
President Biden is taking on these big corporations.
Yeah, their stream isn't active right now. Too late. Well, Moose attack is the first.
People are picking up on that, and that's why you see Donald Trump having such
First, the main story there. On ABC and Fox Alaska, I guess they're
I'm surprised to hear you mention hidden fees. That's hardly an
affiliate poll stations.
An election-winning issue for anybody.
I think people care about their pocketbooks, and they're seeing big corporations get wealthier and wealthier, and their wages have barely gone up. Thanks to Joe Biden, that's starting to change, and I think that's why Americans.
Yeah, I don't think there's any live news feeds from there right now. Try this one.
Chad, thanks for.
Oh, no, we just did this one.
So let's turn to the other side of the aisle now. Dave Williams is Colorado's Republican Party chairman. So what do you make of the Supreme Court's historic ruling and its impact on tonight?
I think it was an absolutely historic ruling, that one that needed to be done, and it was a repudiation of what the Democrats were doing. My counterpart can blame this case on nonpartisan actors, and the truth is they were funded by left-wing Democrat groups to try and disrupt Donald Trump and engage in election interference, because they are desperate to not face off against Donald Trump, because they know they're going to lose come November.
Do you really think that there were, in 36 states is the number of states that were challenging the former president on the same issue? You think they were all funded, the secretaries of state were all funded by Democratic operatives?
Well, the litigation, for sure. The litigation that would go to the various district courts, especially in Colorado, they were funded by left-leaning money groups. CREW is not a Republican-leaning, right-leaning organization. That is funded by George Soros and other left-leaning groups and moneyed interests. So it's clear to us that it was an election interference. And if Joe Biden wants to win this at the ballot box, then he needs to do it on his own, just like President Trump said when the ruling came down on Monday.
What are the keys to the eventual Republican nominee winning Colorado in November?
Telegraph.
I think it's very simple. I think it's immigration and it's the economy. And connected to that is the reckless spending.
Telegraph, which is a UK news outlet. I don't know where they're getting their source from, but because they're not a US outlet, they're a UK outlet, but they're suggesting that Nikki Haley is refusing to drop out of the Republican race, even though she only won one state tonight in the Super Tuesday race. They said here, the front story. Hold on. Nikki Haley still won't concede despite Super Tuesday humiliation. I don't know where they got that source from.
What do you say to Colorado Republican voters who are...
Nikki Haley declined to drop out of the Republican race and refused to unite behind Donald Trump after he swept victory in Tuesday contest.
Wherever he travels.
Well, look, he's not the one bringing the chaos. He's trying to stand up for so many Americans that have been forgotten by the powers that be. We shouldn't be surprised by the attacks that are coming from the left or those who want to keep the status quo. That's to be expected. When he's standing up for the American worker, when he's standing up for families all across this country and trying to do right by them, we shouldn't be surprised when the swamp strikes back. We shouldn't be surprised when those who don't want him to return to the White House fund a litigation to try and remove him from the ballot if people can't support him. These things are bound to happen, but it's always darkest before the dawn, and thank God the dawn is coming. Donald Trump's going to win in November, and everyone knows it.
Dave Williams in a cool movie-inspired office. Dave, thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks for staying up with us. Well, some good news for former President Trump is that President Biden is now losing some of the support that he had amassed 4 years ago. A new New York Times and Siena College poll shows he's retaining just 83% of his 2020 supporters. 10% of those folks have even switched sides. Is there a way he can still turn things around? We're going to get into that next.
to say,
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
South Dakota is the freest state in America. Now we're making it the safest by putting more police on our streets.
So I'm on board until we can hire more. We respect law enforcement because they protect our freedoms. We have no state income tax and the fastest growing incomes. Sir, are you aware you were driving 33 in a 65?
Governor Noel, it's me, Dusty Johnson. I'm a congressman.
Politicians.
South Dakota. Freedom works here.
Why won't Scout play with us anymore?
He has something called osteoarthritis pain. It's joint pain that hurts him all the time. Now, there's Librela, the first and only once-monthly injection to control your dog's OA pain. Veterinary professionals administering Librela who are pregnant, trying to conceive, or breastfeeding should take extreme care to avoid self-injection, which can cause allergic reactions like anaphylaxis.
This is the best day of my life!
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop. You save.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecot. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Senecot. Also available in delicious gummies.
Today, that platform will not be stopping Fox Thursday.
Okay, I can't confirm that. That's why I put unconfirmed reports in the tweet. I still put it out there, but I don't know. Also, I'll put the link the article below.
Merged to create one powerful spring football league called the UFL. Spring football is here to stay.
UFL season kicks off March 30th on Fox and ABC. The State of the Union. President Biden addresses our nation's biggest issues, plus critical insight and analysis. Brett and Martha anchor special coverage Thursday.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. What's our turn 40?
Let me guess, less energy, less drive.
Definitely. It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. Happen to you guys?
Yeah.
So what did you do?
We got the Genetics Total T.
This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testament, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels. Nugenix is the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster in the USA, #1 at GNC, and #1 at Walmart. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BOTH to 215-215.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix.
Just send a text.
Yeah, for complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text BOTH to 215-215. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest.
Also, Telegraph posted that like 16 minutes ago, so maybe they got a source from somewhere else. This could just be new breaking news right now.
So that's how they're growing so fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
But yeah, so unconfirmed reports from the Telegraph UK that Nikki Haley plans to, or refuses to drop out despite her loss to Donald Trump by like 14 out of 15 states, because it seems like Donald Trump's going to take Utah, and obviously I think he'll take Alaska.
Welcome back. Several polls now put both Trump and Haley ahead of President Biden. Now the Washington Post editorial board says Biden should ignore the liberal wish list. Says all he really
Still nothing in from, I accidentally
and that is secure the southern border. Joining us
clicked out of the Fox News polls.
Staff director. Do you like that idea? I mean, obviously it's a policy goal for Republicans. but is that true? Meaning if he could fix that, solve that crisis, would it be smooth?
He has to fix a lot more, but what he has to do is he should use that as a template and sort of reject what has become the de facto Democratic Party policymaking apparatus, which is the campaign activists, the donors, and the sort of social media overlords who have dictated the policy to go far left on a whole host of issues, including immigration. Immigration has been a disaster for this president. Upwards of 70 to even 80% in some polls think the president has had a terrible policy with open borders. If you just look at what's happening in blue cities, Democratic strongholds, they have had a meltdown when asked to handle just a small thimbleful of the migrant surge that
hold on. Oh, no, remember, I thought there was a change in the Utah Alexis, but there isn't.
He is hemorrhaging support amongst
By the way, who is Ryan Binkley?
voters, but black and Hispanic working class voters who are all aware, none of whom, but many of whom don't like his position on immigration, and who are all aware that immigration is...
Ryan Binkley, American pastor, businessman, and politician. He's the chief executive officer of Generational Equity Group, which he founded in 2006 with his wife Ellie. He co-founded Richardson, Texas-based Create Church in 2014, for which he serves as lead pastor. Okay, so he's on the ballot in Utah. He's only got 1% in right now.
What Biden will do in the State of the Union on Thursday is
Let's
he
vote.
will sort of two sides it. He will try to have it both.
Oh, we have 1% in Virginia too.
On Israel. What he's saying on Israel is we have to defeat Hamas.
In Vermont.
But Israel scaled back your efforts. And those two things are somewhat contradictory. What I think he'll do
So we're still waiting for Utah, still waiting for the call to be made in Utah for more than likely Donald Trump.
those administratively, and I will berate the Republicans for not passing legislation. And that dog is not going to hunt. First and foremost, as good a guy as Senator Langford was, and as genuine
And
that bill would still allow 2 million migrants to come into the country every year. And that's just a position that I think the public doesn't support at this point.
so apparently Fox News hasn't put the poll up for this yet. This hasn't been called yet, but for some reason they haven't put it up. I don't know why.
We can supplement that with administrative actions. The public doesn't want that. What the president has to do is close the borders effectively, and he could simply say asylum applicants could be processed out of country. But I fear
And this is today's race.
who is sensitive to the criticism.
Polls open at 1 p.m. Eastern for the Hawaii caucus tomorrow. Well, if we're talking Eastern time, that's today, but my time right now, well, I guess in a few minutes it'll be Wednesday here in the Mountain Time Zone. It's 11:55 p.m., so in about 5 minutes.
And the president has moved so far left on this issue in a way that's just untenable for
But with just 8 months left on the calendar, right, until the general election, that's like an eternity.
5 minutes would have been on the air. We're gonna be on the air 7 hours now. Where's Alaska? Oh, there it is. I keep going by it. Still 0%.
on immigration. Or
Yeah, on the border.
On immigration, you can do it tomorrow. I mean, the Supreme Court ruled on this in 2018. The president can close the border tomorrow with a stroke of the pen. What is subject to litigation is when he tries to do things like change individual asylum policies or say asylum can only be processed at borders, maybe at the ports of entry, not up to. If he closes the border tomorrow, he doesn't have a challenge legally. He could do it.
We gotta leave it there.
And that's what the public wants.
Stick with us because we got more live coverage coming up next.
Coming up on 2 a.m. Eastern right away here. 12 a.m. Mountain Time.
4 big butt flash rip, 4 of a kind.
I'll win. Oh, okay. Is it always a competition?
And 10 p.m. Alaskan Standard Time. Don't know why I had to think about that for a second. I don't remember because the last it was 2 hours behind, I think.
I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
RSV can severely affect the lungs and lower airways.
But I'm protected with Arexvy.
Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. RSV can be serious for those over 60, including those with asthma, diabetes, COPD, and certain other conditions.
But I'm protected.
Arexvy is proven to be over 82% effective in preventing lower respiratory disease from RSV and over 94% effective in those with these health conditions. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain.
I chose Arexvy.
RSV? Make it Arexvy.
My health was good until it wasn't.
When we had a significant health scare, we needed to act quicker.
Because we had Christian Healthcare Ministries, I went directly to the specialist I wanted.
They took care of all our medical bills.
Over $60,000.
Joining Christian Healthcare Ministries, it's well
and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country.
Well, former President Trump says the Republican Party is going to unify quickly now as he dominates the ballot boxes and marches closer to a rematch with President Biden. Welcome back. I'm Jillian Turner. Welcome to continuing special coverage of Super Tuesday out of Washington. Great to be with you, Mike.
You know, Jillian, I told the bosses I'd work with you anytime, day or night, and here we are. Thrilled to be with you.
Took that literally, because here we are at 2 a.m. on Super Tuesday.
A big night in American politics. The polls are now closed as voters in 15 states in American Samoa took a trip to the ballot boxes on the biggest day of the 2024 primary race. On the Republican side, former President Trump continued his commanding performance as he looks to eliminate challenger Nikki Haley out of the race once and for all. But the former South Carolina governor not giving up yet as she picked up a solid victory in Vermont and vows to keep bringing the fight.
If I were to get out of the race, it would still be the longest presidential general election in history. I don't know why everybody's so adamant that they have to follow Trump's lead to get me out of this race.
On the Democratic side, President Joe Biden nearly with a clean sweep, only losing American Samoa in the Democratic caucus there. For more on our Super Tuesday coverage, we now turn to Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke. Hello, Kevin.
Evening, Mike, or rather good morning to you and to Jillian. Former President Trump Tuesday won, and well, he won some more, including in the Golden State of California, where he picked up the state's 169 delegates, part of a massive haul on a night where there were delegates aplenty in play. But while Ambassador Nikki Haley crisscrossed the country in the days before the voting on Tuesday, hoping to pull off a few upsets, well, those, frankly, were few and far between. Yes, a win in Vermont and a few stronger than expected finishes were overshadowed, frankly, by a number of blowout losses and, most importantly, a crushing delegate defeat at the hands of the former president. So you may be wondering at this hour, where do things stand? Well, right now, former President Trump is rolling, and I mean rolling like an offensive lineman sitting in a grocery cart headed downhill in San Francisco, picking up steam. And delegates, for that matter, by the hundreds. Look at that number, 757 and more on the way. No word on when Governor Haley will bow out, but the proverbial writing is obviously on the wall. Meanwhile, back in the Golden State, the stage has been set for a huge Senate battle this fall as Major League Baseball Hall of Famer and California Republican Steve Garvey earns a shot at Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff in a bid to pick up the Senate seat left vacant by the passing of Dianne Feinstein. Schiff and Garvey finishing 1 and 2 in the voting. That sends the top vote getters to the November ballot. Congresswoman Katie Porter finishing a distant third. And speaking of the Democrats, President Biden, pretty easy go of it on Tuesday, winning all but American Samoa in the primary. And this is all happening in a week that saw Michelle Obama officially say, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to run. So it appears to be Biden or bust for the party. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Kyrsten Sinema. She's not going to run for Senate in Arizona for re-election. That means another key battle to keep an eye on as we have a very busy fall ahead, guys. Back to you.
Kevin Corke starting us off. Kevin, many thanks.
You bet.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, former President Trump's dominating the Republican primaries. Nikki Haley, though, is still in this race. Does she have a path? We're joined by the panel. Once again, Fox News contributor Leslie Marshall, Fox News political analyst John O'Caldwell, and John Bussey, associate editor at the Wall Street Journal. Let's start, Leslie, with the fact that Haley's now picked up victories in Washington, D.C. and Vermont, making her the first female Republican to prevail in any primary race. Kayleigh McEnany pointed out earlier this evening that in fact makes her the most successful female Republican politician in presidential political history. Does she have a path remaining forward, or is this the end of the line for her?
First, I'm really glad that you mentioned the first woman. I mean, you got to give her, the kudos for that. She's, the first state and the second state, right? I mean, the District of Columbia, and then, of course, Vermont. But speaking to the path, let's just look at numbers. And that's what politics is, right? It's numbers. How many people vote? How many votes do you get? General election, your electoral college, boom, you make it to that magic number, you win. And it's the same way in the primary. Right now, the former president, Donald Trump, has approximately 951 of the 1,215 that he needs, 1,215. But Nikki Haley has 80. So I just don't see a path. I'm not a math major, but I just don't see a path. The numbers just aren't there for her. It just doesn't add up. She has no appearances planned after today. She didn't plan on, and she is not going to be speaking and making a speech, about what happened tonight. She was grateful and thankful and gave a shout out to Vermont. But like I said, I just don't see a path going forward.
John, if this is the end of the road for Nikki Haley's campaign, does she deserve credit for being the runner-up to the former president, outlasting all the other guys?
Yes. And she's, not somebody that I think that the electorate at this point is really going to focus on much longer. She's kind of out. She may be sort of hoping for a Hail Mary in this, a conviction of the president on one of the 4 outstanding indictments that he still has to contend with this year. But none of those are coming to the juries anytime soon or to resolution anytime soon. So it's kind of hard to see how even that would sway enough of Trump's core voters to vote for her. I think what you're seeing is a positioning for the next presidential election. She's been a compelling candidate. An alternative to Donald Trump, but clearly not one that the voters are choosing this time around.
At what point, Jono, does Haley staying in become a political liability for her own political career going forward? Lindsey Graham on another channel tonight already called for her to pull out of the race. He said he knows her well and called her a team player, indicating if she cares about what's best for the party, she better call it.
Well, I think we're already in that territory, to be honest, and certainly she has been a very compelling voice, especially when talking about the issues of abortion and reaching out to suburban women and independents, and clearly she's gained some Democrats, and that's how she's been able to rack up some numbers. But yeah, this is her time to exit stage right, I believe. And as I keep saying, because we're talking about Nikki Haley, there is no path for her. We have to focus on the general election, and I'm reminded of what John said in the last hour. He believed that Joe Biden has a great economic message when it comes to jobs and the economy, and he talked about the inflation data being down. The truth of the matter is the inflation data is down, but prices are up. The truth of the matter is when it comes to the economy, many Americans have a very negative view. Fox News polling in December showed that 93% of Republicans have a negative view, 85% of independents, and 61% of Democrats. And when asked on a very important question, Biden economic policy impact, only 14% of those people said that they believe that his policies have helped them. So as we're talking about this, and I know Leslie in the last hour too, and seemingly John thinks that there is strong positioning for Joe Biden. I have to disagree with both of my
very similar, if not the exact same types of people. DC insiders who have created many of the problems here in California. Now you get to see what the difference between going for an outsider, the institutions that Republicans have to offer, and what Adam Schiff, the Democrat Party, has offered us in California for many years.
Washington, Capitol Hill, anyway. Schiff is widely viewed by Democrats as a party bulldozer. He moves ahead and represents their interests at the Capitol, at the White House, on a near daily basis at this point. But he's pretty widely reviled by Republicans resulting from his legacy in the Trump 1 and 2 impeachment trials. How do you think he plays with California voters?
Well, I think this is a great opportunity for someone like Steve Garvey. He's going to be able to raise money from lots of different avenues, and that's going to be a huge difference maker here in California, which is two of the most expensive media markets in the nation. And Steve Garvey is able to raise those dollars, get his message out, talk to California voters about the issues that are plaguing them. You see the rising crime, the homeless crisis we've now spent $20 billion on. We're not going to be better, but to get much worse. Our failing education system, where less than 50% of our children are reading at grade level, or the housing and affordability crisis. These are all issues and problems that California Democrats like Adam Schiff have created here in our state. They've got a great opportunity to deliver a message of what California Republicans will do, what someone like Steve Garvey will do if he gives them a shot.
So Steve Garvey was a legendary Los Angeles Dodger. He also played for the San Diego Padres. Sports fan here. Do you think his name ID is obviously quite big in California? Do you think he has a shot?
Oh, hold on. Breaking news. We got some numbers coming in from Alaska. So far, 87.7% for Trump and 11.9% for Nikki Haley. And that's 3% of the votes in. 87 they're showing on Fox News for Trump. Finally, they're finally starting to come in. I was about ready to sign off here. I was contemplating signing off and saying no, I'll tweet out when I get updates. But just as I was thinking about that, see, people that didn't go to bed, I would have ended the stream, gone to bed, and that would have happened. Then they would have just started as soon as I ended the stream. Good thing I didn't end the stream right away. NBC News projecting 86.1% of the vote is in. Still too early to call, but I project they'll call it fairly soon. Let's get a check of Utah. I don't think Utah has moved. We'll scroll through at the bottom here and we'll show Utah momentarily. Oh, breaking news, a little bit more of the voters coming in Utah. 0.26% is now in. They're finally starting to trickle in now. Let's see.
His name ID is obviously quite big in California.
Vote is finally starting to trickle in.
Winning governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger, so we should probably watch this race. Just thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jessica. He was responsible for and Gaza, prompting some Democrats to turn their back on President Biden. It's become a real political liability for him, moving now into the general election. The Harris going to make that next.
I voted in the DFL, the Democratic Party, as I have for the past many years, and this time I'm voting uncommitted. I believe that the war in Gaza and the genocide that Israel is committing is unacceptable, and Joe Biden has not done enough to earn my vote.
Your skin is ever changing. Take care of it. Gold Bond Healing Formulation 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins for all your skin. Gold Bond.
Hiding your fungus-damaged toenails? Get clear, healthy-looking nails with Nonix Nail Clarifying Gel. In a clinical study, 90% of nails improved for fungus-damaged nails by Nonix. Made in the USA and money-back guarantee.
Finally coming in. Finally. What is it? 2 hours? It's been 2 hours. Oh, wrong there. Good thing I didn't end it right away.
We should probably watch this race.
Just comes your way. There's a program. Serve Pro. Like you've never even had. Garth Brooks, Lake Show, Carrie Underwood, Reba McEntire, they're all and that's where our next big giveaway is Lake House. Welcome to your next One Country giveaway. We're giving away this fully furnished 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath right here in the heart of Middle America. Sign up today at onecountry.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for immediate You may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
You know, there's this thing called age, and it sucks.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years. Introducing Instant.
Here, I'll post in an update.
My joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without scary side effects. When you can find a product that can take that away to the point you can live your life again, that's a miracle.
Well, they're gonna finally make a call right away here, and these are, ooh. 42% of the votes in. Oh. Breaking news. The New York Times. Finally, the New York Times has projected Donald J. Trump has won the Alaska Republican caucuses. I suspect the networks will project it right away any second here.
To 215-215 today.
Super Tuesday reaction. Laura, Jesse, and Sean have powerful perspective with must-see insight and analysis during our primetime lineup. Wednesday on Fox News Channel.
Almaglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using Almaglow, and I think you will too.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
With every breath, modern living is breaking down your barriers. Arma Colostrum is nature's answer, strengthening your barriers cell by cell, unleashing health transformation.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
I make my side firmer. Sleep Number does that. The Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300. Shop now at sleepnumber.com.
Voters from coast to coast making their voices heard on Super Tuesday. Several big issues on the ballot this year, ranging from immigration to the economy.
Oh, my Twitter's. There we go.
On the top of the list for voters is Fox News national correspondent Matt Pitt. Hello, Matt.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Julian. In our latest Fox News poll, 1,200 registered voters were randomly selected nationwide, and the #1 issue they say they're voting on is the economy. 37% of voters say the economy is the most pressing issue for them. Right behind that, 21% say immigration is the second most important topic. And here in Southern California, some people in Palm Springs discuss their top 5 issues.
We need to we've got to do something about the border. This nation is in serious trouble. And the Biden administration is just a laugh. He's a puppet president.
So breaking news, finally, Donald Trump is projected to win the Alaska caucuses with 83% of the vote. And Fox News has now projected it as well. Let's see. NBC is projecting it as well. There you go. There's the map. Let's see. 98% State House District.
Development this evening among Democratic voters in Minnesota, a state which has a large population of Muslim Americans.
Nothing really in from Fairbanks yet, North Alaska, but 83% of the vote is in now.
Did not vote for President Biden, rather they voted uncommitted as a form of protest, demanding Biden call for a ceasefire in Gaza.
But this time I'm voting uncommitted.
I get that a lot.
I believe that the war in Gaza
selected nationwide, and the number one issue they say they're voting on is the economy. 37% of voters say the economy is the most pressing issue for them, and right behind that, 21% say immigration is the second most important topic. And here in Southern California, some people in Palm Springs discuss their top-of-mind issues.
We've got to do something about the border. This nation is in serious trouble. And the Biden administration is just a laugh. He's a puppet president. Donald Trump has the answers.
Democratic ballot in Alabama, Colorado, Iowa, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Tennessee. Some of that frustration comes from the lack of ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, blaming the president. Joining us live on Senate journalist Samantha Jo Raw. President Biden is likely to secure this Democratic nomination. The folks who are doing this or leading this campaign say they don't want to be spoilers, but they are trying to send the president a direct, very specific message now while he is in power. Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that it's going really strong. Actually, we saw in Minnesota tonight, 20% of that vote was going to those folks who are really upset with what they're seeing in the Gaza Strip. So I think a lot of these voters are looking at the result.
Tweeted under the wrong thing. Hold on.
They were looking at Sunday, they saw Vice President Kamala Harris talking about a ceasefire, and they're saying, look, maybe our message is actually resonating with the administration. Obviously the Biden administration are trying to downplay all of this, and they're saying, look, people are allowed to have their voices heard, and we respect their right to do that. What's this all going into the general election?
95%. By the way, breaking news, 95% of the vote is in Alaska now. I wonder why Fox hasn't
Well, across the country, coalition of Democrats have
projected
organized
it yet. They're live right now.
President Biden's policies. Some claim they're going to vote
Unless they're, no, are they replaying their prior coverage? I don't think so.
Administration officials are thinking about moving into November. Certainly with the alternative, President Trump, right? He's not going to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, so the choices are
Exactly right. And we know these elections will come down to 5 or 6 states every time. One of them is Michigan, where I think they really got the White House's attention because we saw, people who were refusing to back the president in the primary there.
Right, and 100,000 votes, that is not insignificant. Michigan was part of this really important area that Biden was able to flip. And so maybe get a huge chunk of votes.
So we finally got the vote in Alaska. Let's check up on Utah.
Could potentially be a warning sign for the Biden administration. We also saw,
So again, breaking just now, Trump has won Alaska, which is 29 delegates.
They're looking at Sunday. They saw Vice President Kamala Harris.
So he's won 13 out of 15 states so far.
They are trying to downplay the Biden administration.
Still 0.26% of the vote in Utah.
Obama actually did see some similar non-committed votes.
Maybe it's not trickling in Utah. I think it is. It's just the slightest little bit. It was at 0.13. It was at 0.26. So Utah is just slightly starting to trickle in, but it's still. But basically, Trump has taken Super Tuesday. He doesn't really need Utah technically, so there's nothing really to wait for. We could still wait to see if anything comes in there, but I think it's going to be a while based on how slow it's going. Because Utah has been more than 2 hours now. Utah has been 2.5 hours. No. Since the polls closed there for the GOP primary. But again, Alaska, Donald Trump has now won Alaska. So we finally got results in from there. 95% of the vote.
Biden was able to flip, and so to
0.4 voted for Ramaswamy. 45 votes for him. 1,265 votes for Nikki Haley, and overall 9,250 votes for Donald Trump, and overall 95% of voters in rejecting it for Donald Trump.
Warning signs coming out of these Super Tuesday elections. I will say that
late at night / early in the morning.
Still so much to unpack from Super Tuesday, including Nikki Haley ruining President Trump's clean sweep, plus what the state of the race means for President Biden's State of the Union this week. We're just talking about it. That's next.
2012 were actually in states that were in the super decisive in the general election. So it isn't uncommon to see this, but I think certainly the Biden administration should be watching this very closely. It's maybe not uncommon to see
Advice for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes.
within a park. But I'm going to posit that it actually is pretty unusual to see.
So one down, only one to go. We're still waiting for Utah.
A foreign war of
When you pay for mapping and installation, Empire makes flooring easy. See samples in your home.
Still sitting at the same spot. The soap bloggers are still reporting to 1% of the voters in, but it went up from 0.13 to 0.26. It's slowly trickling in. I wonder what took so long in none of the other Twitter news accounts are reporting it. I guess I'm like the only one up right now. No one else, everyone else has gone to bed.
Be listening for a few lines of the same morning address.
We could help you save 50% or more on life insurance. You need life insurance. You don't need to overpay for it. Visit SledGo.com. We shall you say.
Sis, is this dog food in your fridge? It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
Seems like a lot of space to waste on a dog.
Still so much to unpack from Super Tuesday, including Nikki Haley,
You're all the family I need.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try. Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
I wake up feeling alert and like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Take Relaxium Sleep. It'll work. I promise you it'll work.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-801-1737. Protection for weak families in September 2023.
I'm not showing anything on the map here, but it still says he's got 66% of the vote in, and that's just 1%.
The Navy also released a list of qualifying medical conditions connected to the toxic water exposure. These include bladder, blood, and other cancers, Parkinson's, and kidney disease. Cash awards are available to Marines and civilians exposed for at least 30 days to the toxic water at Camp Lejeune with qualifying injuries. Cash awards are also available to the surviving spouses and children of these same qualifying Marines and civilians before they You may qualify even if your loved one died decades ago. We charge a 20% of
Someone reported it finally now.
We advance all costs, which are deducted from your 80%.
I think he follows me too.
Call the Meyer Blair Law Firm at 1-800-467-3800 for a free no-risk consultation. That's 1-800-467-3800. Let us help you protect your rights.
I'm embarrassed to say this, but I've been using deodorant on my armpits for the past 40 years. And yet anytime I noticed it was somewhere else, I thought I needed a second shower, I was clean, or there was something wrong with me. And then my gynecologist told me about Lumi. It's a whole body deodorant for 6 feet in private that controls odor anywhere and everywhere in your body. I tried it and I noticed the difference right away. Everywhere. You won't realize the body odor you've just been living with.
Oh, NBC has just now projected it.
Next level shift only Thursday on Fox. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Welcome back. President Biden, Donald Trump sailing to easy victory last night. Staters cast their ballots for Super Tuesday. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joins us live now with more detail out of New York. Hey, Connor.
Jillian, Super Tuesday results are in, and we're getting a better idea of who will be on the ballot in November. A rematch with Biden and Trump appearing to be the likely scenario.
This was an amazing night.
Shortly after polls closed, both frontrunners took decisive victories in several states. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump aren't leaving much room for their competition. Biden and Trump sweeping states like Arkansas, Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. This has never been anything so conclusive.
President Biden releasing a statement saying in part, quote, today millions of voters across the country made their voices heard, showing that they're ready to fight back against Donald Trump's extreme plan to take us backwards. Nikki Haley down in delegate numbers, but not out yet.
You know, all of these people deserve to vote. 16 states want to have their voices heard. Let's let their voices get heard. I think it's as pro-American as it gets. That's where democracy. We don't anoint kings in America. We let people have choices.
She's been gaining traction with independent voters.
Oh, I don't want her to quit because I think we all need a voice, as an independent voter especially.
And the next major primary day is March 12th, which includes the battleground state of Georgia, where Trump is also facing an election interference lawsuit. Jillian, Mike.
Well, Connor, Nikki Haley's not given any hints, at least not yet, about what she's planning to do next.
No, not yet. We heard she was watching the results with her team in Charleston, South Carolina, but tonight only putting out a short statement. She is celebrating her win in Vermont as the first Republican woman to win that primary. Certainly a big accomplishment for her, but so far tonight, no interviews, no appearances, no speeches saying what she's going to do. So it's something we'll have to watch closely tomorrow morning if she'll make an announcement then, or if she'll stay in another week.
Much room for their competition.
See, people are saying in Alaska.
Thursday, he'll have a major opportunity to connect with voters in his State of the Union address in the building behind us. As Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor reports, he plans to highlight his accomplishments and map out a potential second term.
President Biden's lackluster poll numbers and a approval rating of 42%. Thursday, the Union could easily be the most important speech of his re-election campaign.
The president has everyone re-election in a lot of areas since the poll began with an approval rating under 50%.
But the State of the Union could offer an opportunity to chart a new course. According to the White House, the president will highlight his economic agenda, protecting women's reproductive rights, and uniting the country.
I can tell you that the president is ready. He's ready to take that moment to talk about the State of the Union, to lay out his future vision of how he sees
Real Texan Politics posted at real Texan Politics texted, you gotta be effing kidding me. Alaska counted all of their votes before Utah even started counting. It's funny. Love that tweet.
And as he faces criticism within his own party for not doing enough to prevent civilian deaths in Gaza.
He'll have the opportunity to make the case about his age to the American people, but I have confidence that that's part of it. I believe what he needs to do is to stop the killing, the suffering.
Just as he did last year, Biden is prepping for a big speech at Camp David, and has only one public event scheduled ahead of Thursday. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Let's
delve deeper into this topic now with insights from our expert panel. Joining us again are Leslie Marshall, a Fox News contributor, John Paul, a Fox News political analyst, and John Butsey, associate editor at the Wall Street Journal. Leslie, as our resident Democrat, what does the president need to accomplish in his State of the Union address?
In the modern era,
There's so much he needs to accomplish. One, people are going to be looking at not just what he's saying, but how he's saying it. And I'm talking about, obviously, not the elephant in the room, the elephant everybody likes to talk about, his age.
I can tell you that the president is
Mentality.
ready.
So
He's
how
ready
he
to
presents
take that
it
moment
is
to
very
talk to our
important,
state
but also
leaders,
how
to lay
he
out his
presents
future vision
himself
of
and
how
who
he
he is
sees
representing.
next year and
He is
beyond.
the president for all people. He needs to tout the accomplishments. I would agree with said earlier, on the economy. And believe it or not, things that I find he is not putting out front and center with immigration, for example. There was a drop in border crossings from December to January and that continued in February, more than 50%.
So far, Trump has won California, North Carolina, Virginia, Colorado, Oklahoma, Texas, Tennessee, Maine, Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, and Alaska. We're still waiting on Utah, but I'm sure he'll win Utah. And Nikki Haley's only won Vermont.
You have people, especially Michigan, who in the community was sensitive and they handled that, but you're not going to hear from the Trump administration.
So Trump has won 13 out of 15 states. And probably will win 14 because they'll probably make the call for Trump in Utah.
In his second term, if reelected.
Let's delve deeper into this topic now with insights from our expert panel.
So we're no longer waiting for Alaska to get the results from Alaska. Now it's just up to Utah. See, now I gotta decide whether I should end the stream now and go to bed, or should I keep going? Should we wait till top of the next hour and see what happens? It's only about 20 minutes.
Well, it's a fantastic holy moment, isn't it, for the president to be able to give a speech to the nation. So he's got to
That couldn't hurt.
begin to message about the economy. Our polls show that he is not liked for his economic policies, not liked for his border policies. That's a real anchor for him.
Wait till top of the hour and see what happens, and if nothing happens top of the next hour, then I'm going to bed.
He needs to tout the accomplishments. We said earlier, on the economy. And believe it or not,
it was the fault of the pandemic, and that inflation, that prices are higher in part because wages are higher. They get passed through to consumers. He has to somehow begin to take some credit, but explain the economy to voters. He has to explain the failure of Washington, both under his administration and the Trump administration, to have lasting, effective border policy. He has to somehow address the age question. But I think you're going to see him and Democrats begin to also address Trump's big problem, and that is his character issue. The chaos that you referred to.
They haven't, I mean, Fox has projected it, but they haven't said it on the Fox News Channel coverage.
How he's going to do it and what he's going to do in his second term.
So I don't know. Maybe this is a replay of last hour, but it seems like they're still live.
Big speech with a lot of eyeballs on it.
That are poisoning our blood, referring to his political opponents, but taking a page right out of 1930s Germany. Voters are electing managers to manage their government. I don't think that they're trying to elect an authoritarian or this kind of animus, this constant conflict, and as you pointed out, chaos.
John, if President Biden tries to blame the border crisis on Republicans in Congress, will that backfire?
Real anchor for him in
Like the HR2, Republicans made a push the inflation that occurred in his administration.
And that started with the Trump administration was the fault of neither president. It was the fault of the pandemic. And that inflation prices are higher in part because the wages are higher. They get passed through to consumers. He has to somehow begin to take some credit, but explain the economy to voters. He has to explain the failure of Washington
But he has the stamina, the mental acuity to continue to do the job. He needs to speak directly and very specifically to uncommitted voters in Michigan. It's a swing state. In 2016, Donald Trump won it by 10,000 votes, a little over 10,000 votes. We got about 100,000 uncommitted people. Not to say that all of them would then say, I'm going to stay home, but some certainly will. And then you also have the union folks there. But in addition to that, African Americans are the backbone of the Democratic Party. Typically speaking, in general elections, Democrats will win over 90% of their vote. Those numbers have shifted because of, in part, the immigration issue. People in Chicago said, hey, we're going to vote for Republicans for the first time ever because Democrats have taken us for granted. The Democrats have taken black folks for granted for over 50 years. So that doesn't surprise them. But there is a number of constituencies that Joe Biden must reach, which are in his base, and he's losing. And that is the interesting part of it. Donald Trump needs to expand his base. Joe Biden needs to really maintain his base and then pick up some other folks. And it doesn't seem that those messages are resonating with the American people. You can see that by the clips that we can play at home around the house. Folks saying, hey, I don't like what Joe Biden is doing, and I don't feel like I've been supported by him.
John, there's been reporting on and off, or rumblings on and off for the better part of a month now that Biden is mulling over this draft executive order on the border. Latest sources unnamed at the White House floating the idea he could announce some kind of executive action on the border during the State of the Union. Do you think he is likely to do that, and do you think it's a good call?
Well, you could make a really good argument that the Democratic administration has made a really kind of lousy decision in not addressing this much earlier in the administration to keep this issue off the table. The chief one that is running. And so doing it at the last minute is better than not doing it at all. It's possible that he could have some kind of executive order in which he does require asylum adjudication to happen outside the border, not within the United States, keeping migrants on the other side of the border, not allowing them into the United States. But how is he going to also mollify those in his party who are liberal and would be concerned about that? I think that at this point, President Biden's administration is coming around to the fact that they're going to gain more from addressing this issue by bringing in moderate Republicans and independents into their fold, rather than staying the course of doing nothing and alienating those voters, plus, quite frankly, Democratic voters in cities like Chicago and New York who are looking at this and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't afford in our cities to address the increasing problem of illegal immigration into the United States. I think you're going to see some action. The question is whether or not it's decisive, comprehensive, and long-lasting.
Sources unnamed at the White House.
All right, well, we got to leave it there, but stand by, because believe it or not, we are going to bring you back yet again soon in the new hour. Thanks so much.
It's going to be awesome.
As always. Well, Trump-Biden matchup is looking like a sure bet now, but could Robert F. Kennedy Jr. end up being a late-hour disruptor? We're going to get into that next.
Made a really kind of lousy decision for not addressing this much earlier in the administration to take this issue off the table. It's the chief one
exposing human trafficking on
Donald
the
Trump
border
is running.
fentanyl from its source.
And so
For
doing it at
daring
the
to
last
tell the truth
minute
is
better than not doing it at all. It's
He's been
possible
jailed in
that
China, in Hong Kong,
he could have some kind of executive order which does require asylum adjudication to happen outside the border, not within the United States, keeping migrants on the other side of the border, not allowing them into the United States. But how is he going to also mollify
How does Klein Inspector get among the most big birds and settlements of any law firm in the country? Because Klein Inspector is an award-winning team with 5 doctor lawyers, the most of any firm in the United States. And that's why the New York Times calls Klein Inspector a powerhouse law firm. So if a defective product, motor vehicle accident, or medical malpractice causes a catastrophic injury, call Klein Inspector.
So Frank, big hurt. Why do you need the checks? After 40, a guy loses free testosterone. Even me. I couldn't stand shape like I used to. So did your kids really work? Oh yeah, my workouts are incredible now. I'm feeling stronger, more energetic, with a lot more drive.
So, say I knew someone who should try eugenics. How does he do that?
It's easy. Just send a text to get a complimentary bottle. Frank's right. Now you can claim a complimentary bottle of award-winning eugenics by texting Couch to 369-369. Its unique formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help a man feel stronger, leaner, more energetic, and more passionate. Text Couch to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenics Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenics Thermo, our most powerful.
See, I think RFK Jr. is a great third choice that people aren't paying enough attention to. Let's
When your child
get a check of
it's okay for them to show off.
Utah.
Show off their clearer skin and
Still the same thing.
less itch with Dupixent. Because children 6 months and older with eczema have plenty of reasons to show off their skin. With Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, they can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
A Super Tuesday breakdown. From the election results to the future of the presidential race. Tulsi Gabbard and Katie Pavlich have critical insight on Fox and Friends.
But let me show you a different scene from a caucus precinct earlier tonight. We're going to show you the crowd at Brighton School at 7 p.m. 7 was supposed to be meeting started, but the phone registration process to get the ballot became a fiasco. People were so frustrated they were going up to me personally and asking for answers on how to log in, where to go. There was nothing distinguishing volunteers from normal people, not even a lanyard or a UFO vest, and the crowd was even yelling back at the chairman of the
Homeless just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using Home Aglow, and I think you will too.
Some of you don't at home.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
That's the chairman Robert Axon before he spent $1,000 on advertising.
Alaska's caucuses, former President Trump overwhelmingly the winner there, 87.6% support to Governor Nikki Haley's 12%. That's the breaking news of the hour. Thought we'd bring it to you right away. Former President Trump winning Alaska.
Fox News just reported on Fox News channel Trump's victory in Alaska right now. So I guess that's, but other than that, I guess that's why there's been such.
The question is, if he does qualify, who would it put most? President Biden?
Yeah, that's why there's taking a while so long to get the damn votes in from Utah because of the delays. And they did it there was electronic voting. Why would they do electronic? See, I don't like the idea of electronic voting or mail-in voting. I like just to be able to vote in person because then you get the results in right away, and also feels more secure to vote that way, and it's just quicker. You're not waiting for like hours on end for results. As soon as polls close, you can start counting and get the results in fairly quick. When you do it electronically, there's always issues, and like this woman had a good point. A lot of these people in here look like they're in their 50s, 60s, maybe 70s, and not all of them have a phone. And of course, if they weren't explained to you beforehand how to use the website, what did they expect was going to happen? So yeah, I guess there's a little bit of a few issues with that. So I wouldn't expect maybe even to get something, it being electronic voting and having issues, I wouldn't expect maybe not even get anything until tomorrow morning. So I think I'm going to end the stream right away. We'll go a little bit over the top of the hour, and if we get nothing, then I'll say goodnight and I'll go to bed. So I'm getting kind of tired, but we got Alaska. We can at least settle on that. We can at least settle on the fact that we finally got Alaska. We got one of the 2 states I've been waiting for, so I didn't go to bed before that happened. But I don't think I'm going to miss anything with Utah if I go to bed, because it's just been sitting at the same place all night. In fact, I wonder if they've just gone to bed and stopped counting. Because this is the last update. It's still the same thing.
This year we're all burnt out, but we need to start seeing people set the stage for 2028. Nikki Haley's already finished herself.
A tiny little margin of the vote came in tonight. It jumped from 0.13 to 0.26. Yeah, still 0.26%. So basically they're just reporting 1% and not even. So
He needs to actually start working, building the movement, and figuring out his own
yeah.
instead of jumping into a second for this year alone.
That's from Fox 13 News in Utah, by the way. Which
a big disappointment in terms of the third-party candidacy.
That's a really good question, because when you think of no labels, on my end at least, as a Hill staffer, you sort of think about the more moderate members of Congress or senators, et cetera, et cetera.
this is the live feed from Fox 13 Utah right now.
And in my mind, it's only Biden and Trump. No labels is only
From Salt Lake City, Fox 13.
I just want to pick up on this thread real quick. You said Nikki Haley is out for 2028, but interestingly, I noticed in former President
Oh, at the top of the hour, Fox 13 local news.
didn't take a stab at her by name. I don't write
So we'll keep this up and we'll monitor that.
thing, which to me indicates she's still very much in the running to be a VP.
That Fox News channel now just projected Trump's win in Alaska. They projected it on the website, but they finally projected it in on Fox News channel. So we'll wait past top of the hour, see what happens. I'll be right back. Let's take a quick break.
You guys late for the Masked Singer? Ken Jeong sucks.
The Animal Control season premiere tonight on Fox.
Who are you? You wanted me to find out about her. She's got a sick kid, a dead husband. She's desperate.
I'm just the cleaning lady. She's clearly much more than that.
Everything I've done for my son.
I'm never gonna let anything bad happen to him.
The Cleaning Lady, Tuesdays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu. It is time for the GOAT.
Strap in, because Skip is back.
This team is loaded top to bottom.
He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. New team.
I'm talking elite players.
Here we talk. Same Skip.
This is about to be the greatest show I have ever been a part of.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
We are back. The Next Level Chef battle has begun.
You don't get a second chance.
Who will make the cut?
We need the best.
On the most competitive season yet.
This is not next level.
All new Next Level Chef, Thursdays on Fox, and watch anytime on Hulu.
Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. There's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. November 5th, it's right around the corner.
Former President Trump saying there's never been a Super Tuesday as conclusive as his dominant display tonight, and the current president telling Democrats they should not be concerned with his poll numbers. Hello, I'm Mike Emanuel, and welcome back to our special coverage of this Super Tuesday. Hello, Jillian.
Fancy seeing you here, Mike Emanuel.
It's been great. We're having fun.
We are. We're counting down one more hour with you of live coverage of Super Tuesday. The polls are now closed. Voters in over a dozen states, plus American Samoa, took a trip to the ballot boxes of the biggest day of the 2024 primary race. Over on the Republican side, former President Trump continued his dominant performance. He's now looking to knock challenger Nikki Haley out of the race once and for all. But the former South Carolina governor is not giving up, at least not yet. She picked up a solid victory in Vermont and is vowing to keep bringing the fight.
When 70% of Americans said they don't want Donald Trump or Joe Biden, we're blessed to live in a country where we have elections. And that's what we wanted. I don't know why everybody's so adamant that they have to follow Trump's lead to get me out of this race. You know, all of these people deserve to vote.
On the left, President Joe Biden with a nearly clean sweep. This as this race now fast approaches a 2020 rematch. For more on Super Tuesday coverage, we now turn to Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork, up late with us, or up early, depending on how you look at it. Kevin, good to see you for hour 3.
Up early, as always. Great to see you. By the way, for the folks at home, Jillian and Mike are my neighbors, like literally right here in the office. Great to be with you guys tonight. As indeed we do. As the great music artist Al Green famously sang, "Let's stay together." That was the message from former President Trump tonight as he implored GOP voters and the party itself to come together to defeat President Biden. But first things first, he needed to dispatch his former UN ambassador, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, on Super Tuesday. And yep, he did just that on a night where there were delegates aplenty in play. And while Haley did manage a win in Vermont and a few stronger than expected finishes, those accomplishments frankly were overshadowed by a number of blowout losses to Mr. Trump, and most importantly, a crushing delegate defeat at the hands of the former president. So where do things stand at this hour? Well, right now, look at the tote board, 820 to 69. You heard Leslie Marshall mention that former President Trump will likely end up over 900 before the night is up, and that means he is well on his way. In fact, some would say he's sailing like Christopher Cross, inching ever so close to the delegates needed to wrap up a third GOP nomination. Amazing when you think about it. A political outsider able to do that and win it 3 times. These numbers, by the way, happen just as we've learned within the hour that Alaska has also been called for Mr. Trump. Meantime, in the Golden State, the stage has been set for a huge Senate battle this coming fall as Major League Baseball Hall of Famer and California GOP star Steve Garvey earns a shot at Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff in a bid to pick up the Senate seat left vacant by the passing of Dianne Feinstein. Schiff and Garvey finishing 1 and 2 in the state. That means they are on the November ballot. Katie Porter, that is, finishing a distant third. And speaking of the Senate, A key departure to tell you about this morning, as Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema has decided not to run for re-election. That means yet another key battle to keep an eye on this fall as the GOP attempts to wrest control of the upper chamber from the Democrats once again. Sinema, the third moderate senator to hang it up this cycle, joining Republican Mitt Romney and Democrat Joe Manchin in leaving the Senate. And speaking of Democrats, President Biden, pretty easy go of it on Super Tuesday, winning all but American Samoa. A sweep, almost, for the president. And so, as mentioned earlier, it would appear it is Biden or bust for the party, barring some unforeseen circumstance between now and November. So, Mike and Jillian, it is the two gentlemen that battled in 2020 getting back after it again, very likely in 2024.
But we got an Al Green reference and a Christopher Cross reference. Well done, office neighbor.
There you go. Thank you, buddy.
Bringing his A game. All right, thanks, Kevin.
You bet.
For reaction to the Super Tuesday results, we are now joined once again by our all-star panel, Fox News contributor Leslie Marshall, Fox News political analyst Gianno Caldwell, and John Bussey, associate editor at the Wall Street Journal. Welcome back to all of you. John, lead us off. Your takeaways from Super Tuesday and as we spring forward towards the State of the Union address.
Yeah, so no big surprises here. I think this was expected. Both of the main candidates continue to advance even further in their delegate counts. I think the takeaway from this for kind of most viewers of this campaign is what's going to galvanize either of these two candidates. There's a sort of big yawn factor about both of them, right? We've seen them both in action before. We know their policies. There's concerns about age in both cases. What's going to galvanize?
All right, it's top of the hour. We'll get one more quick check. Utah, yeah, still no results in because they were having issues with. First of all, it was electronic voting. Not everyone knew how to do it. Whoa. Oh, I just bumped the power bar underneath my desk. That's why the light flickered. First of all, not everyone knew how to do the online voting via the cell phone, and most people got so fed up with it. They just said, I'm not going to sit here and wait around any longer, and decided, I'm going home. Just went home and didn't even vote. Decided, I'm not going to vote. I'm just going to go home. And just went home. So I think it will be called for Trump. I think by tomorrow morning we'll probably have it in. They'll resume counting. But for now, doesn't look like much. Doesn't look like it's going anywhere right now. I could be up all night. I could, if I wanted to, I could stay up till like 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning and do this if I wanted to. Seriously, I could. But I'm not going to do that to myself. And I don't know what I would do for that long in the meantime. So I'm just going to go to bed and, well, I woke up kind of late today, so I might not go to bed right away. So I could stay on, but I think I'm going to end the stream right away and just go to bed shortly here. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, and then if I get an update on Utah, I'll tweet it out. And yeah, it's just a bit of a chaotic mess in Utah. Everything's very delayed because of the whole online voting things. They couldn't vote with paper ballot. They had to vote on the phone. Not everyone wanted to do it, and they just got fed up with trying to figure it out because they kept getting booted off the website or whatever that you had to vote through in Utah, and it kept crashing or something like that. And so people just thought, I'm just gonna leave and not vote. Like a bunch of people just left and vote as well, so that mixed things up. And probably having issues with the website to where they can count the votes electronically, I'm assuming. So I don't know. But it should come in well, not shortly. Watch, maybe it'll come in as soon as I go to bed. But we got Alaska, and the last one we got was they projected Alaska for Trump with 95% of the votes in. There are reports that Nikki Haley could drop out, announce she's dropping out tomorrow morning or sometime tomorrow. But then there's also conflicting reports, unconfirmed reports from the Telegraph UK, suggesting that she's refusing to drop out despite her loss to Donald Trump today in Super Tuesday. So I don't know. I suspect she's going to drop out after this. We'll find out tomorrow or later on this week what happens. I suspect though that probably if she does drop out, she'll announce it tomorrow, and that she probably will drop out. So we'll see what happens, and I'm going to sign off for now for the night. And one more quick check, one more quick refresh. Still nothing in. Let's check it here. From Utah. Yeah, still too early to call, and nothing really in. So, NBC is not projecting anything in, but yeah. Yeah, that's gonna do it for tonight. Thanks for watching, thanks for joining, and we'll see you in the next election stream, which will probably be the November election, unless there's some other big news events. Then I'll come on here and we'll cover that. I don't really cover a lot of the news events, but I want to try to do that more often. Build this channel up and start streaming in here and build up a viewership and a kind of a base here of viewers and fans that follow the channel. Viewership of tonight's wasn't that great at all. It was okay. It was on and off, but how much did we get in total? 35 views in total. Not a lot, but you know what? I don't care unless I still have fun doing it, even if I'm just talking to myself. But we'll see you all in the next stream. We'll updates continue on Twitter 24/7. Updates. We never go offline or sign off on our Twitter. 24/7 if there's news, unless I'm in bed and I'm not awake. But 24/7 news on Canadian Traction news of any live events, truthful reporting of any live global events or elections or anything like that, U.S. or Canadian elections, and yeah, stay tuned and more to come. If you hear anything else any other big breaking news happens, or any other breaking news with the election happens, or Utah, you can message me or tweet me at Canadian Radio T1 on Twitter. And continuing updates on Twitter there at Canadian Radio T1 on Twitter. And yeah, that's it for now. So thanks for watching. We'll see you all in the next live stream. Take care and